psychiatric illnesses such as cancer, and some of them are referred to public hospitals for further treatment after receiving preliminary treatment in private hospitals. Regarding the manpower and resources for public health care services, will the government inform this council? 1. As a professor of a medical school at a university has reportedly pointed out that the number of patients returning to Hong Kong for medical treatment has slightly increased by 5 to 10% in recent years. Whether the government has compiled statistics on the exact figures and assessed if the existing manpower and resources for public hospitals can cope with the increase in the number of patients. 2. As the Secretary for Health indicated in a media interview in August last year, that more than half of the local doctors were practicing in the private market, serving about 13% of the patients in Hong Kong, which in effect means that less than half of the local doctors were practicing under the public health care system, taking care of nearly 90% of the patients in Hong Kong. Whether the government has compiled statistics on the latest figures and formulated corresponding plans. And 3. As it has been reported that a survey conducted by the Hong Kong Academy of Medicine, or HKAM, in 2019 found that over 70% of the local young doctors interviewed showed signs of overexertion at work, and more than 20% of the doctors interviewed even had the problem of depression. Whether the government has gained an understanding of the actual situation and what corresponding plans it has put in place. Secretary for Health. President, I thank Professor Priscilla Leung for a question on public health care manpower. This is also a problem we are concerned about. Public health care is the cornerstone and safety net of the healthcare system of Hong Kong. As the backbone of the public healthcare system, the HA provides healthcare services heavily subsidized by the government, as high as 97%, and is positioned to serve disadvantaged groups, provide acute and emergency care, to provide treatments for severe diseases and those involving complex procedures, as well as to support teaching, training, and research. At present, all holders of a valid Hong Kong ID card and children under 11 years of age who are Hong Kong residents can use subsidized public health care services as eligible persons or EPs. There is no requirement for service users to ordinarily reside in Hong Kong. The HA does not collect information on whether individual patients ordinarily reside in Hong Kong, nor does it compile statistics on the utilization of public health care services by EPs who do not ordinarily reside in Hong Kong. At present, it is uncertain if a large number of EPs who have moved overseas earlier and returned to Hong Kong are using our public health care services. The definition of EPs form part of the policy of fees and charges for public health care services. When reviewing the relevant policy, according to the related mechanisms, the government and the HA will keep in view changes to the patterns of Hong Kong residents in moving to the mainland and overseas, as well as make reference to the subsidization policies of other public services. 2 and 3. As of the 31st of March 2024, there are 16,459 doctors in Hong Kong. That is, only 2.16 doctors per 1,000 persons, a ratio far lower than that of other advanced economies. While the public and private sectors each has around half of the doctor manpower, the public healthcare system provides 90% of inpatient services in Hong Kong. It is undisputed there is a shortage of healthcare manpower in Hong Kong, and the workload of healthcare professionals is immense. I would first like to express my sincere gratitude to healthcare staff, especially those working in the public healthcare system, for their unfailing efforts in providing efficient and appropriate services to the public. To relieve the burden on the public healthcare system, especially those working in public hospitals, the government is committed to implementing a series of measures, including development of primary health care, strengthening resources and manpower, as well as improving service efficiency. The primary health care blueprint puts in place the prevention-oriented, community-based and family-centric approach, strengthening the concepts of family doctor for all, and early identification and early treatment, etc., with a view to improving the overall population health and establishing a sustainable system. To strengthen manpower, the government has stepped up the investment of resources on training of healthcare professionals in recent years. The training capacity for various healthcare professions has increased significantly by 50% in 6 years, from about 4,000 in 2017 to 18 to about 6,000 in 2023 to 24. Apart from the creation of new pathways for the admission of non-locally trained doctors through the earlier amendments to the Medical Registration Ordinance, we have successively introduced bills to the Legislative Council to create new pathways for the admission of non-locally trained nurses and dentists. We are also exploring the introduction of qualified, non-locally trained supplementary medical professionals for working in the HA and the Departments of Health, and will propose legislative amendments as soon as possible. The HA also established the task group on sustainability earlier to review various challenges including manpower shortage, as well as formulate strategies and implement various measures to attract, develop, and retain talents. These include enhancing recruitment of local medical graduates, rehiring retired staff, and recruiting non-locally trained doctors and part-time healthcare staff, while enhancing training and promotion opportunities, as well as launching the enhanced home loan interest subsidy scheme, etc. The measures have started to yield results. The number of doctors in the HA has increased by more than 260 in 2023 and 24 as compared with the previous year, while the attrition rate has dropped from the peak at 8.1% in 2021-22 to 5.2% in 2023 and 24. The physical and mental health of doctors is closely related to the provision of quality healthcare services. We value the survey conducted by the HAM 5 years ago in 2019, as mentioned in the question. In view of the survey result, the HAM launched the Well-being Charter in 2021 to put more emphasis on the promotion of the physical and mental health of healthcare staff through the ASAP model, namely awareness, self-care, ask for help, and promotion of well-beings, so as to effectively prevent stress and overwork. The HKAM also established the Task Force on Well-being for planning and implementing various measures. These include measuring different levels of work-related burnout and exhaustion through the Copenhagen Burnout Inventory questionnaire, recruiting peer supporters who learn about relevant support tips and practical skills through the training course designed by the Hong Kong College of Psychiatrists, and organizing diversified outdoor sports and recreation activities to help doctors relieve fatigue and stress. As for the public healthcare system, the HA puts great emphasis on the mental health of their staff. The oasis of the corporate clinical psychology services under the HA head office, the 8 critical incident psychological services centers in the clusters, and the 30 critical incident support teams in the hospitals are committed to providing various mental health services to employees, including individual counseling, treatment groups, crisis intervention, and mental health promotion, etc., to enhance colleagues' mental health and resilience. Apart from those measures targeting the mental health of healthcare staff, with measures to attract and retain talents gradually proving effective, the manpower situation and the work pressure of healthcare staff will also be improved. The HA will also develop smart healthcare to continuously improve service quality and enhance efficiency. The HA will continue to closely monitor the manpower situation and adopt active measures to support overall service demand and developments. Thank you, President. Professor Leung. First of all, I would like to salute healthcare professionals serving the public sector. Now, our public healthcare system is renowned in the world. Now, with a trend of aging population in the world, lots of overseas Hong Kongers are coming back to receive treatment. I think the government and the HA must take a scientific approach to plan ahead. For instance, conducting census and surveys Now, in part 2 of the reply of my question, there should be better matching between healthcare professionals and the public healthcare system. Professor Leung, please raise your question. I have. That is, can the government add an item to your census and survey? Now, surveying the overseas Hong Kongers coming back to Hong Kong for treatment. Professor Low. Thank you, Professor Leung, for your question. First, we need to define who are those Hong Kongers who have moved permanently overseas. At present, eligible persons mean a holder of a valid Hong Kong ID card. In other words, if a person still holds a Hong Kong ID card, it would not be right to revoke their rights to receive free treatment in a public healthcare system. We need to take a very careful approach. This isn't just a matter in relation to public healthcare. It also has a bearing on the eligibility for social welfare and benefits. Professor Leung, the Secretary has answered your question. Dr. Dennis Lam. Thank you, President. Now, there is not a policy dealing with the issue. However, it is only natural for local Hong Kongers to be given a heavily subsidized public healthcare treatment. For those Hong Kongers who are granted with overseas citizenship, they are still eligible for our free service. Looking forward, will the government review this policy? You have raised your question already. Secretary. I believe my answer is the same as the previous one. This is a very important policy change. There are lots of nationals there are a lot of people from different nationalities who are holding valid Hong Kong ID card in Hong Kong. So how should we define those who have moved overseas permanently? We understand that some people would choose to return to Hong Kong to live permanently after some time. So how do we define this? 6 months prior the receipt of treatment? So we need to take a broader perspective in this. Ms. Lilian Kwok. Thank you, President. Concerning our public healthcare service, I'm concerned about public healthcare services for students. Now, the students' health program includes assessments on students' height, weight, hearing, and vision. Now, we have fewer than 40,000 new births each year. However, we are still allocating the same amount of resources to the student healthcare program. Now, the items of checks and treatments didn't change for decades. Can the government review the manpower and resources attached to the program so that the program can meet modern needs while saving manpower? I don't want to see the program unchanged for 50 years. Secretary. I thank Ms. Lilian Kwok for your question. Now, the student healthcare program is run by the Department of Health. The question today is about manpower and resources for public healthcare services. Still, I will attempt to answer your question. The student healthcare program is a comprehensive program offered by the Department of Health to monitor the health of students. It is a voluntary program. The schools will need to sign up for the program, and the Department of Health would even arrange for transport to take students to receive consultation. Now, the 3-year pandemic has affected the delivery of the program. Healthcare professionals were drawn away for anti-epidemic duties, and because of the closure of schools, the program was affected to a certain extent. However, after the easing of the pandemic, the Department of Health has resumed promoting the program. Schools are encouraged to give priority to the program because spending half a day to receive health checks is important for students' health. Now, this is a very comprehensive program from height, weight, students' vision, and even mental health. The check is very comprehensive. We will continue to review the student healthcare program and add new items for check in the future. The Department of Health will step up publicity to encourage students to sign up for the program to improve the health of the next generation. Now, separately, we have published a new report on the growth statistics of our adolescents. In the past 18 years, the height of our adolescents has increased by 2 centimeters. So these are helpful for monitoring the health of our youngsters. Mr. Edmund Wong. Thank you, President. Now, there are no new policies to address the issue. Now, because of the shortage of healthcare manpower in the public healthcare system, the government has extended the list of recognized overseas medical institutions. Now, since the launch of the scheme on the 29th of April 2022, how many doctors and how many specialists overseas have been approved to practice in Hong Kong? Secretary. I thank the member for his question. In recruiting non-locally trained doctors, there are 2 pathways. One is limited registration, the other is special registration. As at the 31st of May 2024, there are 144 non-locally trained doctors in the HA. 92 are under limited registration and 52 under special registration. According to our estimation, because of our enhanced efforts to recruit non-locally trained doctors, by the end of this year, we expect 250 non-locally trained doctors joining the HA to alleviate the burden on the public healthcare system. Mr. Adrian Ho, thank you. Earlier on, the Medical School of the University of Hong Kong received $1.3 billion from the Hong Kong Jockey Club to establish a cancer care center and receive referrals from the private sector. Now, I hope there will be more support given to cancer patients in the future, and also alleviates the burden of the public healthcare system to reduce overexertion and depression of our local doctors so that they would follow in the steps of the Secretary to give birth early. Now, will the Secretary make reference to the model of the University of Hong Kong Center for Cancer Care to other special and rare diseases? Secretary. Concerning the establishment of the Cancer Center of the HKU, the healthcare professionals comprise doctors and nurses from the 16,000 strong talent pool in Hong Kong. Now, concerning the establishment of centers for cancer and rare disease patients, this is also the direction pursued by this term of the government. In the policy address, the Chief Executive announced the establishment of Cardiovascular Treatment Center and Neuroscience Center. Now, for these complicated disciplines, we need cross-discipline treatment plan. High-risk treatment regime and surgeries are involved. So we need to focus these services in centers for excellence rather than scattering them in different hospitals. This is also the positioning of DHA, that is to take care of patients with serious illness requiring complicated treatment. The best solution is to concentrate the services in centers for excellence. Mr. Shang Hailong. Thank you, President. Now, there is a persistent shortage of healthcare manpower in public healthcare sector. Now, there are rumors that the HK UST is going to establish the third medical school in Hong Kong. Does the Secretary support that? Secretary. Now, we are pleased to hear that one of our universities has the intent to establish the third medical school. Actually, other universities have raised similar proposals. Now, with a third medical school, we can step up the training quota for healthcare manpower, provided that all the conditions are met. But there are other options as well. We are continuously expanding the training quotas with the 2 medical schools. Over the past 6 years, we have increased the training quotas from 290 to 490 each year, or rather 590 per year in total. Concerning which university would be the one to give us the third medical school, it depends on the proposals raised by the institution. A number of factors are involved, including the hardware, where the medical school will be built, and the availability of a training hospital is also important. It also involves the source of students. The 2 existing medical schools have taken on board a lot of quality students. So do we have a new source of medical students for the third school? Also, the source of training manpower for the third school. We would undermine the existing training manpower of the existing medical schools. These are all our considerations. After receiving a formal, detailed proposal, we will make an assessment. Thank you.
Question to Dr. David Lam. Thank you, President. The government set up the Kwai Ching District Health Center, the first DHC in Hong Kong, in 2019, and subsequently set up DHCs or District Health Center Expresses or DHCEs in various districts across the city. These facilities have been serving the public for nearly 5 years. Still, some members of the public have said that apart from health promotion programs and the chronic disease co-care pilot scheme, they know little about the other services provided by DHCs and DHCEs. In this connection, will the government inform this council first whether it has reviewed in a timely manner the roles and functions of DHCs in primary healthcare services such as medication management, vaccination, and rehabilitation treatment, as well as the effectiveness of their services provided in collaboration with various private healthcare service providers in the community? If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Second, whether it has upheld the role of DHCs as case managers and service providers for patients discharged from public hospitals for community rehabilitation. And third, whether it has plans to effectively link up healthcare service providers in the community and the public through DHCs so as to introduce diversified healthcare services for the public. If so, of the details of the new services, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Health. I'm grateful to the question from Dr. David Lam. The first DHC or District Health Center was set up in September 2019 in Kwai Ching District, but then we had COVID starting from 2020. COVID raged on for 3 years or so. The Kwai Ching DHC played an active part in fighting COVID. in terms of the DHC's development, that suffered a major blow. But then COVID eased. In December 2022, the government released the primary healthcare blueprint, setting out a range of measures. One key area was to use this DHC model to start a community-based, family-centric primary healthcare system in the community. In the end of 2022, the government set up DHCs or DHCEs of a smaller scale across all districts. At that point, we reached the interim goal of having DHCs or DHCEs across the city. We will continue to build DHCs in Hong Kong. Within 2025, we will upgrade the 3 DHC expresses in the Central and Western District, Yau Chi Mou District, and Eastern District into DHCs. By then, more than half of our district, that is 10 districts, will have DHCs in place to serve the people. Each DHC will also set up several satellite centers or service points to expand public reach. DHCs mainly provide health promotion, health risk factors assessment, disease screening, chronic disease management, and community rehabilitation services. As normal life was back after COVID, we launched the Chronic Disease Co-Care Pilot Scheme in November 2023 to provide targeted subsidies to citizens for diagnosis and management of chronic diseases in private healthcare systems under a co-payment model. After the scheme's launch, as at the end of June this year, 45,000 people had taken part in the scheme. Nearly 40% of those who had completed screening were diagnosed with hypertension, prediabetes, and diabetes mellitus. The scheme also establishes a family doctor network in the community and supports participants in receiving long-term follow-up. DHCs help promote the family doctor for all concept, and such role has been further enhanced after the scheme's rollout. We noticed a marked increase in the number of DHC members after the scheme was launched. The number of new DHC members per year increased from roughly 2,900 in 2019 to 20 to about, and that is more than 36-fold increase. That's roughly 106,400 in 2023 to 24. To date, the number of DHC members has reached 263,400 people. The first DHC was started in September 2019, and then up to the end of March 2024, more than 1.55 million people have received services there. Details are set out in the annex. The government commissioned the Chinese University of Hong Kong to conduct a monitoring and evaluation study of the DHCs, which showed that DHC members were happy with the DHC services and believe those services helped them enhance their health awareness. These results show that DHCs have gradually been building a primary healthcare service network which is taking shape in the community, thanks to the support from members of the Legislative Council, healthcare professionals, and the community as a whole. As the community primary healthcare resource hub, DHCs act as coordinators of primary healthcare services in the community and case managers. In this regard, DHCs will enhance its services in 3 aspects. First, the establishment of a multidisciplinary service providers network. DHCs will work with a wider range of healthcare professionals to provide the public with more diversified services. For example, DHCs, in collaboration with the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charities Trust, started the Community Pharmacy Project in mid-June this year, allowing the public to opt for drug consultation and dispensing services in the community. Second, on mental health, 3 DHCs will launch a pilot program this year to provide mental health assessment, early follow-up, and referral for high-risk cases in collaboration with community bodies. Third, on Chinese medicine, or CM, DHCs will establish a service network with CM practitioners and provide personalized CM services under a co-payment model. Fourth, community rehabilitation. DHCs have established referral mechanisms with various clusters of the hospital authority. where DHCs will provide rehabilitation and follow-up services for referred patients with strokes, hip fractures, or post-acute myocardial infarction. As at the 31st of March this year, the cumulative service attendance of a community rehabilitation program was around 34,000 people. DHCs also play a proactive part in flu vaccination. In 2023-24, DHCs have arranged more than 210 vaccination sessions. In addition, the Strategic Purchasing Office will also procure nursing and allied health services from the private sector to support DHCs. This way, DHCs can play a role as a community primary healthcare hub in various ways. Now, strengthening community ties is another priority for DHCs. DHCs have established a regular cooperation mechanism with around 1,000 community bodies. In April this year, the government held a briefing session introducing primary healthcare services to roughly 200 district councillors. The government will also continue to work with local community service partners, including healthcares, in promoting primary healthcare. DHCs have also started working with the operators of transitional housing and will visit 35 transitional housing projects this year to provide those residents with health risk assessments and health education activities. Third, promoting the concept of people-centered disease prevention. DHCs provide whole person primary healthcare services and attend to individuals' health at different stages of their lives. Now, based on the Hong Kong Reference Framework for Life Course Preventive Care in Primary Healthcare, a comprehensive set of guidance on disease prevention and health advice are given to people at different stages of their lives. DHCs will further enhance the depth and breadth of its services to tackle the pattern that men are less likely to actively access preventive primary health care. DHCs will proactively work with different sectors in proactively reaching out to men groups. We will also be gradually integrating the primary healthcare services under the Department of Health, including women health centers and elderly health centers, into DHCs. We will continue to review and respond to the community's needs and strengthen DHC services to optimize the community healthcare system. Thank you. Dr. David Lam. Thank you, President. I thank the Secretary for his response. District health centers are a hub in primary health care. These centers coordinate the services, and the services are taking shape. Now, my follow-up question. For discharged patients from the hospital authority, they get rehabilitation care at DHCs. Does that actually shorten the hospital stay for patients? DHCs cater to the needs of discharged patients. Will the government consider working with the other community healthcare professionals such that these professionals can provide the services? That way, DHCs can actually coordinate the services rather than providing the services themselves. Secretary, I thank Dr. Lam for his question. He also gave us suggestions, and that's a great idea. On the community rehabilitation program, we have in place a referral mechanism. The hospital authority refers hospital patients to the community for rehabilitation. Based on what we have at hand, 34,000 people are taking part in this arrangement. On the idea of shortening the hospital stay of patients, this is one thing we will look at in assessing the success of our scheme. We will be compiling data on that. Now, we're still in the early days of this program, so we don't have enough data to show us the difference in hospital stay. On working with the other rehab care providers in the community, as we promote primary health care, we want to take a multidisciplinary approach. In strategic purchasing, we also take a public-private partnership approach. This is also our direction, and I thank the member for his support for the program. Mr. Michael Lee. Thank you, President. I agree that we have to strengthen our DHCs. Now I have some questions about Chinese medicine services. At each DHC, they provide just around 100 events or activities for CM. I think that falls short of the primary healthcare blueprint and the policy address, which project a stronger role for CM in primary healthcare. CM is popular in the community. On preventive care and alleviating pain, symptoms, and strokes, people believe in CM, and that confidence is growing. What plans are there to step up and increase CM services at DHCs so that Chinese medicine can play a greater role in protecting people's health? Secretary, I agree with the member that CM should play a greater role in healthcare at DHCs, especially for the new centers. We will continue to promote the use of CM. At existing DCHCs, members can access a scheme with CM, especially for rehab for stroke patients and also for those with degenerative arthritic conditions and also lower back pain. The bodies running the DHCs have a service network with CM practitioners. There's a funding mechanism. For people taking part in the scheme, they can receive personalized CM services or other healthcare services under a co-payment model. So for pain symptoms, they can access acupuncture. As at the end of the first quarter of this year, DHCs have reached out to roughly 400 CM practitioners as network service providers for the DHCs. Patients with the conditions I mentioned can go for these subsidized CM services, acupuncture, and pressure and massaging. These CM practitioners provide preventive and health maintenance education, and this also covers dieting advice. DHCs also work with Chinese medicine teaching and research centers. These centers help these DHCs provide various CM services. As at the 31st of March this year, the CM sessions and personalized healthcare services at DHCs number roughly 5,700 people in attendance. CM can also play a role in cessation of smoking, acupuncture, and also special stickers on the ear can help people quit smoking, and this is an area being taken forward. Dr. Teck Chi-yun. Mental health has been receiving increasing attention in the recent years. So the policy address proposes a pilot scheme at 3 DHCs. Just then, the Secretary touched on this. But then he simply replicated the words from the PA without telling us the progress. So my question for the Secretary is that for the 3 pilot schemes targeting high-risk cases of people with mental health issues, how can we create a system for early detection? Will there be a case management model to ensure proper follow-up? What matters above all is to have collaboration between the medical, social, and community sectors. What progress do we see? I thank Dr. Teck for his attention to mental health. This is also top of mind for us. At 3 DHCs, we have a pilot scheme. In primary healthcare, DHCs are not expected to look after high-risk cases in mental health. DHCs provide screening. They provide assessment to help us spot people with possible mental health struggles at higher risk. We're not there to take care of high-risk patients with mental health issues. DHCs, upon spotting high-risk cases, refer those patients to appropriate organizations for follow-up. Now, on the collaboration involving the medical, social, and education sectors, the sector is for the entire community. there's no distinction as to whether someone is a student or not. At the schools, there's a 3-level system. Schools can also play a part. So every stakeholder works hand in hand with one another. They try to spot the high-risk cases. These people may be students or seniors. Thank you. Mr. Stanley. President, just then, I listened to the Secretary's reply about the role played by DHCs. A member asked about the role played by CM practitioners. The Secretary also gave a response. Here's my follow-up question. For the CM services at DHCs, would such services be standard services at DHCs such that every DHC would provide consistent CM services? DHCs coordinate services and act as case managers. The DHCs are not the primary service providers themselves. Doctors and CM practitioners don't provide those programs at the DHCs. On the contrary, DHCs work with the community bodies and stakeholders. This includes family doctors in the community and also CM practitioners. It's about creating this network where DHCs refer patients to appropriate services. Now, for the CM training and research centers, this is where DHCs refer patients to. In the past, the subsidy has gone up from $600,000 to $800,000 for services at CM outpatient care. Reverend Peter Kuhn. A study shows DHCs are mostly used by seniors or people who are older. Does the government have figures on this, and how can we encourage more young people to access DHCs? Secretary. On the figures, as at 31st of March this year, a preliminary figure is that at DHCs, roughly 3,400 members were below the age of 18. There are more senior DHC members. Many factors, external factors are at play. These people tend to be retired people. People of an advanced age tend to have more chronic conditions and they pay greater attention to their health. Young people may see DHCs as less relevant. Under the chronic disease co-care scheme, men appear to be less mindful of their health conditions. The ratio of women and men accessing the services are at 60 to 40. So more women access DHCs than men do. We get it. Health is something people should pay attention to throughout their lives. We will make a greater effort in the recruitment of members at DHCs. We will target different age groups, and we also want to encourage more men to pay greater attention to health. They shouldn't dismiss their health risks. We will promote such education. Our goal is to get everyone to actively take part in DHC activities. Now, on the attendance at DHCs, indeed, people of a more advanced age are more likely to access DHCs, and they are indeed also our priority group.
Question number 3, Mr. Perry, you. President, there are views that Victoria Harbour is an iconic tourist spot Hong Kong takes pride in, and the harbor tours are well received by visitors. However, there are views that vessels engaging in illegal operation of harbor tours have become increasingly rampant. Near Tsim Sha Tsui waterfront, with inadequate berthing arrangements rendering it difficult to protect passengers' safety. In this connection, we government informed this council one of the numbers of Class 1 and Class 4 vessels they can provide harbor tour and the operational requirements of and restrictions on these two classes of vessels. 2. As there are views that some pleasure vessels have allegedly been engaging in illegal carriage of passengers in the vicinity of the Victoria Harbour and instantly charging passengers by means of soliciting of the numbers of inspections and decoy operations in respect of such vessels in the past year, and whether they have reviewed the effectiveness of the enforcement actions. And 3, whether it has monitored the usage of piers and landing steps during peak hours and holidays, and whether it has planned to enhance the facilities and formally crowd control measures to divert passengers, thereby meeting the increasing demand, if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, the Victoria Harbour is one of the major tourist attractions in Hong Kong, attracting a lot of visitors to go sightseeing on shore and at sea every year. At present, marine tours and sightseeing ships are available in the market for tourists and the public to enjoy the scenery of the harbour. Navigational and safety matters in relation to the vessels are regulated by the Marine Department, or MD. Apart from providing licensing of local vessels and surveying services, MD also conducts routine patrols or special operations in Hong Kong waters to enforce marine legislation. If any vessels, including sightseeing ships, are found to have violated marine legislation, the MD will take follow-up actions under the law to ensure compliance with the license requirements and marine legislation. Regarding Mr. Yu's question, my reply in consultation with other departments is as follows. 1. According to the Merchant Shipping Local Vessels Certification Licensing Regulation, Cap 548D, Class 1 vessels such as ferries and launches are permitted to carry more than 12 passengers and mainly for the purpose of carrying passengers. Class 4 vessels can only be used by the owners or the charterers exclusively for pleasure purposes. Generally speaking, all local vessels, including the 2 above-mentioned types, are required to comply with the relevant requirements under the Merchant Shipping Local Vessels Ordinance, Cap 548, and its subsidiary legislation, such as holding a certificate of ownership, a valid operating license on board, and third-party insurance. In addition, the vessels must have on board a qualified coxswain and engine operators or pleasure vessel operators, and the prescribed quantities of life-saving equipment, firefighting appliances, and radio equipment, and must strictly adhere to the number of persons permitted on board allowed by their operating licenses. All classes of vessels must also meet the safety standards in the Code of Practice issued by the MD under Section 8 of Cap 548, specific to different classes of vessels, such as size, speed, nature of voyage, etc., to ensure that vessels with varying characteristics are properly regulated. Further, if a Class 4 vessel is let for hire or reward, the owner must obtain the Director of Marine's prior approval of and endorsement on the vessel's operating license. During the charter period, the written charter agreement or written hire purchase agreement for such vessels must be available on board for inspection by an authorized officer. As of May 2024, there were 265 Class 1 licensed vessels that can engage in sightseeing tours at sea, and 997 Class 4 licensed vessels approved by the Director of Marine to let for hire or reward. 2. From January 2023 to mid-June 2024, MD conducted a total of 230 site inspections and 17 decoy operations in various waters of Hong Kong, and initiated 23 prosecutions. Among them, 17 were convicted, and the legal proceedings for 4 are still underway. To safeguard navigational safety, apart from daily patrols and law enforcement in Hong Kong waters, MD also works closely with the Hong Kong Police Force, including conducting special joint operations during weekends and holidays to combat illegal carriage of passengers and violation of licensing conditions, etc. MD will continue to work closely with the police and review the effectiveness of the enforcement from time to time. In addition, to help the public identify Class 4 vessels endorsed by MD for hire or reward, MD has drawn up a list for public viewing. The list can be accessed by scanning the relevant QR code on pamphlets as well as posters and banners displayed in popular marine tourism spots. MD will keep updating the list. 3. Currently, on both sides of the central Victoria Harbour, there are a number of landing facilities, including ferry piers, and public landing steps for embarkation and disembarkation. Ferry piers are facilities used by franchised and licensed ferry operators. Public piers and public landing steps are public facilities open all day and for use by vessels so long as they comply with the marine regulations, not least in respect of safe embarkation and disembarkation. Regarding ferry piers, ferry operators are responsible for managing the daily operations of the piers. The TD also arranges on-site inspections from time to time to closely monitor passenger demand and maintains close liaison with the ferry operators with a view to upgrading the pier facilities to meet actual needs. Regarding public piers and public landing steps, the daily operation is handled by different departments as part of their scope of work. Generally speaking, TD is responsible for daily management, while CEDD for the maintenance and repair of the piers and landing steps. The government will review the usage of public landing facilities, engage the views of stakeholders to improve the design and usage of the landing facilities. The TD conducts a survey every 2 years on piers and landing steps under their management, including about 30 public piers and public landing steps in the central Victoria Harbour from Tsim Sha Tsui to Kai Tak and from Central to North Point. As observed, the daily usage of most of these facilities is not high, and the embarkation and disembarkation facilities with high usage is generally good and orderly. The TD will continue to review the usage and conditions of the piers and landing steps through regular surveys. Thank you. Mr. Perry, President, having listened to the Secretary, I'm still none the wiser. I still can't really make a distinction between Class 1 and Class 4 operations. Let me cite you a specific example to share my examples, and then I put my question. My experience is that in Tsim Sha Tsui, near the 5 flag posts, there are towns who approach me to go to the sightseeing vessel at the public pier, and they have all the scheduled, the fare for adults and children, and there were 4 sailings per night. Now, these kind of towns and solicitation of passengers, is it legal or illegal? I asked the person, I was taken as a tourist, I was in casual wear, I was taken as a tourist, and I was solicited all the way to the clock tower and asked them whether they are legal, and they said they are operating illegally. Now, for the tourists, it would be hard for them to make any distinction, nor can I. Is this kind of operation legal or illegal? Secretary. President, the member referred to that scenario. I think we have to look at it from two aspects. The first one is the touts, and second, the legality of the vessel. I've said in my principal reply that for Class 4 vessels, there are two types. Class 1 vessels are of larger size. They're ferries, and people tend to be more familiar with the Class 1 vessels. For Class 4 vessels, as indicated in the principal reply, there are a couple of hundred of them in this category. And also in the reply, we said that to facilitate the members of the public and the tourists to identify whether the vessels on offer are operating legally or whether they get the approval to operate at the popular spots, we do distribute these kind of pamphlets regarding Class 4 vessels. And we also have posters near the pier or landing steps. We do have the posters whereby the members of the public or the tourists can just scan a QR code there in order to ascertain whether the vessels on offer have been approved to let for hire or for reward. As to touting, if they are charging for individual passengers, they are not really against the marine legislation. And this is a kind of mode of operation. Dr. Lam. President, thank you. My question for the Secretary is this. Will the Secretary replicate the same example as the taxi ambassador and designate the sightseeing ambassador at the pier to offer some guidance and support for the visitors who are patronizing these vessels? Secretary? Well, I think this is an eminently good suggestion. In answer to Mr. Perrier's question, I already said what we did and all the measures that have been taken, the pamphlets, the QR code, and the poster. I've mentioned all these. Now, the member raised this suggestion. The Transport Department is responsible for the landing steps. The Marine Department is responsible for inspection, and they will be looking at the arrangement for the vessels near the landing steps. And the Tourism Authority is also monitoring this. According to their observation, for inbound mainland tour groups, they tend to use these facilities in the evening more, like Tsim Sha Tsui. They engage in the embarkation and disembarkation in Tsim Sha Tsui for the harbor tours. And during the peak, it is still orderly, and there has not been any observation of chaos. As to whether we need to designate any ambassadors to do some publicity, the government is prepared to consider this. Mr. Robert Lee, President, in order to tackle this particular issue, will the government be using drones to monitor and record the black spots and take immediate law enforcement action? Will drones be deployed to monitor the public piers and the landing steps in order to formulate crowd control measures during holidays? Secretary, thanks very much for the recommendations. As I said in my reply to the earlier questions and also my principal reply, I said already that the various departments are monitoring the boat trips at the hotspots in the Victoria Harbour. At the present moment, from our observation, the situation is pretty smooth. But Mr. Lee asked whether there is any room to deploy high technology like the drones to assist us in our work. We're prepared to look at this if we find that the situation leaves something to be desired. We are prepared to do something about it, and we also see how the drones can improve the situation for the harbour tours. We're prepared to consider this. Mr. Kenneth Fogg. President, I've heard your reply to Mr. Perry Yu's question. I am a little bit bewildered, but the thing is, boat trips are pretty common. There are so many vessels involved, and there is a competition for berthing. And there are certain vessels that are monopolizing these piers in Guntong, near the typhoon shelter. There are disputes over the berthing, and we've seen some criminal offenses, and we've seen some fires, some vessels catching fire. I'm not sure they are related, but are there any measures to guard against these kind of events, and also to make sure there will be orderly berthing of the vessels and resolve these issues involving the berthing of pleasure craft? Secretary, on both sides of Victoria Harbour, Tsim Sha Tsui to Kwun Tong, the usage rate is pretty high also in Kwun Tong. Now, with regard to public piers and landing steps under the marine laws, if they berth at these facilities, they only use them for embarkation and disembarkation, and this is the requirement under law. If they are hogging the facilities, we will take enforcement action, of course, and we will step up the inspection to make sure that this kind of hogging of the facilities or abuse of the landing steps will be minimized. We'll definitely redouble our efforts and mount more inspections to make sure that these occurrences would be minimized. Mr. Frankie Yik. President, I'm not sure what I misheard the Secretary. He seems to be saying in answer to Mr. Perry Yu's question about the legality or illegality of the towels. Now, he seems to be saying that they are operating legally. Now, in your reply, you said that there must be a written charter agreement or hire purchase agreement. There has to be an agreement to allow the groups of passengers to get on board. They cannot be touting for passengers individually. I'm not sure, Mr. Yik, you put a question. Well, this is not a question. I'm pointing out the error. That doesn't have to be answered. He doesn't have to answer this part of my question, but I'm pointing out the error. Now, the second part is about the issues occurring in the Victoria Harbour. Now, you are telling us that you've done so many inspections. There were 23 prosecutions. Now, you haven't told us whether prosecution has taken place regarding the Victoria Harbour. I'm telling you, this is not effective. That I can take you to Tsim Sha Tsui. There are dozens of these vessels that are operating illegally. We raised this question because these vessels are hogging the landing steps, and the bona fide operators cannot really use the facilities, and this is also giving rise to marine safety issues. How are you going to combat this problem? Secretary, President, Mr. Yik is basically talking about two things. Let me do this in the reverse order. In my principal reply, we said that in the Hong Kong waters, we have taken certain inspections. Now, for the Victoria Harbour in 2024, January to June, the Marine Department has, that's in Tsim Sha Tsui waters, 12 inspections have taken place. And that's in answer to the second part of the question. For the first part, as I said in my principal reply, for Class 4 vessels, they have to obtain the approval of the Marine Department before they can let the vessel for hire or for reward. Now, as to whether the tourists come individually or in groups, they are not really against the marine legislation. We have sought DOJ's advice on this one. Mr. Yik talked about the hotspots, and these vessels are hogging the landing steps. As I said in earlier replies, if they are monopolizing the landing steps without engaging in embarkation and disembarkation, they are on the wrong side of the law. And we are, in fact, stepping up the inspection together with the Marine Department and taking enforcement action.
Question 4, Mr. Holden Chow. President, it has been reported that in January this year, a child abuse case took place in the Tuen Mun district involving a 9-month-old baby girl who was taken care of by a home-based child carer, HCC, recruited by a non-profit-making organization under the Neighborhood Support Child Care Project, the CARE project in short. In this connection, will the government inform this council? 1. As it has been reported that the baby girl involved was the first child entrusted to the care of the HCC involved in the case, whether the authorities will consider rendering more assistance to novice HCCs with less experience in the future by, for example, deploying another experienced HCC or professional child carers to accompany them to take care of the children for several times until they are experienced enough to take care of the children on their own. If so, of the details, if not, the reason for that. 2. Of the respective numbers of profit-making and non-profit-making organizations providing home-based child care services under the Child Care Project in the Tuen Mun district in each of the past 5 years, and the details of the training provided by these organizations for recruited HCCs. In 3, given that in reply to a question raised by a member of this council on the 27th of March this year, the government indicated that since the launch of the CARE project, the Social Welfare Department, SWD, has received 4 reports of accidents leading to the injury of young children. Of the number of accidents proved to be caused by negligence of HCC after investigation and the improvement measures taken by SWD after each accident. Secretary for Labor and Welfare. President, the reply to the member's question is as follows. Regarding Parts 1 and 2 of the question, the SWD subsidizes non-government organizations to operate the Neighborhood Child Care Project as CCP, which includes home-based child care service HCC as provided by the home-based child carers HCCs as their own residence or suitable place as approved by the service operators for children aged under 9, and the center-based care groups CCGs provided at the service center set up by the service operators for children aged between 3 to 9. At present, there is one service team operated by an NGO set up in each of the 18 districts of Hong Kong, including Tuen Mun District, under NSCCP. SWD has all along required service operators to establish mechanisms to recruit, assess, screen, and train up HCCs and arrange service matching. At present, HCCs are required to receive 4 hours of basic training covering infant and child growth and development and care skills, child nutrition, and home safety, etc., as well as 1 hour of professional child care training provided by child care workers. Besides, social workers of the service operators are required to conduct monthly home visits to HCCs who are providing services, and the child care workers of the operators are also required to provide them with individual training or supervision on a monthly basis. Depending on the background and abilities of HCC, the service operators will also provide them with enhanced training or retraining courses, including training on the identification of child abuse and continuously assess and follow up on their performance. To enhance SCCP, SWD will strengthen the training for HCC starting from the 4th quarter this year, the content of which is standardized and formulated by SWD. Trainees are required to undergo 14 hours of basic training, including infant development and child physical and psychological development, special development milestones and needs of growth, care and communication skills, home safety and hygiene, handling of accidents or special incidents, etc. And HCCs who are arranged to take care of children with special learning needs must receive an additional 4 hours of advanced training to acquire relevant knowledge and skills. Service operators are required to evaluate their childcare skills and knowledge of HCCs after completing the training. Their confidence in providing care services and whether the home environment is suitable for providing care services before arranging them to provide services. Under the enhanced HSCCP, apart from the existing home visits, training, supervision, and continuous evaluation and follow-up on the performance of HCCs, relevant figures on training or supervision will also be included in the service quality indicators, and the service operators are required to submit relevant statistical information to SWD on a quarterly basis. SWDB will also conduct regular and surprise visits to assess whether service operators are in compliance with the requirements of the service agreement. 3. Regarding the reports of 4 accidents leading to the injury of young children mentioned in the government's reply to a member's question on the 27th of March 2024, after investigation, the 4 incidents were merely accidents, that is, excluding suspected child abuse incidents, and did not involve negligence of HCCs. In response to each incident, SWD has instructed the relevant service operators to take corresponding improvement measures, including enhancing CCG's environmental safety, enhancing HCC's home safety awareness, as well as the precautions and care skills in taking care of children of different ages at the same time, and strengthening their safety knowledge and arranging outings for children. SWD will continue to remind various service operators of the need to continuously examine the assessment and service matching arrangement of HCCS and to strengthen the training for HCCs. Thank you, President. Mr. Holden Chow. President, the problems of HCC in Tuen Mun, we've been following up on them. The hourly rate of those HCC has been increasing. The problem is if we have enough supply of HCC, as mentioned in the main reply, we only have one service team that serve the Tuen Mun district. I wonder if we can engage more NGOs to operate such services so that NGOs can choose HCCs to provide such service to ensure the service quality and safety. Secretary, President, we have a tender exercise for NGOs to bid for provision of service under NSCCP. Such arrangement applies to all 18 districts. We have one NGOs that provides us service in each district, and we have a competitive exercise for the NGOs to compete for the provision of service. We have introduced a certain level of competition to make sure that the service quality is up to par. Dr. Dennis Lam. Thank you, President. The role of HCC is becoming more and more important. And the service quality depends on the capability of the HCC. I thank the Secretary for detailing the NSCCP. We have high requirements for HCCs. So my question for the Secretary is this, regarding training and how we can make the program more systematic so that we can have high quality and enough HCC to cater to the needs of the districts in the territory. Secretary. Thank you, Dr. Lam, for the question. Under the NSCCP, the training of the HCC is provided by individual NGOs. We propose that starting from the 4th quarter this year, the content of the training will be formulated by SWD. This is the first major change, and the number of hours of training will be increased as well. Previously, the HCC were asked to train for 4 hours, but starting for the 4th quarter this year, the HCCs are required to undergo 14 hours of basic training. So these are the 2 major changes in order to ensure the service quality of HCCs. Thank you. Next, Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, President. HCCs are of great help to family including dual income parents who want to work. We are concerned about children aged below 3 years old. After each and every incident, has the government done any publicity and education to instill confidence in parents in SCCP? Secretary, thank you. We have to make sure that HCC's service quality is up to par because they take care of children of special needs and infants aged under 3. We can improve their service quality through different means. First, we increase the number of hours of training. Second, we monitor the NGO so that they enhance their service matching to identify suitable HCCs. This project has been in place since 2008, and this is a very popular project. We want to enhance the basic training offered to HCC so that parents have more confidence in making use of their service. Thank you. Next, Mr. Tancapio. Thank you, President. I've been assisting the families whose baby girl was being abused. And gladly, the baby girls returned to general wards from ICUs. People are concerned about this incident. So I wonder, how will the SWD and LWB support the baby girl who's been injured and their family, and when will the legal investigation be completed? Secretary, thank you. The LWD attaches a lot of importance to the case. We're glad to see that the baby girl is recovering. We have a series of support and assistance to this family. We think that this family needs medical support currently, and as we can see, the Atuma Hospital is taking care of the baby girl. Now, in terms of welfare support, we are happy to provide such assistance to the family. As for this particular case, as is under the investigation of the police, it's not appropriate for me to make any comment at this stage. Ms. Doreen Kong. Thank you, President. Negligence results in dire consequences to children in terms of their psychological health. So I want to ask about the 14 hours of basic training offered by the SWD. I think that the length of training is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the content of the training. I went to the training course for the construction safety card. I think the government have to make sure that the trainees actually understand the content of their training. Secretary, thank you. I completely agree with what Ms. Doreen Kong said. We have certain standards for the 14 hours of basic training. This is a substantial increase in terms of hours from the current 4 hours that we have. The key is that we have to make sure that the trainees actually understand the relevant content of the training. As SWD will be responsible for organizing the training, we think that the quality will be improved. I want to stress that actually most HCCs are dedicated to their jobs. I went to a ceremony that deliver awards to HCCs. We see that a lot of children are actually have a good relationship with their HCC. So apart from basic training, I think that we have to enhance exchange among different HCCs. We'll engage NGOs to see if we can organize exchange sessions for HCC so that they can learn from each other. Next, Mr. Chi Kwok-kan. Thank you, President. After declare interest, I am a director of a profit-making kindergarten. There is different level experience among different HCCs. That is why they offer service quality of different level. Now, it's very difficult for kindergarten to apply for certain schemes for after-school care. For example, kindergartens have to meet high requirements for fire safety and equipment. And most kindergartens do not fulfill these requirements and they abandon the after-school care program. So will the government relax the barriers for kindergartens to apply for after-school care so that more kindergartens can provide care services to meet the needs of dual-income parents? Thank you. Secretary. Thank you. I don't think that his question is completely related to the NSCCP in discussion today. If kindergartens want to provide childcare service, we may be able to relax certain restrictions. However, some of the requirements are legal ones. For the requirements that are not legally related, if the schools meet certain requirements, that we will try to accommodate them. But each case is unique. We know that there is huge demand for childcare service. Perhaps after the meeting, I can talk to different interested kindergartens to see if we can allow them to provide such services. Thank you. Next, Ms. Lam So-wai. Thank you, President. Regarding this NSCCP, I know that there has been a number of incidents, so I wonder if the government should review the entire project to see if there is any systematic issue or problems with declaration. And I think that the administration should publish the result of investigation and announce any improvement measures that they have. Secretary. Thank you, President. NSCCP has been in place since 2008. Over 150,000 children benefited from the project. What is the goal of this project? It is to make good use of neighborhood resources. We want to have the neighbors to take care of children in the same district. Now, looking at the statistics and the response from the community, we know that the project is very popular. Otherwise, the government will not be dedicating more and more resources to the project. Regarding the 4 incidents, there was 4 incidents out of 150,000 children that have been taken care of under the project. In one case, a child fell off from a chair, and the HC pulled him up, and there was some lesion with the child's hand, and that was one incident. And there was another child who bumped into a playground and lost his tooth, and that's another incident. I think that you can call these home accidents. And after investigation, we found out that the injury has nothing to do with the HCCs. 115,000 children benefited. Only a few accidents have been seen. So I think that this is very rare, and we will try to improve the NSCCP so that families in need can benefit. Thank you. Next, Mr. Tony Che. Thank you, President. Apart from basic training or training the HCC, I think that the HCCs themselves have to be passionate about the service. I know that the Secretary has been in touch with the HCC to recognize them. I think that if we have HCCs exchange with one another about their childcare skills and experience, I wonder what the Secretary has done in order to facilitate such exchange among HCCs in terms of their childcare skills. Secretary. Thank you, President. The NGOs and the service operators are actually organizing such exchange sessions. Most service operators of NSCCP are knowledgeable in their own districts. So most HCCs are ones or people who live in the same district. As I've mentioned, every 2 years we have an award ceremony for HCCs, and in the ceremony we have HCCs share their experience, and we recognize HCCs that have served the community for a long time. Apart from providing service, actually the community and myself recognize the efforts and good work of HCCs. Through these award ceremony, HCCs can share with the community their experience. Thank you, Mr. Shang Hailong. Thank you, President. The Secretary said that they provide NSCCP services at suitable locations. So I wonder what these suitable locations are. Secretary, thank you. Sometimes HCCs provide service at their own homes, and NGOs sometimes offer a space at their centers for the HCCs to provide care. We have to approve the center for the HCCs to provide service to make sure that is suitable. Next, Reverend Peter Kuhn. Thank you, President. Just now, the Secretary said that there was award ceremonies. For excellent HCCs, can we have the Chief Executive award or give them some awards so that more people will be willing to become HCCs? Secretary. Thank you, President. Thank you, Reverend Kuhn, for the suggestion. This year, we've elevated the ceremony to be hosted by the Secretary for Labor and Welfare, and we will see if we can strengthen and enhance the recognition to HCCs. Thank you.
Question 5, Mr. Porte. Thank you, President. Many members of the public who are not civil servants, CS, have relayed that in recent years there has been a shortage of dental manpower and that the fees for dental consultations and surgeries have surged, which are unaffordable for both the grassroots and the middle class. There are views that the government should study the implementation of a scheme which is similar to the one proposing to procure dental services from the mainland for CS, to procure dental services from the mainland or provide subsidies for members of the public who are not CS in order to ease the plight of members of the public with dental problems through a two-pronged approach. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, as there are views that dental services affordable for the public are limited and that the main service targets of government dental clinics are CS, why the government procures dental services from the mainland only for CS but not for the general public at the same time? 2, of the estimated expenditure, service quotas, scope of treatment, and implementation timetable of the scheme under consideration to procure dental services from the mainland for CS, whether it has assessed the manpower in government dental clinics that can be released to serve members of the public who are not CS upon the implementation of the scheme, as well as the estimated number of beneficiaries. And 3, as some members of the public opine that the government's procurement of dental services from the mainland for the public will yield more immediate results and serve the public in a more practical way than spending hundreds of millions of dollars organizing the courtesy campaign Should Be Hearts Hong Kong and the Team Lab continuous exhibition, the actual economic benefits of which are doubtful and they are even expendable. Whether the government will, from the perspective of addressing the pressing needs of the public, at least procure dental services for the public from the mainland cities of the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area, while studying the procurement of dental services from the mainland for CS, so as to give members of the public one more option. Thank you, President. Secretary for Health. I thank Mr. Porte for showing a lot of concern over the dental services in Hong Kong. We attach importance to prevention, early identification, and timely intervention. We also encourage the public to develop good oral hygiene habits, and we raise public awareness of oral hygiene and health through publicity and education. In general, the need for dental treatment or surgery due to tooth decay and gum diseases can be greatly reduced if good oral hygiene habits are maintained. Agreeing to the recommendations made by the Working Group on Oral Health and Dental Care, the working group established earlier by the Health Bureau, the government should attach importance to prevention, early identification, and timely intervention in the future development of dental services with the goal of retention of natural teeth and enhancing the overall level of citizens' oral health. When considering the provision of government-funded comprehensive curative dental services, the long-term financial sustainability must be taken into account. It is more cost-effective to put the emphasis on preventive primary dental services. In consultation with the Civil Service Bureau, we provide a consolidated reply to the question asked by Mr. Porte. At present, the government mainly undertakes publicity, education, and promotion of oral health, in particular with emphasis on nurturing good oral hygiene habits from an early age, including the provision of the school dental care service for children. Dental services provided or subsidized by the government mainly cater for persons with special needs in dental care, especially persons with financial difficulties or those with difficulty in accessing general dental services, such as recipients of CSSA, Comprehensive Social Security Assistance, and Old Age Living Allowance. Elderly persons in residential care homes, persons with intellectual disabilities, and so on. Besides, dental services are also covered by the government's Elderly Healthcare Voucher Scheme. The government's expenditure on public or subsidized dental services has been on the rise in the past years. The total expenditure increased from $886.4 million in 2020 to 21 to about $1.2753 billion in 2023 to 24, an increase of about 44% over 3 years. The government in the future will promote primary dental services to help citizens manage their own oral health for the prevention of oral diseases and the development of the government will develop appropriate dental services targeting underprivileged groups. On the other hand, it is stipulated that in the terms of employment for CS, that the government will provide dental care services for CS and their eligible dependents. The relevant services has been provided by government dental clinics under the Department of Health, and this is the benefits of civil servants. The expenditure is met by the dental clinics under the Department of Health. The expenditure is met by the resources earmarked for civil service medical and dental benefits. Such services do not form part of the public dental services provided to the general public. To ease the excessively long wait of civil service eligible persons CSEPs for dental services amid the increasing demand for civil service dental services, the CSB launched the pilot scheme on dental services dental scaling for civil service eligible persons CSEP. It was rolled out last year using the existing resources for civil service, medical, and dental benefits. Under the pilot scheme, CSEPs can receive dental scaling services in participating private dental clinics. The CSB is also looking into the feasibility of other proposals, including the provision of dental services to CSEPs in the GBA. As the CSB is still considering the related proposals and has not yet come up with any specific plans, no further information is available at present. Like the pilot scheme, any civil service dental services that may be implemented in the future will be funded by the resources earmarked for civil service medical and dental benefits. It will not be the resources from the public fund. As for the procurement of healthcare services from the mainland, the Hong Kong SAR government will not easily shift its responsibility of taking care of citizens' health to the mainland healthcare system, as it has all along shouldered the important role of protecting the health of Hong Kong citizens and providing them with quality healthcare services. When formulating cross-boundary healthcare measures, apart from supporting the healthcare needs of Hong Kong citizens who who choose to reside in mainland or use the services there, the Hong Kong SAR government will take into account the potential impact of such measures on the social resources and people's livelihood in the mainland. For example, to provide emergency dental care services or continuous dental services, we need to pay special attention. Is it suitable to procure dental services from the mainland? Taking dental services, well, based on the report and the 2023 policy address, the Chief Executive announced a series of measures, including the launch of the Primary Dental Co-Care Pilot Scheme for adolescents and elderly persons not only benefit from dentures, but they can also benefit in relation to orthodontic treatment, dental scaling, tooth extraction, and so on. We will also extend the Health Teeth Collaboration Scheme. We will also increase the quota. In relation to the Primary Dental Co-Care Pilot Scheme for adolescents for those aged between 13 and 17, we will also collaborate with NGOs to increase emergency dental services targeting underprivileged groups with financial difficulties by providing an additional capacity that will be at least twice the current capacity of general public sessions offered by government dental clinics. The working group will issue the final report before the end of its tenure by late 2024. By then, the government will consider the various policy directions and recommendations on the development of dental services put forward by the working group. Thank you, President. Mr. Porter. Thank you, President. As I understand, starting from 1947, the government has been providing CS with dental services. It has been 77 years, but the targets are only CS. Only limited emergency dental services are provided to the public. It has been so for the past 8 decades. We have started to see breakthroughs. For example, medical vouchers include dental services. Starting from the third quarter, there will be some clinics in Shenzhen that accept the use of healthcare vouchers. In Hong Kong, dental services are 3 times as expensive as those in mainland China. President, when the CS have this mechanism, why don't we consider improving the mechanism for the general public? It is to show care. It is not a kind of responsibility. It has been remaining so for the past 8 decades. Thank you, Mr. Porter, for your question. The dental services provided to CS are benefits provided to employees, which is different from the dental services provided to the public. Let me give you an example. A bank may provide dental benefits to its staff. However, the bank only provides banking services to members of the public. So we cannot say when the bank provides dental benefits or dental services to its staff, then it needs to provide dental services to the public. That's very different. Mr. Kingsley Wong. Thank you, President. It is convenient and cheaper to receive dental care services in the mainland. In Hong Kong, it's much more expensive. The waiting time is long. The expansion of the elderly healthcare voucher GBA pilot scheme is very much well received. The organizations have been selected and shortlisted by the government. The quality is guaranteed. As the Secretary mentioned, dental care services are provided to people with financial difficulties or those on CSSA. Will the administration increase the number of organizations under the pilot scheme? And will the administration buy dental care service places to support those with financial difficulties, for example, those who are on CSSA or on old age living allowance, so the members of the public in Hong Kong can go to the mainland to receive dental services? Secretary. Healthcare vouchers are provided by the government to the elderly in Hong Kong. It is a benefit. It allows them to go to the private sector to choose the services that they need. We encourage people to take a preventive approach. For example, if they use $1,000 out of the voucher, then they can get an additional $500. So the elderly healthcare voucher GBA pilot scheme is to exactly give citizens one more choice. It is not procured by the government. It is one more option for them. In 2023 policy address, it mentions that we will work with NGOs targeting underprivileged groups or those with financial difficulties. Will provide emergency dental care services. That's provided by NGOs. The number of GP sessions will be at least double the existing GP session quotas. Mr. Chan Kim-po, thank you, President. In the mainland, dental care was much less expensive, but the quality was not stable. It's only 1/3 of the expenses of dental care services in Hong Kong. Will the administration consider different proposals, for example, requiring the working group to look into the possibility of procuring dental care services from the mainland? Secretary, regarding the fees, many factors are at play. There are many different reasons behind the difference in the costs of dental care services in mainland and in Hong Kong. The government has the responsibility for providing services to the people in Hong Kong. We won't shift the responsibility to the organizations in the mainland. I need to emphasize we want to complement with the advantages of our mainland counterparts. We want to achieve a win-win situation. We need to focus on prevention. On treatment, we want to take care of those with special financial difficulties or the elderly in the RCHE or those with intellectual disabilities. Mr. Kisanyang, thank you, President. For the pilot scheme on dental services, dental scaling for CSEPs, $600 are sponsored. Some CSEPs told me only dental scaling is not sufficient. They don't mind going back to the mainland for dental care services. I visited a mainland city, dental scaling $100, and for filling $200. For extraction, $200 as well. Using the example of the secretary, well, the bank can give the money to the staff, and then the staff can reimburse the money after the dental treatment. So, secretary, can you work faster? Can you tell us the study results so that CSEPs will have a better idea of how they can use the public fund in a better manner? In the long run, we can also consider increasing the quota of the organizations in the mainland providing dental care services. As I emphasized, the provision of dental benefits is under the purview of the CSB. It is also stipulated in the contract of employment. The dental benefits are not part of the public resources. Instead, they are part of the dental care benefits of CSEPs. The CSB is still looking into the pilot scheme on dental scaling, how to make improvements, and whether we will procure dental care services for CSEPs in the GBA or in the mainland. Right now, the CSB does not have any concrete plan. They are still looking into the situation, and we will provide information when it's available. At present, we don't have further information. Mr. Stanley Lee. Thank you, President. Oral health may change one's eating habits. To a certain degree, it's affecting people's health. The Secretary attaches a lot of importance to people's health, but two issues will affect the health of citizens. In Hong Kong, waiting for dental care services is long. It's also expensive, whereas in the mainland it's cheaper, it's more convenient. Right now, the Community Care Fund provides subsidies, but there's a threshold. That's why it's unfair right now. Can we consider subsidizing the elderly to receive dental care services in the mainland instead of deducting the amount from their elderly healthcare vouchers? Otherwise, the situation will stay unfair in the long run. Secretary, the government has considered all these policies, including dental care policies. We emphasize fairness. The service of the elderly healthcare vouchers is to allow the elderly to make their own decisions. They can choose to receive the services in Hong Kong. Indeed, dental services in Hong Kong are much more expensive. But then they will have to bear the cost when they travel across the border. That is time cost and travel cost. So they can choose whether they will receive services in the mainland. So the elderly healthcare voucher program allows the elderly to make their own choice whether they will go across the border to receive dental services. Mr. Lam Chen Sing. Thank you, President. Dental services are rather expensive. It's cheaper in the mainland, but complicated procedures may cost up to thousands of dollars. The amount of elderly healthcare vouchers may not be able to meet the expenses. So will the administration consider increasing the amount of the vouchers and allowing the elderly to receive specified dental care services in the mainland? Thank you, Mr. Lam, for his question. In 2023 to 24, the expenses of elderly healthcare vouchers, when it comes to applications, was 413 million. That is the second most popular item. And our total expenditure reached $1.2 billion or so. As I mentioned, in a short period of time, the expenses have already gone up by 44%. We can see that the administration has been devoting resources in this connection. But as resources are limited, while considering elderly healthcare vouchers, different elderly persons have different needs. Some of them have dental needs, some of them have traditional Chinese medicine needs, or even Western medicine needs. Their needs vary. So we don't want to set any restrictions on specialties under the voucher scheme. We want to give the elderly freedom. We want to give them choices. We don't want to roll out, for example, dental care vouchers. Thank you.
Last question seeking an oral reply, Mr. Gary Chen. Thank you, President. It has been reported that the United Nations Environment Programme has warned that by 2050, up to 10 million people may die each year due to antimicrobial resistance. In addition, a study conducted by a local university has found that Xingmun River, Kaitai River, and the waters near various landfills contain residual medicines, including antibiotics. In this connection, will the government inform this council whether it conducted tests on the content of antimicrobial medicines, such as antibiotics, in local aquatic products in the past 3 years? If so, of the details. If not, the reasons for that. Of the measures in place to prevent the content of antimicrobial medicines in local waters, rivers, and aquatic products from exceeding the prescribed limits. Thank you. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, upon consultation with the Health Bureau, we provide a consolidated reply to the questions as follows. Antimicrobial resistance, AMR, refers to the ability of bacteria to evolve and become resistant to previously effective medications. When patients are infected with drug-resistant bacteria, their illness may be prolonged and may even increase the death risk. The misuse and overuse of antibiotics are the major factors leading to the development of drug-resistant bacteria. The government has been placing great importance on addressing the necessity of combating AMR. In 2016, the High-Level Steering Committee on Antimicrobial Resistance was established, chaired by the Secretary for Health and comprising members from various government bureaus and departments, including the Health Bureau, Environment and Ecology Bureau, Agriculture, Fisheries and Conservation Departments, AFCD, Department of Health, Food and Environmental Hygiene Departments, FEHD, and Environmental Protection Departments, EPD, as well as public and private hospitals, healthcare organizations, academia, and relevant professional bodies. The aim is to encourage professional sectors to collaborate and exchange ideas within the framework of One Health. In 2022, the government published the second Hong Kong Strategy and Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance, the Action Plan, outlining strategies to tackle the threat of AMR from 2023 to 2027. The objectives include optimizing the use of antimicrobials and promoting research related to AMR, such as the role and importance of the environment in the evolution of AMR. Citizens should pay attention to personal hygiene when using antimicrobials, including maintaining hand hygiene and following doctors' advice on antimicrobial use, and consult doctors or pharmacists as appropriate if in doubt. Under the One Health framework, relevant government bureaus and departments are working closely together through cross-sectoral coordination and collaboration to implement various aspects of the action plan. On the testing of antimicrobial drugs content relating to antibiotics on locally sold aquatic products, the Center for Food Safety of FHD collected around 4,300 locally sold aquatic product samples for testing antibiotics residues under the food surveillance program from 2021 to May 2024, among which the antibiotics residues content of samples were found to be unsatisfactory. The satisfactory rate was 99.8%. For reference, the overall satisfactory rate of the routine food surveillance program from 2021 to 23 was 99.8% to 99.9% each year. So you can see that in terms of antibiotics residues, the content is comparable compared to is in line with the satisfactory rate. In addition, AFCD has launched the accredited fish farm scheme to enhance the competitiveness of local fisheries products. Under the scheme, aquaculture farms are not allowed to use any antimicrobials without prior instructions of AFCD or a registered veterinary surgeon. Aquaculture farms must also maintain records of the inventory and usage of drugs and feed additives. Over the past 3 years, AFCD has collected around 800 local aquaculture samples for testing, and all samples have met relevant requirements. For disposal of waste medicines according to the Waste Disposal Ordinance, expired or ineffective waste medicines, including antibiotics generated by pharmaceutical suppliers or medical institutions, are classified as chemical waste. Their storage, collection, delivery, and disposal must comply with the requirements of the Waste Disposal Chemical Waste General Regulation Cap 354C. The relevant organizations are required to engage licensed chemical waste collectors to collect and deliver the chemical waste to the licensed chemical waste disposal facilities for incineration or proper disposal. EPD also issues letters to remind organizations such as hospitals and clinics to properly dispose of waste medicines generated, including antibiotics, in accordance with the legislative requirements. As for the small amount of waste medicines generated from domestic sources, they can be disposed of as general domestic waste. The landfills in operation in Hong Kong were designed and constructed as fully contained facilities with a multi-layer composite impermeable liner system covering the entire base area of the landfills. Waste undergoes anaerobic digestion in the landfill, and the leachate arising from the composition will be fully collected and treated at the leachate treatment facility set up at the landfill, including the use of sequential batch reactors for aerobic digestion. If the leachate contains residual antibiotics, the majority of which will have been removed before discharging into public sewers. On sewage treatment, over 93% of the population are now served by the public sewerage system. According to the research conducted by the Drainage Services Department, the sewage treatment works in Hong Kong can effectively remove most of the pharmaceutical residues, including antibiotics, in the sewage, for which the removal rate of some antibiotics in the secondary sewage treatment works can reach 90% or above. These findings are on par with those of relevant overseas research studies. The amount of the residual antibiotics in the treated effluents will have been greatly reduced after the sewage treatment process. To protect the quality of aquatic ecosystem of Hong Kong's marine waters and river waters, EPD has all along been implementing routine water quality monitoring program to provide data for water quality management and pollution control purposes. Regarding the impacts of residual antibiotic levels on the aquatic environment of Hong Kong, EPD commissioned a local university to conduct an aquatic environmental baseline study from 2020 to 2021. The findings showed that the residual antibiotic levels in local river waters, including Kai Tak River and Shing Mun River, were comparable to data observed in other highly populated cities in the world, such as London in the United Kingdom, Glasgow in Scotland, Brussels in Belgium, and Vienna in Austria. The levels of the residual antibiotics in the aquatic environment of Hong Kong were lower than the predicted no-effect concentration, indicating that there was no material impact on local aquatic environment. Thank you, President. Mr. Gary Chen. Thank you, President. Well, the government said that in the stream and river courses and water bodies in Hong Kong, the amount of antimicrobials is of a small amount, and also waste medicines generated from domestic sources in small amounts, so they could be disposed of as general domestic waste. But then there was a recycling program by an NGO, and they recycled 1.78 million pills, and each year there are tens of millions of dollars wasted on the disposed drugs. And it doesn't even count waste medicine disposed by households. And then, of course, they also contaminate the environment. Now, since you do teach the public not to abuse the use of antibiotics, why don't you also teach the public how they should dispose of medicines that they no longer need? Why don't you set up a recycling system under the public health, public hospital system? Under Secretary for Health. Thank you for the question. Now, the hospital authority has to observe safety standards. They will not reuse or recycle drugs, medicines that's been distributed, because after the medication has been distributed, there's no guarantee that they've been stored properly. For example, the medication has been stored in a very hot place, and so if we give the medicine again to someone else, we cannot ensure the safety and efficacy of the medicine. And also, we cannot be sure that distributed medicine has not been contaminated, affecting the efficacy of the medicine. So we need to make sure safety and quality as well as efficacy of medicines. So for this medicines already distributed, it will not be taken back for distribution to someone else. No, I'm not asking, you've got my question wrong, I'm not asking you to reuse the medicine, I'm talking about recycling medicine. Yeah, I haven't finished, actually. Now, the hospital found that it's more effective to deal with the issue at source rather than focusing on recycling. So that's why the HA has a series of measures to tackle the issue at source. We want to prevent patients from keeping too much medicine. So we are doing education. We also have medication counseling centers. So pharmacists will teach the public how to use medicine. And then with our medicine dispensing system, we are not giving out too much medicine now. Maybe we'll just give medicine for a month. And then for other medicine that don't need to be taken every day, such as paracetamol, so we may just give out medicine for a few weeks, and so they have to come back for more if they need it. And then we also have pharmacists or nurse clinics to teach patients how to use medicine properly. For example, blood thinners and medicine for asthma. So there's no need to stock up too much at home. And then we also want to develop the community pharmacy system. That means patients could keep just a small amount of drugs at home, and if they finish, then they could go to the community pharmacies to get a refill at a low price. That's very affordable. So we are taking various measures at source to make sure that there's no need for patients to keep too much medicine at home. Dr. Dennis Lam. Now, AMR could be a real serious problem. If there are superbugs, then doctors may use all the biotics at their disposal. Still, they cannot kill the bacteria or virus, and that could lead to a health crisis, actually. So, what is the situation like in Hong Kong in respect of superbugs or AMR? Now, how do we compare ourselves with other major cities in the world? Is the situation serious here in Hong Kong? Who will take the question, please? Thank you, President. Thank you, Dr. Lam. On AMR, we do monitor the situation closely. We find that compared to the other parts of the world, we are doing rather fine. Now, if we talk about AMR, we don't just look at antibiotics. We look at other drugs for fungus and virus and so on. We also monitor the wholesale level and supply of such drugs, because that's an indicator to show whether in Hong Kong as a whole we're using too much such drugs, and that may lead eventually to AMR. We also look at the indicators of the WHO. Maybe there is a certain type of drugs that can be used broadly that may have a smaller risk of leading to AMR, and the minimum is 60, there's a minimum standard set by the WHO that we watch carefully. So in terms of AMR, we believe that the situation is satisfactory here in Hong Kong. But of course, we would like to do more. The reason is, as Dr. Lam mentioned, if there are more super drugs that more drug-resistant virus or bacteria, there will be a smaller choice of drugs that can be used on them. That's why we need to keep AMR down. Mr. Chen Siu-Hong, thank you. Now, in the main reply, the Secretary said that waste medicines from households could be disposed of as general domestic waste, so there is therefore no plan to provide a service for collecting waste medicine from households or to impose any restriction. Now, the public may just flush away their unused drugs through in the toilet, and it will affect the level in our water bodies. And then in other places, they already have a scheme to recycle unused drugs. Mr. Gary Chen mentioned that last year an organization launched a community medicine recycling program with very good results. Now, the Undersecretary said that you are trying to reduce the provision of drugs at source, and so you encourage the public to just finish their course and not stock up on drugs. And then there's mention of, then the Secretary SEE said that by the time treated wastewater is discharged, there's already diluted level of drugs. But can we not put in place a drug recycling scheme? Because these actually are items that may pollute the environment, so we should handle or treat such waste properly. At the same time, we could take the opportunity to enhance public awareness on the need to on the benefits of recycling drugs. Why aren't you considering such a scheme? As Secretary for SEE. Let me first give a reply from the point of view of waste collection and disposal, and then U.S. Undersecretary for Health will see if there's need to supplement. Now, when we consider waste recycling, we consider the two factors. Firstly, the impact of waste on the environment. If there are certain waste that will have serious impact on the environment, definitely there will be schemes to treat such waste. Chemical waste, medical waste are obvious examples. So another consideration is the amount of waste, because if a certain kind of waste is in a large amount, then it will be more. There will be more cost benefit in recycling the waste. So these are the two factors we consider. Mr. Chen mentioned medications or medicines. Well, yes, we have done much monitoring on the disposal of medicine, and then even if it's waste medicine from the household that gain their way to our landfill or to our sewage treatment plants, there will be proper treatment. So that's why in the environment, we don't see that in the aquatic environment that there is a high level of antibiotics in the water body. So we believe, therefore, the existing approach is sufficient to handle waste medicines from households. And if you consider the amount of waste medicines from households, it accounts for a tiny percentage of waste collected. So that's why probably there won't be priority for treating medicine. But in other places, they may have a different approach because they're concerned about the pollution caused to river or stream courses. But then in Hong Kong, we are highly urbanized. 93% of our sewage is 93% of population is covered by a sewage system. So there is collection of sewage in all parts of Hong Kong. But in other places, their cities may cover a much larger area. Their sewage treatment percentage, it won't be as high as in Hong Kong. And so that's why they may not have the same strategies as us in handling such waste medicines in river courses and so on. Now, perhaps the Undersecretary for Health would also like to supplement from the point of view of medical care. Undersecretary for Health, well, we believe it's more effective to tackle the issue at source. That is, we don't give out so much medicine. Now, we've done a lot on that. We need to explain to the patients why we're not giving them so much medicine. Actually, in particular for the elderly, because when elderly patients collect too much medicine, they don't even know how to use them. So that's why we provide a whole array of services. For example, at our district health center, there are pharmacists to explain to the public how they should take certain medicine. So we try to reduce the amount of medicine distributed. and then we will also consider how we could refill medicine, because some patients may not want to go back to the hospital again for a refill of medication. And so we are considering the community pharmacy approach. So each time people will be able to get a refill easily, and they don't need to stock up so much on medicine. Mr. Stephen Ho, I thank Mr. Gary Chen for his question. In his question, he said that the United Nations Environment Programme has warned that by 2020, up to 10 million people may die each year due to AMR. And then there's also the question of disposal of waste that may lead to problems. And then the Undersecretary for Health says that the issue should be tackled at source. So that's why it is really. That's why you actually chair the high-level steering committee on AMRs. If that's the case, you should try to tackle the issue at source by not indiscriminately distributing medicine. Now, the high-level steering committee on AMR always comes up with crazy release. They stop pig farms from using antibiotics. But if we feed antibiotics to pigs, and then eventually people consume the pork, the effect's not as direct as feeding people antibiotics. So tackling the issue at source, that is reducing the distribution of drugs. Now, from 2021, have you been keeping statistics? Are there any measures to deal with the possible risk of 10 million people dying each year from AMR? Undersecretary for Health. Well, I don't agree with you, really. Now, if you give patients antibiotics, then the impact is bigger than feeding antibiotics to pig. Now, because if someone takes antibiotics, you just take it for a few days, but then if you feed antibiotics to pig, so people eat pork every day. And then, so we have to consider how the supply of antibiotics from 2016 to 2018, there's a serious drop of supply of antibiotics by 40%. And then we see that in hospitals, clinics, or pharmacies, they are also using less antibiotics. So hopefully, then we will be able to reduce the level of AMR. Thank you.
Government bills. This Council resumes the second reading debate on the extension of Government Leases Bill. Mr. Jeffrey Lam, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Thank you, President. As the Chairman of the Bills Committee on the Extension of Government Leases Bill, I now report the salient points of the committee's work to the Council. The bill seeks to provide for the extension of government leases and related matters with a view to establishing a new standing statutory mechanism for the extension of general-purpose leases expiring from 2025 onwards. The bill also contains specific provisions for dealing with applicable leases where foreign-related entities are involved. Members generally support the bill to establish a standing mechanism for the Director of Lands to extend applicable leases in a streamlined and orderly manner, in place of the existing arrangement whereby the government has to execute a new lease with each and every owner. There has been an in-depth discussion on the issue of the government's sole discretion. Some members have requested the administration to consider making reference to the 1997 land policy paper and stipulating in the bill that the government may at its sole discretion extend leases, so as to provide a clear legal basis for ensuring that such discretion will not be undermined. The administration has advised that the government has been handling the lease extension matters for non-renewable leases in accordance with the 1997 land policy. As the land agent of the government, the Director is empowered to make various decisions in respect of government leases. As far as lease extension is concerned, Article 123 of the Basic Law provides that where leases of land without a right of renewal expire after the establishment of the Hong Kong SAR, they shall be dealt with in accordance with laws and policies formulated by the Hong Kong SAR on its own. The administration has emphasized that the bill merely changes the means through which leases are extended, and has no implications on the 1997 land policy or the government's sole discretion. In order to deliver a clear and positive message to the market, the Bills Committee requested the administration to give an undertaking when the bill resumes second reading debate, stating that the government may at its sole discretion extend non-renewable leases, and that the government in general will extend general-purpose leases, except where individual leases should not be extended on public interest considerations. The administration has undertaken to make the pledge. Members observed that the bill does not provide a clear definition of special-purpose leases or SPLs, and the extension of SPLs will not be arranged in accordance with the mechanism under the bill. To ensure the continuity and certainty of the government's land policy, members are of the view that the bill should cover SPLs whose extension do not require case-by-case review. Moreover, some members have suggested the administration to set out all the SPLs in respect of which the administration will need to take into account the prevailing policy considerations each time when it considers whether to extend leases, and the criteria and factors based on which the government defines SPLs. The administration has explained that SPLs refer to leases granted, disposed of, or modified on specific policy considerations for designated uses. Due to the diverse contents and conditions of SPLs, it is difficult to include in the bill an exhaustive list on the criteria or considerations for covering all SPLs in a foolproof manner. For each extension, there is a need to consider whether to extend the leases, taking into account the prevailing policy considerations. Even if the leases are to be extended, it may also be necessary to amend the original lease conditions so as to better achieve the relevant policy objectives. The administration considers that it will be more appropriate to continue handling matters relating to the extension of SPLs individually in accordance with the established mechanism, where the government and the lessees will negotiate conditions and execute lease extension documents in form of contracts in each case with mutual consent. An owner may opt out from lease extension by delivering an opt-out memorandum. The Bills Committee considers that choosing not to accept lease extension is a serious and important decision, and has suggested that the administration should consider adding the requirement that a memorandum shall be signed by a witness. Suggestions were also made on protecting the rights of persons who are not party to such memorandums, including mortgagees. Having considered members' views, the administration proposes to add a requirement that a memorandum shall be signed by a witness who is a practicing solicitor. The solicitor witness shall be responsible for verifying the identity documents or the signees and explaining to the signees the contents of the memorandum and the legal consequences. The administration also proposes to include a warranty clause in the memorandum and empower the courts to vacate a memorandum in order to safeguard the rights of relevant persons who are not party to the memorandum. The Bills Committee welcomes the administration's proposals. The Bills Committee notes that an amendment will be moved to designate the 5th of July 2024 as the commencement date of the ordinance, in lieu of the Secretary separately appointing a date by notice published in the Gazette. Certain clauses are amended as per the Bills Committee's suggestions, while consequential amendments are made to other ordinances. The Bills Committee agrees with the administration's amendments. President, the following are my personal views on the bill. Transparent, open, and fair land policy with continuity can boost the confidence of markets. This is important for land development and also the economy. Now, through the bill, the government will establish a new mechanism, a standing mechanism, to extend the government's leases in an orderly manner. According to information, between June next year and 29th of June 2047, some 2,400 lots will expire. Now, by the 30th of June 2047, leases of some 1.5 million lots will expire, or rather 300,000 lots will expire. It involves some 1.5 million title owners. Now, on the 30th of June 2047, in that year, some 1.5 million title owners will have their leases expired. This bill can alleviate the so-called 2047 anxiety among title owners. It is just changing the way through which government's leases are extended. That is, by way of an extension notice published on Gazette rather than executing contracts one by one. The bill will greatly enhance the efficiency of lease extension and also save manpower costs and enhance the certainty of the market and boost the investors' confidence. Now, with this legal basis, the banking sector will be reassured when they grant loans for real estate investment. There are long-term benefits to the bill. After the introduction of the bill into the Council, I was told by chambers of commerce and foreign investors. Now, when I introduced or explained the bill to a foreign investor, they told me that this is a great news about Hong Kong's autonomy and freedom being extended for another 30 years. Now, I am very confident that under one country, two systems, Hong Kong will continue to uphold the principle of high autonomy enjoyed by Hong Kong people, and the prosperity will last much longer beyond 2047. Now, I thank the administration for moving this bill, and I also thank the efforts of the Bills Committee and members, and as well as the Secretariat, Mr. Ambrose Lam.
President, there is a saying in Chinese, it is only with land that we can generate wealth. Over the past centuries, politically, economically, and in terms of livelihood and social development, everything has to do with land. So this extension of government leases bill is an attempt to address the issues arising from history. The extension would only happen in decades, and this is an important attempt on the part of the government to address the issue. Let me say a little bit about the history first for the record, and also we're witnessing this important moment. Under the British rule, there have been a lot of different land administration systems in parallel. Now, by this, I mean the land in Hong Kong is governed by multiple legislation regarding land dues, extension of land leases, and so on. Now we talk about the rent. This is about the north of Boundary Street, and also the leases granted in Hong Kong and Kowloon after 1985, and under Cap 515 regarding the rent and collection of rent for the land. We also have the land dues in Hong Kong other than the land rent. These apply to the land in Hong Kong and Kowloon before 1985, and also the Chou Tong land under Cap 125. The land, the rent apportionment ordinance, that this is in fact payment of rent to the government, rather at different times for different locations. We have different terminologies. The anti-indigenous villages have to pay the land dues, and for the land lease, we have 175 plus 25, 99 years, 999 years, and also permanent leases. In 1989, the Qing government leased the NT to the UK for 99 years. A lot of the NT leases before the handover, or the 30th of July 1997, they expired, and under joint declaration, Annex 3, the NT lease extension ordinance was enacted, and for the leases that expire on the 31st of June 1997 will be extended to 2047. And that has addressed the lease issue to ensure the stability and prosperity of Hong Kong. I've got 3 reasons to show that this legislation is marking a milestone in the development of Hong Kong. First, this has confirmed that on the 31st of June 2047, the leases expired on that day will be extended for 50 years. So after 50 years, there will be an extension of another 50 years, and so on. Under the NT leases extension ordinance, 300,000 leases were automatically extended to the 31st of June 2047. Now, what's going to happen after that date? This is something that is exercising the minds of many investors. This legislation ensures that there will be extension continuously, and there will be 50 years of no change. There will be more than 50 years. Beyond 2047, the system will continue, and this is the cornerstone for the prosperity and stability for Hong Kong. This will inspire confidence on the part of the investors because of the certainty. Second, this also marks an important revamp of the system. This has streamlined the rent system, and this also addressed the issue of the huge number of leases that expire come 2025. Previously, the government has to resort to contractual terms to discuss with the lessees all the extensions and execute new leases. This is very cumbersome a process. The government has to handle a huge number of leases, and this is becoming an impossible task. So the bill seeks to set up a streamlined and orderly mechanism. Unless the lease is in the non-extension list, it will be automatically extended without the payment of premium. This will save an awful lot of time, and this will ensure that the majority of the leases will be extended. Third, the leases will be standardized. Under the bill, the leases that will expire will be incorporated into the bill. And in the CSAs, the rent, the ordinance will also be extended, and the ordinance will not be applicable to the rent upon the passage of bill, and that would narrow all the differences, and there will be a standardized system going forward. Now, under this bill, subject to the passage of this bill, I hope that the government will be mounting more publicity to the public and to the international investors. Before 1997, there were the leases issues and property prices issues that caused so many anxieties, and people, many professionals, let go of their properties on the cheap and left Hong Kong. And they didn't expect that the economy would be doing so good. I don't think they will be able to acquire back the property that they disposed of in those days if they come back to Hong Kong. I hope that the government would mount publicity on this bill. This is a good thing. We have to make sure that everybody knows about it. Under the one country, two systems with 50 years of no change, the system will remain. And I hope that the government will also publicize this to the rest of the world about the mechanism of this new system. The overseas system is vastly different from Hong Kong. In the UK, when the leases expire, the piece of land would be returned to the landlord. So when the leases are approaching expiry, the property prices would depreciate as time goes by because of all the uncertainties. Of course, there can be negotiation with the lessees, but there is a need to pay the premium. In Hong Kong, there is a housing estate, and they will have to negotiate the premium with the landlord. In the overseas investors are not well up in the system in Hong Kong. They see this expiry date in 2047. They'll be thinking with the mindset of overseas investors. They would think that the property or the land will be depreciating, and they're wary of this system. I think we have to do more publicity to make sure that people would know that there would be continuous extension without the payment of premium. And unless on a piece of land, the piece of land is used for special purposes or belong to the foreign consulate, they will be extended. I think we have to inspire confidence on the part of the investors. As a member of the Bills Committee, I have to heap praise on the fellow members and administration for scrutinizing this bill over the past 6 months to make sure that this is going to be a historic revamp of the lease system in Hong Kong. I urge members to support the bill and all the CSAs. Ms. Kamin Khan. Mr. Deputy, I am a member of the Bills Committee on this bill. Under BL 123, where leases of land without a right of renewal expire, the Hong Kong SAR government will be dealing with them in accordance with the law and formulated by its own. And we have the 1997 land policy formulated. Leases not containing a right of renewal except the STT and SPLs. When they expire, they may be extended for a term of 50 years without the payment of an additional premium, but an annual rent equivalent of 3% of the rateable value will have to be paid, and that's the rent. The 1997 land policy doesn't specify the end time. Now we're dealing with a residential, commercial, and industrial land, and these are the general purpose lease or leases. Now, by the time they expire, how we can deal with this, and this has to do with the government revenue as well as the public interests. And this is the focus of the bill. The government is of the view that the Lands Department is executing leases with individual lessees, and this proves to be cumbersome. They're citing the Poffolam Garden as an example, and this is not sufficiently effective to deal with all the leases that expire in June 2025. The chair of the Bills Committee has touched on this. I don't propose to repeat all the numbers. So the government is enacting a piece of legislation to put in place a standing statutory mechanism to extend such leases. The government emphasized that the 1997 land policy is also part of the policy, but during this scrutiny, we are saying that with the 1997 land policy, if we codify this may not be just a change of the lease extension. Now, during the Bills Committee, I've made a lot of recommendations. I'd like to focus my speech on 3 points. First, regarding the applicability, now whether this bill will apply to all leases all over Hong Kong, in Kowloon, Hong Kong, and NT, I said at the Bills Committee that there can be different angles that the government can approach this issue. In 1998, we enacted the NT leases extension ordinance, Cap 150, all the leases in NT from the 27th of June 1997 to be extended to the 2047. There are 39 years left to go. We are suggesting that with this mechanism, can we consider implementing this for land beyond the NT? Now, there is still land that hasn't been developed in NT farm also then in Hong Kong and Kowloon. Now, if this has become mature, then we can incorporate the NT land into the system. However, the administration said that in order to secure public confidence, they have explained that this would be applicable to all the leases instead of excluding the NT leases for later stage. I hope that when the government considers public interest, the government would be given the power to do so. Second, the absolute discretion on the part of the government. The government said that the 1997 land policy is was put together by the Executive Council. Now, the government is using this policy as the basis for lease extension, and this is appropriate policy. In the electrical brief and also at the meeting, the administration said that they could exercise the discretion on the basis of the 1997 land policy to decide on the land lease extension. And normally, they will extend the leases unless there is public interest consideration, like serious violation of the leases despite warnings. In the bill, the absolute discretion or the decision taken as a landlord or the private law domain has not been incorporated into the bill. There are certain leases that will not be extended because of public interest consideration. All these have not been entered into the bill. We urge the administration to do something about it because this would give rise to disputes. Clause 12 refers to the fact that for the general purpose leases and not on the non-extension lists, these extension will be on a continuous basis. In the electrical brief and also at the Bills Committee, and also Clause 12 of the bill may give rise to some unreasonable expectation that the government would be extending the leases. President, we've analyzed all these. Are there any uncertainties with regard to the bill? Now, the administration confirmed the Clause 521 seeks to address all these issues. These provisions provide that the non-extension lists and these are not a part of subsidiary legislation, and there is no need for LegCo to look at these under the negative vetting system. Now, Clause 21 shows that the government is exercising absolute discretion as a landlord. Now, because of all these comments, the government has given the undertaking that during the second reading debate, the government will be explaining the sole discretion on the part of the government. They are exercising the power as a landlord, and all the elaborations will be made. Third, regarding to multiple extension without payment of premium, Clause 12 provides that the extension of 50 years without payment of premium, that's what I call the Clause 12 arrangement. During scrutiny, I know that there are different views in the community. The administration said that in the lease extension, this would provide a continuous and certain mechanism. This represents a suitable arrangement. So this is conducive to the mortgages extended by the banks that would provide certainty. But I hope that I can state all the divergent views. Now, there are some divergent views. The Clause 12 arrangement covers broad implications, covering a long period of time. The stakeholders do not cover the individuals that own the commercial interests, and this also concern the individuals and enterprises that don't own any land. Does it comply with BL 7 of the Basic Law, and that is the land and resources belong to the state, and they are managed, developed, and used by the Hong Kong SAR government, and they are leased to individuals and corporations, and the revenue will belong to the government. The thing is, if we do not limit to the number of extensions without the payment of premium, will this minimize the government's revenue, thus compromising the public resources for land development, for the rental housing development and infrastructure? Some FTU members wrote to the chairman that this no payment of premium arrangement would give people the impression that there would be continuous extension of the leases. And they are suggesting that this arrangement be amended. The administration hasn't adopted these ideas because they are of the view that the annual rent would be collected during extension, and the extension is not without any costs. And this bill doesn't actually affect the government's absolute discretion as the landlord, and this doesn't constitute the idea of perpetual extension of the lease. I hope the administration will have regard to the actual circumstances. If there is any justification for amendment, I hope that they will leave this to the future administration to handle. And I hope that we have to be answerable and responsible for that.
Mr. Dennis Leung, Deputy President, I speak in support of the extension of government leases bill. I am one of the members of the Bills Committee. Now, after the establishment of the Hong Kong SAR on the 1st of July 1997, the sovereignty returns to the PRC. Now, Articles 105 and 6 are two important pieces of articles protecting private property rights. Article 6 enshrine the protection for private properties. Article 105 protects the ownership and inheritance of private properties, and also the compensation for landowners whose premises are resumed by the government. So extension of government's leases will affect the confidence of the market, so we need to adopt the same approach in handling all the cases. The administration claims that under the existing mechanism, renewal of or extension of leases must be conducted by way of execution of a new lease. Starting from 2025, leases of a lot of lands will expire. New leases will have to be executed. Under the existing mechanism, it is impossible to deal with such a large amount of lease extension cases. A more streamlined and effective mechanism must be formulated, that is, to provide for a new mechanism for extension of leases by operation of law. Now, the bill empowers the Director of Lands to publish an extension notice in the Gazette, and there is no need to execute a new lease. Now, according to the Basic Law, the government, Article 123, the government must formulate its own procedures to extend the leases of land without the right of renewal, which expire after the establishment. Now, the New Territories Leases Extension Ordinance, enacted in 1988, allows the leases to be renewed for 50 years without requiring a premium. However, a 3% land rent, according to the prevailing market rate, has to be paid. Now, Cap 150 was enacted before the establishment of the Hong Kong SAR. It gives legal effect to the extension of New Territories leases from the expiry on the 27th of June 1997 to the 30th of June 2047. This bill models upon the New Territories Leases Extension Ordinance to make possible the renewal of leases by provision of law. Now, the government reiterates that the bill only changes the way through which government's leases are extended, that is, by way of publication of notice on Gazette without execution of new leases. It will not impact upon the principle of the 1997 land policy. Now, the government reiterated that the 1997 land policy, including the absolute decision exercised by the government on land on lease extension, and also the sole discretion enjoyed by the government, will not change. However, land resources are scarce in Hong Kong. Grassroots people are waiting for an allocation of PRH. And even for the middle class, the increase in their salary cannot catch up with inflation. They can't afford private housing. So many people are switching to the public or subsidized housing market. Now, the self-constrained mindset will impact upon our competitiveness. Now, the leases allowed to be extended will be for a period of 50 years. And also, the owner only need to pay an annual rent of 3% of the prevailing market rate. I'm worried that it will become effectively permanent extension of leases. Essentially, the lessee would enjoy lease extension indefinitely. The lessees would become the actual landowner. Now, I suggested the government to protect the HKSAR's rights by including a clause that premium must be paid, but it may affect the stability of the market and the confidence of the investors. Having listened to the administration explanation, I agree with the government's proposal. We should avoid any inconsistencies between the new mechanism and the old mechanism. So based on the consideration of sustainable development and the economy, I agree with the government's proposal, which will ensure consistency and certainty for the markets and investors. It will enhance the stability of our economy and the housing market. Now, about clause 13, brackets 5, that is the calculation of compensation. That is, the denominator in the fraction were greater by 50 than that specified in the applicable lease. I have problem with this fraction. Now, the extension is 50 years. Now, it may give rise to a misunderstanding in calculation and lead to a loss of the government. So we need to specify clearly. For multiple extension, we need to specify it clearly in the clause. Now, I thank the government for accepting my proposal to amend the bill so that the fraction is spelled out more clearly in calculating the compensation. Now, it will be amended as follows. Now, if the lease is extended more than once, then the denominator has to be adjusted accordingly. So this would avoid the situation where the numerator is greater than the denominator. As I am a maths teacher, that's why I'm very particular about the fraction. Now, there will be a heavy workload in the future, and the government must be very careful in handling extension of leases. There may be cases where the landowner cannot be found. So I suggest the government to enhance education, updating of computer systems, and training, so that the work of extension of leases can be completed smoothly. I also hope that the government will play its role as a gatekeeper for extension of leases, so that members of the public can enjoy a sense of happiness and fulfillment from the government's land policy. Now, the government must have its own land reserve and properties so that the rent level can be adjusted. It will ensure that different industry can continue to operate without being affected by unreasonable rent. Now, during the economic downturn, the landowner refused to lower the rent, so what's being lowered is our salaries. I so submit. Dr. Wendy Hung. Thank you, Deputy President. Earlier on, I was asked by some secondary school students who visited Letchco. I was asked, among the bills I was involved in, which one leaves the deepest impression? I think this is among the top three. Now, in 1997, under the one country, two systems principle, Hong Kong was returned to the country. Everything will remain unchanged for 50 years. Now we are already past the halfway post. We are approaching 2047. Investors are thinking, where will we be after 2047? What about the leases which will expire after that? What about bank mortgages and investment plans? Will they continue beyond 2047? Now, I think this bill is a landmark bill. Since the reunification with the country, 25 leases extension were approved by the government. However, on the 30th of June 2047, there will be leases of around 300,000 lots expiring on the same day. With such a significant amount of leases, will they be extended? What about those which will not be extended? Now, this impacts upon where Hong Kong will be after year 2047. Now, thankfully, we have the answer. Now, President Xi mentioned on the 1st of July anniversary that the one country, two systems is a good principle which must be adhered to in the long run. This is significant. It has effectively removed the limits of 2047. It restores the confidence of investors. Now, we must deal with the issues arising from year 2047. Nonetheless, the first priority is extension of government leases. Now, the bill we are scrutinizing today is a bill which provides for a new mechanism for extension of leases by operation of law. That is, through publication of extension notices in the Gazette to extend the leases, without requiring execution of new lease with the owners and the government. Now, this is a historical landmark. Now, I'm honored to be a member of the Bills Committee. I was involved in the entire process. Subject to the passage of this bill, it will be gazetted on the 5th of July 2024. This is a new page for one country, two systems. There are several key provisions in the bill. First of all, the Director of Land will be empowered to publish extension notice in the Gazette to automatically renew the government's leases without the need of a new lease. Now, except for short-term tenancies and special purpose leases for the purpose of education and charity purposes. For general purpose leases, unless there is an encumbrance or other special situations, the general purpose leases will be extended by 50 years automatically without paying premium. The only requirement is a 3% annual rent according to the prevailing market rates. Now, qualified leases will be extended indefinitely for an unlimited time. This ensures the continuity of leases. However, in terms of compensation, it would be linked with the duration of lease fulfilled. In other words, the more time the lease is extended and the longer the lease was granted, the lower the compensation would be. I think this is very reasonable. It has balanced the rights between the government as a landlord and the lessees. Now, another highlight is foreign-related entities, for example, consular, missions, and so on. There are some 100 properties owned by foreign-related entities. According to the bill, if there are no contravention to the contracts, the leases will be extended. However, 60 days prior to the expiry of the lease, the entities must make a submission or application with the Office of the Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Hong Kong. It highlights the sovereignty enjoyed by the country under one country, two systems. Now, there are some 20,000 special purpose leases for public transport purposes and education. They need to be renewed individually under the old mechanism. Interestingly, there are some 4,000 lots enjoying 999 years of lease. It is virtually indefinite. Now, since the reunification, 2 lots were not renewed because the owners could not be found. Now, there are views that allowing the leases to be extended for 20 years without a premium would be favoring the business sector. I beg to differ. Now, the general purpose leases are crucial to the livelihood of people. Now, whether a premium is needed has significance on the value of assets owned by individual households. And the continuity of our land policy will affect the faith in the one country, two systems principle. And also, extension of lease does not come without cost. Now, a member of the public called me a few days ago to express their view on this. They owned a plot of land for running an NGO. The next year, they need to prepare a financial statement for the NGO. Now, it has everything to do with the number of usable years of the lot. Now, under the traditional mechanism, the government would negotiate with the lessee and come up with new lease conditions. So there is great uncertainty to this. Whether the lease would be renewed is subject to the sole discretion and the absolute decision of the government. That's why actuaries and accountants would take a conservative approach. That is, year 2047 would be used as the basis for calculating the value of the lot. Now, the member of the public saw my article on newspaper and they called me. They said that the bill greatly enhanced the business sector's confidence in one country, two systems, and they are encouraged. Now, this view highlights how important this bill is for the success of one country, two systems. So after the passage of the bill, I suggest the government providing more training and education to the sector, the public, and even the world, so that everyone understands the new mechanism of extension of leases and ensure that the valuation of land would be in compliance with the new mechanism. This will strengthen investors and members of the public's confidence in Hong Kong. Now, during the scrutiny process of the bill, the government's team was professional and responsible, and I applaud them. Now, this is a milestone, and I hope this bill will be passed. I shall submit.
Mr. Tong Li-Tse. Thank you, Deputy President. Many leases in Hong Kong will expire. Some will expire in the next few years, others closer to 2047. How we grapple with that has been a matter of public concern. The government's estimates say that from now to 2047, we will have more than 10,000 leases due to expire, and we have to deal with those leases. Today, we are resuming the second reading resumption of the Extension of Government Leases Bill. This bill seeks to create a new mechanism for extending leases. The Director of Lands will be empowered to publish extension notices in the Gazette. Those notices will extend the leases that will expire. That will replace the current practice of having to negotiate with each and every landowner and execute new leases. The bill's arrangement will save manpower and also resources in the administrative process. This bill will also streamline the land extension mechanism, and we will be able to cope with the large number of expiring leases. There will be a negative list approach. This means only leases denied extension will be set out one by one on a non-extension list. As for other leases, they get extended for 50 years with no additional premium required, though those owners will have to pay an annual government rent equivalent to 3% of the property's rateable value. Some people think the government gets to keep the sole discretion over land extension, and they wonder where the legal basis is for such an arrangement. The government said it has always stuck to the 1997 land policy when it comes to how to deal with leases not to be extended. The Director of Lands acts on behalf of the government on land extension matters. The Director can extend or not extend or terminate a lease when it's a government lease. This bill simply changes the way a lease is extended. It does nothing to change the sole discretion of the Director of Lands over land extension. We keep this discretion so that we can forestall any unintended consequences. When the director exercises their power, they have to do it in a rational and consistent manner. Otherwise, there will be judicial review challenges. Others argue if there were multiple cases of breaches of these conditions, say unauthorized building works, breach of the intended use, people wonder whether the government will exercise its sole discretion in denying the extension of such leases. I think when there are serious breaches of these conditions and the perpetrator sticks to it their own way, the director should approach such cases cautiously. There are existing laws on the occupation of government land, unauthorized building works, such as the buildings ordinance, the town planning ordinance. And there are also provisions on resuming the land. But there is massive room for improvement in the enforcement of such ordinances. The government should review this aspect, and that is reviewing the success and extent of enforcement efforts. Before 1997, the Hong Kong government back then had to contend with leases expiring on or before the 30th of June 1997. In 1988, the government back then enacted the New Territories Leases Extension Ordinance. That ordinance fixed the problem of leases at that time. Many leases will expire by 2047. Now the government has proposed this bill. I welcome this bill. Many leases will be expiring by the end of June 2047. This bill sets out a clear arrangement on what we would do. This removes uncertainty. This helps stakeholders plan for the future. People won't have to worry about their properties. There will be no more uncertainty about mortgages. This maintains stability in the business environment. With the negative list approach, people will see the extension notices 6 years before a lease expires. The government is being responsive to the market. I support this approach. I support the second and third reading of this bill and all the government's amendments. Mr. Andrew Lam. Deputy President, in recent years, many people worried about the leases expiring in 2047. People may wonder whether they have to pay additional premiums for the properties they live in, whether they will have problems with bank mortgages. So people cannot help worrying. There will be many leases that will expire. By the 30th June 2047, 300,000 leases will expire on that one day, involving more than 1.5 million owners. Sticking to the original approach means the government will have to execute a new lease with each and every owner. If we stick to that approach, even if we double the civil service, that won't work. A huge volume of work is coming up. The old approach is inefficient for both the government and the owners. Any mistake comes up, we will see disastrous consequences. That warrants a new approach so that we can deal with the large number of leases expiring. With this bill, we will see an efficient way forward. But above all, we can reassure the people and the community as a whole. So I support this bill. This bill says that the Director of Lands will have to put out notices in the Gazette, extension notices and non-extension lists at least 6 years before the leases expire. And this means a negative list approach. I'm a member of the Bills Committee. The government puts on two hats in lease extension. The government, first of all, is a landowner, and it also enforces the land lease conditions. Those are administrative conditions. On breach of lease conditions such as town planning and building management ordinances, the government also enforces these rules, and it's important to distinguish between these two kinds of roles. The bill focuses on the terms of lease and also the conditions and also the basis for extension. Much of the farmland in the new territories comes with no conditions. This bill will empower the Director of Lands, and this means giving more enforcement powers to the Director of Lands. In a similar way, The town planning ordinance and the buildings ordinance also give powers to their respective officials. This bill gives government officials to exercise those powers when necessary. When a change of land use or unauthorized building works are involved, the buildings ordinance and the town planning ordinance will come in. When those two ordinances don't work or those officials cannot get the work done, and only then the Director of Buildings and the Director of Planning will come to the Director of Lands. So this bill is simply supplementary in nature, providing extra powers. For those two ordinances, some land uses are tolerated. Some structures, including unauthorized building works, are tolerated. I wonder whether the Director of Lands will also be able to enforce the laws. In those cases, the government said there would be no inconsistency. So existing letters tolerating those structures will remain in place and valid. So pre-existing structures will be fine. On the basis of power, the Bills Committee had a thorough discussion. The government stressed time and again that this bill is about creating a standing statutory mechanism for the Director of Lands to take a streamlined and efficient approach to extend leases. This bill simply changes the way leases are extended. It does nothing to alter the 1997 land policy. There is no change to the sole discretion the government has over extension of leases. I agree that the government should have discretion over whether a lease is extended. I also agree with Mr. Jeffrey Lam about the point about whether it's about a private law or public law. Court judgments show this question is determined based on the facts of each case. That's why we should not specify that the Director of Lands only exercises power as the landowner in the bill. Doing that will simply give rise to more disputes. Lease extension involves many interests and inevitably gives rise to disputes. My concern is whether we have effective administrative systems to protect registered owners, including those of Chotong land and those joint owners and co-owners of land. We also have to guard against the abuse of loopholes as a way to affect transactions. The government explained these issues that we raised and explained how we could deal with those problems. The government also proposed amendments to address concerns. Now, for opt-out memorandum, witnesses are needed, and a witness has to be a practicing solicitor. The court can also order the vacation of such opt-out memorandum when fraud or mistakes are involved. This bill makes life easier for people, and it also saves administrative tasks for the government. I'm grateful to Mr. Jeffrey Lam, who led the Bills Committee in scrutinizing the bill in detail. I also thank the Development Bureau and the Department of Justice for their dedication and professional work they have done in helping us navigate through the context and the complex bill. I support this bill second and third reading.
Mr. Rincon. Mr. Deputy, I rise to speak in support of the extension of government leases bill. As 2047 approaches, many people are beginning to be concerned about the extension of the leases in 2047. The absence of any extensions and it would have bearing on the duration of the mortgage. As a lawyer, I explain the leases to the clients. When it comes to 2047, people tend to direct a question at me that what's going to happen beyond 2047. Every time I hear questions like these, they would draw a blank. Since the last administration, there are so many professional bodies that expressed concerns about the extension of leases beyond 2047. I'm pleased to see that this current term of administration has addressed these concerns and tackled these very easily so that the financial sector, the businessmen, the members of the public don't won't be kept in the dark. For the leases that would expire in 2047, 6 years before the expiry, there would be the extension notices. So is it okay for the administration to give longer notices? Now, this is the question that was raised at the Bills Committee. The government has balanced the certainties against the right or the power of the landlord. I think that it is appropriate arrangement to give the notice 6 years ahead of time. That would enable the government to deal with all these backlog of extension cases. Now, there is also the non-extension lists. There are certain leases that would not be extended. I hope that the administration would explain in no uncertain terms the policies behind the non-extension and how this operates, and more public education should be mounted in order to assuage public concerns. The bill is an attempt to put together a streamlined mechanism. There is no need to execute any of these. The government can rely on this bill and the Gazette to complete the extension. This is a user-friendly, wonderful policy. There is one point I'd like to make here at the Bills Committee, headed up by Mr. Jeffrey Lam. We have been very efficient in dealing with and discussing all these relevant issues. I'm glad that Mr. Lam has been so patient to allow members to ventilate their views. And what's noteworthy is that during the scrutiny of the bill, the officials from the Bureau have been receptive to our views. And in the CSAs to be debated, this represent a lot of sparks during the discussion. With these words, I support the bill. Mr. Edward Lau. Mr. Deputy, on behalf of the DAB, I speak in support of the extension of government leases bill. In this bill, the government worked on the basis of the 1997 land policy, and this bill is about the extension of leases, but the policy is kept intact. According to the Development Bureau's paper, from 2025 June to June 2047, there are 2,400 lots that will expire. And on the 30th of June 1997, 300,000 leases that would expire. Conventionally, the government would be executing leases with the lessees, and the government will be becoming tremendous pressure, and the lessees will not be able to renew their leases ahead of time. So this streamlined mechanism has my support. Between 2025 and 2047, and there may not be a lot of leases to be handled, but this is the right time for the government to put in place this mechanism. Prior to this bill being announced, there has been a lot of speculation and rumors that are making their rounds about how the government is going to be recovering the leases upon expiry, and people will have to shell out tremendous amount of money, and that has caused a lot of uncertainties, and there are so many problems in this regard. So the government is announcing this measure, streamlined measure for lease extension, is really a good idea because we can focus our attention on the economy. With the land lease becoming certain, we can have our resources put in the economic development. Many members mentioned the merits of this bill. That there is these extension notices for the lease extension instead of just executing individual leases. That would save a lot of precious resources and put things beyond doubt. And this is really praiseworthy. Under the chairmanship of Mr. Jeffrey Lam, and also after the deliberation of the Bills Committee, I think we can put this mechanism on a firm footing and get on with all the lease extension work, and the procedures will be justified. I'd like to share with members some of my sentiments in terms of lease extension. This will put things beyond doubt. This will introduce some certainty to the system. However, I think that the government should really work hard to make sure that land will be put to good use. We are here dealing with lease extension in this exercise. I appreciate that the government is resorting to this streamlined mechanism, but when it comes to land resumption, it would be a good idea for the government to streamline the procedures as well. Now, the government is going to be resuming land for the Northern Metropolis and the NDAs. For some reason, maybe there are problems with the leases. The LACO spend an awful long time dealing with the resumption. In some cases, the cases would be dragging on for 2-3 years before they see any compensation. So while the government is speeding up the resumption, the government should also be speeding up the compensation. Now, there is certain land that will be illegally occupied, and in some cases, for the Chotong land, there is an absence of any manager, and there are no descendants inheriting the land, and the leases cannot be approved, and that compromises the efficiency with which the land leases are handled in NT. So the government has to address all of these. I know that the government has the land registration ordinance and all the rest of the legislation. I will be pushing this here in this council to make sure that the lease extension will be put beyond doubt, and while at the same time we have to put the land resources to good use in Hong Kong. Once again, my grateful thanks to Mr. Jeffrey Lam and also the fellow members who have been spending an awful long time with the Development Bureau on this particular bill, and the Bureau has been very thorough in their explanation, and this is enough for us to support the bill.
Dr. So Chang Wing. Thank you, Deputy President. Starting from June next year until year 2047, leases of around 300,000 lots will expire, involving some 1.5 million owners. Now, the first batch of leases to be expired are mostly Chinese tenement buildings. Now, they come with fewer floors and flags, but there are a lot of complicated factors. In accordance with the existing mechanism, if each owner needs to sign a new lease, it will be extremely troublesome. It comes with prohibitively high administrative cost, not to mention cases involving multiple ownership. There will be indeterminable difficulties in operation. At the same time, uncertainty relating to lease extension will cause legal concerns among owners and investors. It is very difficult to conduct evaluation of properties on this premises. They would be worried about the continuity of mortgage or even re-entry enacted by the governments upon expiry, or the need to pay premium for lease extension. It would affect the judgment on transaction and affect and undermine the market's confidence. That's why a regularized, transparent, and streamlined lease extension mechanism will be beneficial to the business sector and enhance administrative efficiency, as well as bolstering our market structure. I fully support the extension of government's leases bill. It's my opinion that the bill is an extremely forward-looking piece of legislation. It highlights how much government values the views of the stakeholders. It has considered the practical needs in formulating legislation on lease extension to enhance the utilization of our land resources. In particular, the lead time of publishing the extension notice has been extended from 3 years prior to the expiry to 6 years before the expiry of the leases. With this change, owners will be given larger and higher certainty concerning the extension of leases. It will also give the government more time to consider the arrangements of extension. Now, the government will regularly publish extension notices of lease in the Gazette. This is an extremely convenient statutory mechanism for extending leases going to be expired. And also, under a negative list approach, a non-extension list will be published in the Gazette. It also contributes to the higher certainty of land policy. Now, this can ensure highly efficient management of land resources and also giving a boost to the property market. It will be a win-win scenario. Still, the bill and the amendment is a macro piece of legislation to actually facilitate business and enhance our property structure. We need to formulate subsidiary legislation in detail to regulate the enforcement of the mechanism. I suggest the government to formulate the specific measures and practice guidelines concerning the procedures. For example, on identifying special purpose leases, and also ensuring that the compilation of the non-extension list is fair and transparent. By further enhancing the mechanism, the government can ensure that this historical bill is being enforced appropriately. And also the government should enhance the relevant services involving data sharing, especially the collection and dissemination of information and data concerning leases soon to be expired. There must be better publicity and education for the public. The government must make aware that as long as the land rent is paid, no premium would be required for an extension of lease. this would allay the concerns of the public that the leases are not going to be extended. The public must be educated to distinguish between leases extended and not extended. 3, the government must also step up communication with the stakeholders during the enforcement of the law. The government must keep closely monitoring the effects of the bill. And also, by listening to feedback of the public, the government should enhance the mechanism further. Now I thank Mr. Jeffrey Lam, the chairman of the Bills Committee, and the Bills Committee's members for the efforts. I so submit. Thank you. Mr. Louis Leung. Deputy President, the land policy announced in 1997 is the foundation on which the government deals with land issues. Now, according to the then government officials, it was said that land leases with certainty and continuity is crucial for the development of the property sector. Now, there are more than 1.37 million house owners. Now, whether the flat owners can have the leases extended without paying a premium would affect the market sentiment. Now, when the Port Fulham Gardens lease was expired, a similar situation arose. More than 1,000 flat owners spent huge amounts of financial resources on dealing with the lease expiry issues. For those with a mortgage, they need to work out the mortgage plan with the banks. Now, the government has been stressing its capacity as landlord and its absolute decision power. Now, the Port Fulham Gardens experience reminded the government how important it is to provide an extension mechanism with transparency and consistency, and for protecting the rights of title owners. As a result, I support the extension of government leases bill. It is a streamlined and orderly measure for extending leases in batches, which obviates the need to execute a new lease with each owner. Now, before introducing the bill, the government has consulted the sector. Now, I represent the Real Estate Developers Association of Hong Kong. Now, during the scrutiny of the bill, the Bills Committee raised questions and suggestions on how to enhance the mechanism from the public's perspective. They were accepted by the government. These include adding a provision to require that the extension notices be published in Chinese and English language newspapers in Hong Kong, as well as the non-extension list. And also, the notices must be affixed in a conspicuous position on or around the land concerned, so that the affected parties will be made aware of the non-extension of the leases. Second, for lessees who deliver an opt-out memorandum to opt out of a lease extension, the memorandum must be signed by a witness for better safeguard. 3, if the court is satisfied that the memorandum involves any fraud, mistake, or omission, the court can order the vacation of the memorandum's registration, while the lease will be extended according to the extension notice. The above 3 amendments moved by the government offers better safeguard for all parties in the extension process, and I support them. Still, Is this a perfect piece of bill? Frankly speaking, I don't think so. The main purpose of the bill is to provide certainty for extension of leases. It is specified that the extension notice will only be published 6 years prior to the expiry, but I don't think that is long enough. During the consultation stage, the Real Estate Development Association already pointed out that normally the duration of leases lasts 20 to 30 years. In the international community, the indicator would be 12 years of lease. Whether it is residential or commercial properties, certainty concerning the extension of lease would affect the confidence of owners, investors, and even financial institutions. I suggested the government to make reference to the 1988 New Territories Leases Extension Ordinance and extend the lead time of notice to 9 years prior to the expiry of the lease. It's regrettable that the government only decided to extend the lead time from 3 years to 6 years. If the administration publishes the decision way ahead before of the expiry, it would definitely offer better safeguard to the interests of the investors and is beneficial to the development of our economy. On the other hand, according to the 1997 land policy, except for the 4 special leases, general purpose leases should enjoy the same treatment from the government. However, the bill doesn't cover special purpose leases for education, religious, and industrial purposes. Now, the lands departments will need to revisit the policy significance of each and every special purpose lease with the bureaus and departments before deciding to renew the lease. The lessee under these special purpose leases have been providing crucial community services for the community. They are not professional investors. Still, they are spending significant amounts of time to negotiate for lease extension with the governments. Now, at the Bills Committee meeting, I once suggested to the government that special purpose leases, which does not require case-by-case consideration, should be dealt with by way of a schedule, so that these organizations, which have been serving the community for a long time, will be given certainty concerning the lease. It's regrettable that the administration did not take on board my suggestion. Still, I hope that the Secretary can make a promise today that, in general, the government would extend the leases for special purpose leases so that the organization can continue to serve the community with certainty. Now, without land, there cannot be wealth accumulation. For a title owner, the matter of lease is a significant matter. Land resources are an important resources in Hong Kong. To ensure that the resources are utilized adequately to bring about economic benefits for Hong Kong, the government must take a flexible and effective approach in protecting the resources. This is so for the extension of leases, and it is also true for conditions in the lease for protection of the landowner's rights. Now, we should make use of the existing legislative framework to regulate planning and environmental requirements and obviate the need to apply for modification of lease because of a minor change. It will ensure that the owners can tap the opportunity swiftly. Now, in terms of land management, the government should also adopt the same approach and ensure that the management is flexible and transparent. I support the passage of the bill as well as the amendments to be moved by the government.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Development to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. Deputy President, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Jeffrey Lam, Chairman of the Bills Committee, the 14 members of the BC, stakeholders who provided written submissions, the Electrical Secretariat, the Legal Advisor, and the teams from the Department of Justice, the Development Bureau, and the Lands Department. Their effort has enabled the smooth deliberations of the extension of government leases bill. I am also immensely grateful to the members who spoke and expressed their support for the bill. And they also shared key insights into the strategy about this bill, and we are also grateful for the great ideas they shared. Leases, along with the land and properties they cover, are the foundation essential for people's lives and economic development. The government has been using its power under the Basic Law and following its land policy announced in July 1997, when it exercises its absolute discretion in lease extension. General purpose leases cover those for ordinary residential, commercial, and industrial purposes, unless there are public interest considerations against the extension of certain leases. A lease is generally extended by the government for a term of 50 years without the need to pay an additional premium, but an annual rent equivalent to 3% of the prevailing rateable value of the property at the time of the annual rent assessment will apply. We need to cope with the large number of general-purpose leases expiring from 2025 onwards in a more efficient and orderly manner. Many such leases cover multi-story residential buildings involving numerous individual owners. After consulting Electrical's panel on development, relevant professional bodies, and stakeholders, we submitted this bill to Electrical on the 13th of December last year. The bill proposes a statutory standing mechanism for extending leases in an efficient and orderly manner through notices in the Gazette. This approach will bring certainty to the community and help to maintain the confidence of owners and investors. The bill provides that the Director of Lands will publish annual extension notices in the Gazette at least 6 years before each batch of leases expires. To extend these leases, unless a lease is on the non-extension list, a lease will be extended for a term of 50 years without the need to pay an additional premium, though an annual rent will apply. All pre-existing terms, interests, and encumbrances under the original lease will be carried forward after the extension, with the inclusion of conditions only essential for safeguarding the government's enforcement powers. There is this 6-year notice requirement, and this bill is expected to be passed and take effect in early July for leases expiring in or before 2030. The Director will publish all relevant extension notices in the Gazette on the day this legislation takes effect, that is, the 5th of July. Leases expiring after 2030 will be extended in batches through Gazette notices. Take, for instance, a lease expiring in 2031. The relevant extension notice will be published in the end of December this year. For leases to be extended, the statutory mechanism we propose will replace the current practice of having to execute a new lease with each owner. A lease can refuse extension of a lease. This should be extremely rare. Still, to cope with this kind of scenario, this bill also sets out the arrangement. Moreover, In line with the instruction of the Office of the Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the HKSAR, the bill provides that when the representative offices of foreign consular missions or specified international organizations in Hong Kong own properties in the city for chanceries, residences of heads or of missions and mission staff, even if the applicable leases are on the HKSAR government's extension notices, these missions and bodies still have to follow the OCMFA's existing requirement by seeking its approval before the leases are extended. Members are well aware that this is a diplomatic matter. We are grateful to members for this. In fact, a requirement has been in place since 2022. It's a diplomatic requirement for foreign consulates and international bodies in Hong Kong to seek the OCMFA's approval before dealing in properties in the city. This practice is also in line with international diplomatic norms. The BC started its deliberations in January this year. When the work was concluded in May, 7 meetings had been held. Public submissions were invited. I am immensely grateful to BC members for their general support for the bill, which I agree is a welcome proposal. The bill will spare owners the cumbersome process of having to execute a new lease for each expiring one with the government. During the BC's deliberations, members delved into the legislative proposal and came up with many constructive ideas. They put themselves in the government's shoes by suggesting ways to ensure the bill will not compromise the government's full discretion over lease extension and to better protect the government's interests as an owner. Members also proposed ways to improve the publication of extension notices, better safeguards for other owners when one owner opts out of extension, and improvements through the drafting of certain provisions and the execution details of the new mechanism. This is a great example of the dynamic interaction between the current term government and LegCo. Just then, a member said, "Sparks flew, but those were positive sparks." Indeed, we have members from the legal profession, the business profession, mathematics teachers, or the surveying sector, and also LegCo members with frequent contact with the public. Members shared ideas. Those were thoughtful ideas. My team and I were deeply impressed. The government carefully considered members' ideas and adopted those suggestions. That's why we will move amendments. When we come to those amendments, I will elaborate on those points. Based on the BC's recommendations, the government should offer more certain messages to the market. Here, I want to say this once again. This bill only involves a way to the way general purpose leases are extended. It does not alter the land policy of July 1997. The bill does not affect the absolute discretion of the government over lease extension. As I said before, general purpose leases are generally extended by the government, except for certain leases denied extension due to public interest considerations. Experience shows such cases are extremely rare. During the debate just then, a member wondered why the bill expressly waived the payment of an additional premium instead of keeping the options open for the government to adjust the measure in the future. Let me point out that the bill is supposed to set out the law, bringing in a streamlined system to deal with expiring leases. We're not changing the current land or lease extension policy to ensure clarity and greater certainty. We see the need for the bill to state clearly the key terms for extension under the 1997 land policy, including the exemption of an additional premium if, in the future, the government and the community at that point have a thorough discussion and see a need to alter this approach, then we should leave it to that future government to have regard to the circumstances and consensus at that point to adjust the policy. We don't want to send out the wrong message at this point, which may compromise stability and affect Hong Kong's development. Last but not least, I want to point out that owners will not have their leases extended free of charge. This bill states that owners will still have to pay an annual rent at 3% of the property's rateable value. We fully agree with the BC and the members who spoke just then on the need for more publicity and education to help the stakeholders of the land and property market. This includes owners, banks, real estate agents, and investors to see how the new extension mechanism works. In particular, we should help the public and stakeholders to tell with certainty whether a lease is extended and how they can protect their own interests. On publicity, a range of measures are in the pipelines. The Lands Department will set up a dedicated website and a hotline for inquiries, create accessible leaflets, compile frequently asked questions, produce online promotional materials, and announcements in the public interest for radio stations. The information will be publicized by professional bodies, organizations, and the government's overseas and mainland offices. I hope LegCo members who come into contact with the public will also help us with this work. President, we are ready for the commencement of the ordinance upon Gazetto on the 5th of July. We will put out the first extension notices on that day to cover leases expiring from the commencement date to 2030. Publicity and education will be taken forward. I urge members to support this bill and all the amendments I will propose at the committee stage so that we can put in place the new extension mechanism soon to bring greater ease to the people and businesses in line with the community's expectations. This will create better conditions for our all-out effort to drive Hong Kong's economy. President, I so submit.
And I'll put a question to you that the extension of government leases bill be read the second time. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against? I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Extension of government leases bill. This council now becomes committee of the whole council to consider the extension of government leases bill. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses and amendments, including the new part heading. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses then part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 23. Secretary for Development will move amendments to amend various clauses and add new part heading, new division headings, and new clauses. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I will first call upon the Secretary for Development to speak, but she is not required to move amendments at this stage. Then I will call upon members to speak. Upon conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill and then deal with the amendments according to the arrangements. Secretary for Development. Chairman, I now move the government's amendments to amend clauses 1 to 4, 7 to 11, 13, 18, and 19 of the extension of government leases bill and add clauses 24 to 27 to the bill. The detailed amendments are set out in the paper circulated to members. Most of the amendments are made in response to the Bills Committee's suggestions. This reflects the healthy interaction between the government and the Bills Committee in a concerted effort to enhance the lease extension. I'll now highlight the amendments, which fall into 6 groups. First, specify July 5th, 2024 as the commencement date of the enacted ordinance. We proposed empowering the Secretary for Development to specify the commencement date by publishing a notice in the Gazette To give effect to the legislative proposal sooner, we have secured the Bills Committee's agreement for our current amendment that stipulates the 5th of July 2024 as the commencement date of the ordinance upon its gazette on that day. Second, enhance the publication and contents of various notices. The bill stipulates that the Director of Lands must publish the various notices about lease extension in the gazette on the Lands Department's website and affix such notices on near the land concerned. We consider the Bills Committee's comments to publicize information more effectively. We decided to add the requirement for the Director to also publish those notices in Chinese and English newspapers and affix those notices in a conspicuous position on or around the land concerned. Besides, if the Secretary approves the postponement of publishing certain extension notices, the Director must state the reasons for the delay in the subsequent approval notice to enhance transparency. Third, providing for the court's power to order vacation of the registration of an opt-out memorandum. Under the bill, a registered owner who chooses to decline extension can deliver an opt-out memorandum to the land registry for registration within 1 year after the relevant extension notice is published. This owner is required to sign the memorandum with all the other registered co-owners and persons who have registered interests under the lease. To better protect the other persons with an interest under a lease, we decided to adopt the BC's suggestion by adding provisions that if any person, such as persons affected by the lessee's decision, applies to the court and the court is satisfied that the memorandum involves any fraud, mistake, or omission, the court can order the vacation of the memorandum's registration, as if the instrument has never been registered, while the lease will be extended according to the extension notice. Fourth, liability of foreign-related entities and other co-owners. The bill provides that when foreign consular missions and international organizations in Hong Kong own properties for specified purposes, including chancelleries, residences of heads of missions and mission staff, but fail to obtain the approval of the OCMFA for extension before the lease expired, these entities must deliver vacant possession of the land or premises to the Hong Kong SAR government or the Financial Secretary Incorporated. We consider the BC's suggestion on this matter. To better protect the government's interests, we propose an amendment specifying that foreign-related entities that fail to deliver vacant possession on time will be held jointly and severally liable with other co-owners. This will enable the government to hold all relevant persons or any one of them legally liable. Fifth, drafting changes to some provisions of the bill. In response to the BC's suggestions, we propose amendments to improve the drafting of certain parts of the bill. This will make those provisions more accessible with greater clarity. The changes include A. Specifying 31st of December 2024 as the deadline for making an identification note for special purpose leases in the land registry for such lease expiring on or after the 1st of January 2031. B. Clarifying that the requirement only applies to the areas specified in the applicable lease in relation to the ban on a lease to engage in any development inconsistent with the Town Planning Ordinance, Cap 131, in any area outside the subject land of the applicable lease. And C. Refining the provisions or the mathematical expression for calculating the compensation for land resumption under a lease to ensure that the term of the lease accurately reflects the number of years covered by extension under the bill. This includes properly reflecting the total number of years when the lease is extended more than once. Sixth, consequential amendments to other ordinances. We also propose consequential amendments to some provisions under the Government Rent Assessment and Collection Ordinance and the Government Rent and Premium Apportionment Ordinance to make sure that they are compatible with the bill. Apart from the amendments I've mentioned, we also propose a few other drafting and technical changes that do not alter the substance of the provisions. The BC members have no objection to our amendments. I urge members to support and pass the amendments I move. Thank you, Chairman.
Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill. I put the question to you that the clauses with no amendments as set out in the appendix to the script stand part of the bill. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. This committee now deals with the clauses with amendments. Secretary for Development, you may move your amendments. Chairman, I move the amendments set out in the appendix to the script. I propose the question to you that the Secretary's amendments be passed. With those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the amendments passed. Clauses 1 to 4, 7 to 11, 13, 18, and 19 as amended. I now put the question to you that the clauses as amended, just read out by the clerk, stand part of the bill. With those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. We now deal with the new part heading, new division headings, and new clauses. Headings of new part and new division before new clause 24. Part 6. Related amendments. Division 1. Enactments amended. New clause 24. Enactments amended. Heading of new division before new clause 25. Division 2. Amendments to Government Rent and Premium Apportionment Ordinance, Cap 125. New clause 25. Section 3 amended. Application. Heading of new division before new clause 26. Division 3. Amendments to Government Rent Assessments and Collection Ordinance, Cap 515. New clause 26. Section 3 amended. Application. New clause 27. Section 6 amended. Government Rent. Secretary for Development, you may move the second reading of the new part heading, new division headings, and new clauses. Chairman, I move the second reading of the new part heading, new division headings, and new clauses just read out by the clerk. I propose the question to you that the new part heading, new division headings, and new clauses read out by the clerk be read the second time. I now put the question to you as stated. With those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Headings of new parts and new divisions before new clause 24. Headings of new divisions before new clauses 25 and 26 and new clauses 24 to 27. Secretary for Development. Chairman, I move that the new part heading, new division headings, and new clauses just read out by the clerk be added to the bill. I propose the question to you that the new part heading, new division headings, and new clauses read out by the clerk be added to the bill. I now put the question to you as stated. With those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the extension of government leases bill have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Development. President, I now report to the Council that the Extension of Government Leases Bill has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council with amendments. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading, Extension of Government Leases Bill. Secretary for Development. President, I move that the Extension of Government Leases Bill be read the third time and do pass. I now propose the question to you that the Extension of Government Leases Bill be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? There being none, I now put the question to you as stated. With those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Extension of Government Leases Bill.
This Council resumes the Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill. Mr. Stephen Ho, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Ho. President, in my capacity as Chairman of the Bills Committee, I'd like to report to members the deliberations of the bill. The bill seeks to impose restrictions on the operation of vessels and the performance of certain duties on board vessels in Hong Kong waters after drinking, consuming, and using alcohol or drugs, and to lay down procedures for obtaining specimens of breath, blood, and urine, and for testing them for the presence of alcohol and drugs and whether a person is impaired by a drug. The Bills Committee held 5 meetings, in one of which deputations were invited. Members were generally supportive of the bill and highlighted their concerns and had in-depth discussions on policy matters. While acknowledging the need to control drink and drug boating at sea in Hong Kong waters, the Bills Committee is concerned that the definition of vessels is too broad and may cover non-motorized or non-self-propelled vessels or equipment which are commonly used for recreational purposes. There is a suggestion to exempt vessels and equipment, for example, non-motorized dragon boats and canoes used at designated locations, for example, public beaches, or for certain purposes, so as to avoid inadvertent breach of the law. The administration has stated that the policy intent is to regulate persons who operate or perform specified duties on board a vessel underway in Hong Kong waters after consuming, taking, or using alcohol or drugs. Buoyancy devices such as swimming rings and floating beds are generally used to increase buoyancy and to assist them in swimming, and are generally not considered as operating a vessel. Members are also concerned that the persons to be regulated are not limited to those directly operating the vessel, but other persons associated with the operation, and even employees not associated with the operation may take part on an ad hoc basis in the work related to marine safety. The administration explained that the bill applies to any person who is involved in operation of a vessel underway in Hong Kong waters, including a person who controls, navigates, or pilots a vessel, and anyone who performs specified duties on board. Crew members providing catering services to passengers on board, or deckhands who pick and sell fish, they will not be caught by the bill. Members also raised other concerns, like the comparison with the Road Traffic Ordinance, Cap 374, the International Maritime Organization's guidelines on drink and drug boating, the consultation and publicity and education, enforcement powers, as well as the purpose and legislative intent. As regards the concerns and comments of members and the legal advisor and the deputations, the administration has addressed them all, both at the Bills Committee meeting or in writing. President, the Bills Committee has completed its scrutiny, and neither the committee nor the administration will move any CSAs. The details of the deliberations are set out in the report to the Council. Mr. Deputy, the following is my views. Drug and drink boating is really a moral issue. Nobody would object to that. But the administration hasn't done enough explanation. Now, the title refer to drug and drink boating, then people think that this is justified, but we're dealing with people performing specified duties. Like people may be doing the lookout, and they're not supposed to take any drugs. Now, when they are operating the boat, they are steering the vessel. Now, we're dealing with drug and drink boating, but the definition is not sufficiently clear, and there may be some omissions there. So in the course of the deliberation, we have had 5 meetings because we discovered that certain scenarios might be caught, and we spent 1 or 2 sessions discussing the definition of vessels. And we are taking reference from the drink and drug driving. Now, whether it be vehicles or bicycles, they are different from vessels. Some people may be towing the ropes, they may be dealing with crowd and emergency, and they also be caught. Second, in relation to the definition of vessel, now we discussed whether swimming rings or floating beds should be included. And Mr. Lam Chun-sing and Mr. Lee Chen-keung are also there. The administration's explanation is that anybody or any floating devices would be part of the regulation, the regulatory regime. We've been having a lot of debate, and the government repeated that on more than one occasion, that swimming rings and floating beds will be taken out of the equation. Now, we said that vehicles and ships and vessels are different in construction. Like a dragon boat, this involves 40 people paddling away, and one of them may have taken drug. And can this individual make any difference to the steering of the dragon boat? That this is not the same as drug and drink driving. I mean, the driver would be held solely responsible in a scenario in which a vehicle is involved. I think the administration ought to explain the gravity of the situation and also the offenses. Second, when we discussed 36 and 41, clauses 36 and 41, this is the issue under the marine legislation. If someone is suspected to be drug and drink boating, and you cannot stop me breathalyzing, and I may be trying to disrupt the process and cause obstruction, and the penalty can be level 3 and 6 months custodial sentence if you're obstructing the enforcement of this ordinance. But clause 32, stopping the power to stop and board the vessel, the penalty is very low. Upon conviction, it's level 2, a couple of $1,000 at the most. So if I know that I am drink boating, I wouldn't stop the boat. Now, you may be sending me the summons. It'll be just a few $1,000s, and naturally people would be running away. So for this particular offense, people are not stopping their vehicles. Now that's because they're not certain whether there is any drug or any drug and drink boating involved. I think you have to leave the flexibility to the DOJ or the judges. But here it specifies that it is level 2, only a couple of $1,000. So it is not worth the paper it's written on And I hope that the administration would review this. For those who fail to stop the vessel upon instruction, as per instruction, there should be enhanced penalty, because indirectly encouraging people to evade the order to stop, because once they can get away with it, they will not be caught, they will not be penalized. Now, this is the case for all the legislation in Hong Kong. The administration should review these provisions, even for vehicles on land, bicycles, or the vessels at sea. The overall penalty should be enhanced. At least there should be custodial sentence. Clause 41, obstruction. You don't have to invoke 32 because this is a waste of time. I hope that the administration will do more. Now, the government has been drafting this legislation. In the 5 meetings, the government said that they are taking reference from the drink and drug driving on land, and this is not sufficiently meticulous. They haven't taken into account the differences between the situation at sea and on land. There is also room for improvement, albeit not meticulously. I hope the government can learn from this exercise. When it comes to a new legislation or amendments to legislation relating marine environment, you should communicate with members with the expertise. And also, this is having something to do with the labor. In particular, Mr. Lam is here. In the course of discussion, some said that some workers are in the trade and they have to work. There is no way they cannot work even after drinking, after consuming drugs. Now, for the sailors, the only thing they know is operating a boat. So they would be forced to work, and they would be forced to flout the law. And I think the administration should liaise with the employers or the vessel owners to make sure that the sailors' rights will be safeguarded, and the employers should be held responsible. If the workers are found guilty, the employers should also be held liable, because they are making the workers work in these kind of situations. So I hope that the Secretary or the Bureau would pay particular attention to this. The law is really a living document. We have to make sure that this is addressed. Thank you.
Mr. Lam Chun Sing. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. This bill regulates drug and drink boating. This bill proposes a new framework. Enforcement officers can require a test for drug or drink boating. There are also offences for drug and drink boating. This will help enhance maritime safety and reduce accidents at sea. First, on the scope of regulation. Vessels refer to not just to ships in the ordinary sense, but also to vessels not for navigation purposes. I worried about the unduly wide scope. Dragon boats, canoes, and even rubber dinghies, they may also be covered by vessels under this bill. When people bring a swimming ring to swimming, they may also be caught. In determining whether something is a vessel, many factors have to be looked at. The structure of the item, how you operate it, and how someone uses it. The current beach regulations say that unless with the director's written permissions, anyone without a reasonable cause or excuse cannot use a vessel, a dinghy, or canoe and take that to a beach. This means as long as the LCSD strictly enforces the regulations, vessels are not something that a swimmer can use at the beach. The Bills committees discussed this point. Buoyancy devices normally used by swimmers, such as airbeds, should not be part of the vessels under this bill. This means at beaches, swimmers will not be caught by this bill. That allays concerns, but we hope the government can step up publicity and education of this bill once it's enacted to help users learn about the scope so that they do not inadvertently breach the law. During the BC's meetings, the government said the operators can be someone off the vessel. You can have an unmanned vessel. The operator is elsewhere, and that person is still regulated. Unmanned vessels are not popular yet. That small number running around are for carrying goods. But then with technology, unmanned vessels may become popular. Someone may want to test such an unmanned vessel. They may be caught by this bill. So I hope more publicity can be conducted to reduce inadvertent breaches for someone operating such a vessel. This bill would cover everyone operating a boat, those controlling the vessel or those working in a plant room or on duty on the deck. This also covers those in charge of the vessel security, someone helping passengers get on and off a vessel or helping passengers escape. Even a cook on the vessel or selling goods on the vessel is not supposed to be caught by the bill. But then when an accident happens and this worker is tasked with helping passengers escape, this worker will be caught. So as Mr. Stephen Ho was saying, ship owners and shipping companies should explain clearly to each worker on the vessel whether this law will apply to them. This will help reduce disputes. The content of the bill aside, I also want to focus on the enforcement officers. There weren't many enforcement officers. For each vessel, there is just one maritime inspector. That officer is in charge of an entire district. When you have a single marine officer policing all drug and drink boating, there may be problems. The government said there will be more manpower. Instead of just one marine inspector, there will also be marine controllers going on board, and there will be training. But this bill has such a wide scope. It covers local, river and ocean-going vessels in Hong Kong's waters. Enforcement officers may also encounter people under the influence of drugs and alcohol. Those people may be emotional. So, I hope the government can look at how the enforcement goes and adjust the number of enforcement officers in the future. That way, we can see effective implementation of the law and also ensure the safety of frontline enforcement officers. Mr. Deputy, I support this bill as so submit. Mr. Chen Xiu-hong. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I speak in support of the Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill. Drug and drink driving, drug and drink boating are both harmful. Many ships go through our waters. We don't have a dedicated law on drink and drug boating in Hong Kong's waters. For people doing those things, they can only be charged under Cap 1313 and Cap 158. The law does not empower law enforcement to conduct mandatory drink and drug tests. I support this bill because it plugs a loophole so that drink and drug boating will be aligned with drink and drug driving, and this can ensure marine safety. This bill covers a number of things. First, the scope. Anyone taking part in the control steering of a vessel or someone piloting a vessel or performing designated duties on a vessel will be covered. There are also provisions on the testing of drugs and drink. Law enforcement will be empowered to carry out duties, and there are also offenses for drink and drug boating. During the BC's deliberations, I expressed concerns about the scope, the testing, and also law enforcement along with the gathering of evidence. I hope the government could balance the concerns from the sector and also clarify the enforcement powers, and also explain the bill properly to allay the concerns of seafarers and also the general public about inadvertent breaches. When we were discussing the policy matters, other members and I discussed the definition of vessels. The definition is very broad. It covers a wide range of devices for navigation, propelled vessels. This covers mechanical setup and also non-mechanical craft. This covers a number of things: dragon boats, paddle boats, canoes, among other things. This bill itself is not controversial, but then for recreational and leisure craft, such as swimming rings and also rubber dinghies, model ships, should we cover those items? People are confused. There are worries about inadvertent breaches. The reply from the government is that normally swimming rings are there as buoyancy devices for swimmings. Normally those are not vessels, but then with technologies advancing, anything with buoyancy may become a vessel. To tell whether something is a vessel, we have to look at multiple factors: the structure, for example, the usage, how you operate it, and what someone uses that thing for. So we cannot generalize about what counts as a vessel. The government told us we are adopting a definition of vessels in line with the international practice. To plug loopholes, vessels are defined widely for a reason. Still, there are worries about whether we have too wide a scope, whether the bill is too draconian, because this may affect the use of vessels for recreational purposes. So, I proposed a phased approach. Stage 1, we focus on mechanical vessels and the drink and drug boating involved. We build up experience and data, and then we cover the other kinds of boats, the non-mechanical kinds and recreational kinds. If those vessels drift into the sea and endanger other people at sea, and then we turn to Cap 548 merchant vessels ordinance, and then we gather the evidence. We can have Cap 548 as the backstop to minimize the disruption to people. During the BC discussions, I also made the point that we shouldn't just be thinking as the regulator. We have to do a reality check. We have to put ourselves in people's shoes. We have to minimize the disruption to people. After this bill takes effect, the government should explain clearly to people what a vessel is under this bill. This way we can avoid confusion and inadvertent breaches. And then we look at the future experience from enforcement, and we review the success of the legislation from time to time. Mr. Deputy, during the clause-by-clause scrutiny, I looked at how we struck a balance when it comes to the proportionality of offenses, whether the penalties are in line with the offense. Now, Part 3 about drugs, clauses 16, 17, and 18. Those provisions have to do with the operation of vessels and designated duties with drug influence. Those 3 clauses have to do with the threat to people's lives and properties. The penalty levels differ. Now, for those using designated drugs, the penalties are harsher. For those using other drugs, the penalties are lighter. In terms of jail terms, both three ordinances come with fines and penalties. But those suspension periods, they come in 10, 5, and 2 years. I wonder why we have lighter arrangements for suspension. The government should explain clearly the thinking behind those differential penalties to ensure consistency in enforcement. Part 4 of the bill, enforcement and related provisions. Clause 32, stopping and boarding a vessel. And that is, for someone who flouts an instruction to stop, the penalties are lighter than the offenses under clauses 33, 34, and 41. Those clauses have to do with enforcement, arrest, and gathering evidence. My concern is that when someone cannot exercise the power under clause 32, authorized officers cannot be expected to exercise the powers under clauses 33, 34, 35, and 41. Let's go back to the first question, clause 32, with a lighter penalty. My worry is that this bill ends up encouraging people to flee. People evade liability, they flee the scene. Even if you can catch the vessel in the end, it will be hours later. Those people will be found with a lower level of alcohol or drugs, and then you cannot prosecute them. Now, we have to plug this loophole where people flee to get a lighter penalty for someone flouting an instruction to stop a vessel. And if we can prove those people intentionally flout the law, I invite the government to rethink the penalty under clause 32 and the other similar penalties for the proportionality factor. And we should consider tougher penalties for those flouting instructions to stop a vessel. This is to ensure success in enforcement and ensure the penalty is proportional to the offense. Drink and drug boating at sea endangers safety. Every tragedy is one too many. In 2015, the government set up an interdepartmental working group to review drink and drug boating in Hong Kong, and also the rules from international bodies. 2017 came the consultation. 2019 and 2023, LegCo was consulted. After so many years, the community has waited 10 years. Now we finally see this bill. I hope once this bill is enacted into an ordinance, the publicity and education can start right away to show to the public what the latest requirements are. We should also step up training and support for frontline enforcement officers, and we can combat drink and drug boating in Hong Kong's waters so that we can stamp out this kind of behavior that endangers marine safety. I support the second and third reading of this bill.
Mr. Frankie Yik, Mr. Deputy. The consumption of drugs and alcohol would impair someone's judgment. It would be one would be liable to get into accidents, compromising or jeopardizing the lives of the passengers. Accidents are really one too many, so we support this marine safety alcohol and drugs bill. We support this new bill to combat drink and drug boating. Drink and drug driving in Hong Kong has been around for 10 years, but at sea, there was nothing like this. So if there are operators of the vessels that are engaged, that are involved in drink and drug boating, there is no way the administration can tackle this or breathalyze people. It would be difficult to adduce evidence in prosecution. Even if it is proved that this is happening, the government can only deal with this under Cap 313 and keep Cap 548 to prosecute someone for endangering lives at sea. The government back in 2015 set up an interdepartmental working group, and in 2017 and 2023, 4 committees under the Marine Department have been consulted, but they are merely consulted the representatives of the marine sector, and the consultation has not covered a broad enough range of stakeholders. So there are some stakeholders that has some misunderstanding of the bill, and they expressed worries that their operation might be affected upon enactment of this bill. We have arranged for the LTB and the stakeholders to sit down for a briefing. Now, this is not the first time this has happened. Last week, in relation to the electronic traffic offense ordinance, there was similar misunderstanding. I hope the administration will step up the communication with the stakeholders and listen to what they have to say and also to assuage their misgivings. Under the bill, while a vessel is underway in Hong Kong waters, those who perform duties cannot operate the vessel because of consumption of drug and alcohol, or if there is a presence of drug and alcohol beyond the prescribed limit, it would be against the law. The ordinance is making reference to the drink and drug driving, and the drivers are the target. So people get the misconception that this ordinance is only applying to the coxswains or the engine operators, but in fact those who are performing designated duties will also be caught while the vessel is underway in Hong Kong waters. The trade feels that this is too broad a scope. The workers, like the cleaners, should they be incorporated into the scope? Now, the cleaners are only responsible for cleansing, and in fact, they will not be included unless they also are responsible for the safety and the protection of marine environment. It's only in this scenario that the cleaners will be included. As to the types of vessels, according to the government is resorting to Cap 547 in terms of definition, but this will also include the non-motorized and non-self-propelled vessels like barges. And this is broader in scope than vehicles on land. The non-motorized vehicles will not be included on land. According to the administration, barges are pulled along, but in the course of motion, the workers will have to perform safety duties, and therefore the barges should also be included. And this is in line with the marine legislation. And the trade hopes that the administration would make this sufficiently clear in the publicity. And also the floating beds or inflatable devices may be included in the scope of regulation. And members of the Business Committee expressed concerns because, after all, many people are engaging in the water sports involving the buoyancy devices. It is common for people to have a can of beer, and members suggested that amendments be made, but the administration sees otherwise, although they would give the undertaking during the second reading debate to address these concerns. Other than the drugs, these will also govern the non-specified drugs. During the briefing, the trade is particularly concerned about the flu medication. The people may react to different medications. Some will feel drowsy after consuming this kind of drug, and if inspection is carried out on board, they're liable to be on the wrong side of the law. The administration is of the view that if they are acting in accordance with the medical advice, and there is no suggestion that this would be drowsy, then they will not be caught by the bill. But if the administration said that if someone has taken drugs and feel drowsy, they should take a day off. Now, the trade said that there is a manpower shortage. If people are taking time off work because of the consumption of flu medication, it would affect the trade, in particular during the flu surge. We understand the concerns of the trade. The manpower shortage has been besetting the trade for some considerable time, and I urge the administration to include the marine industry as part of the scheme to import labor. Mr. Deputy, I've organized a briefing session mainly attended by the business organizations. However, the operators of the vessels may not be well up in the details, and I urge the administration to brief the industry so that the employers would be put into the picture, and they can prepare some cards for the employees to carry around for them to get a better understanding of the bill. With these words, I support the second reading and third reading of the bill. Mr. Lee Chen-ko. President, we have heard slogans about not drinking and driving because they don't mix. Before this bill was proposed, I thought that when it comes to vessels at sea and vehicles on land, it would be against the law for people to be driving. But this is the case because drink and drug boating wasn't included. I'm pleased to have this bill because we are making up for the deficiencies. Now, as members, when we scrutinized the bill, we found that the bill may inadvertently catch some people who are innocent. Like other members said, we are very concerned that when people enjoy a kind of beer on the beach and playing with the floating beds, they may be on the wrong side of the law. I'm glad that the government is sufficiently receptive and pointed out that this bill is not intended to target those who are using the buoyancy devices like swimming rings and floating beds. And this is having those who are operating a vessel that is underway in Hong Kong waters after consuming drug and alcohol. I hope that the administration would confirm this during the second reading debate. The administration said that normally the buoyancy devices are intended to increase the buoyancy and assist in swimming. The normal use of them will not be construed as operating a vessel. But this has not been taken out of the definition. So when considering whether someone has broken the law, the administration should have regard to the fact that someone is performing the designated duties on board a vessel, i.e. whether someone is actually operating a vessel at sea. So when people are using the buoyancy devices like swimming rings, they should not be regarded as operating a vessel. So if one uses the swimming rings or floating beds after consuming alcohol or drugs, they should not be regarded as breaching the law. So if someone is enjoying a can of beer and floating at sea on a floating bed, they shouldn't be worried about being caught by the marine police. I'm really glad that the administration is so receptive. Now, the government has referenced the drink and drug driving on roads, but we have to bear in mind that we're dealing with two vastly different scenarios. The sea is really vast, we are concerned about the law enforcement. On roads, we can set up the roadblocks. What about at sea? How on earth are you going to be identifying the instances of drink and drug boating? Even if you can identify them, if the vessels are being piloted all over the place and the coxswains have done a runner, how are you going to penalize them? And members have actually tried to find out how law enforcement can be carried out and how evidence can be gathered. And maybe because of the lapse of time, you may find a drunk person piloting the boat, and it may take 2 hours for the person to be taken on land for inquiry, and the concentration of alcohol may have diminished over the period of time. How can we make sure that the law can be enforced fairly? The administration said that on board the police launches there may be some breathalyzers or some screening devices. After all, before starting a vessel, one should not consume any alcohol, because these two don't mix. We have to make sure that everything is safe. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Transport and Logistics to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. President, I move the second reading of the Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill. First of all, I'm grateful to the Bills Committee's Chairman, Mr. Stephen Ho, its 6 members, and the Legislative Council Secretariat for their work and support. The smooth completion of the bill's scrutiny work allows us to resume second reading debate of the bill today. I also thank members for putting forward their invaluable opinions. The bill received its first and second reading in the Council this January. It proposes a piece of dedicated legislation to regulate drink and drug boating at sea and empowers law enforcement agencies to mandate the persons. Secretary, are you wearing the microphone? Please clip on the microphone. Am I coming through? Please continue. And empowers law enforcement agencies to mandate the persons involved to undergo alcohol or drug test. Legislative background. At present, there is no dedicated legislation to regulate drink and drug boating in the Hong Kong waters. Also, there is no law empowering law enforcement authorities to conduct compulsory tests for alcohol or drugs after a marine traffic accident. This poses difficulties for law enforcement officers in prosecuting the responsible persons and determining the cause of accidents. Persons who operate a vessel under the influence of alcohol or drugs may only be prosecuted for a general offense of endangering the safety of others at sea under the Shipping and Port Control Ordinance and the Merchant Shipping Local Vessels Ordinance. Usually, law enforcement agencies can only take enforcement actions after an accident. Based on the findings of a research conducted by an interdepartmental working group established by the Marine Department, comprising the Department of Justice, the Police Force, the Department of Health, the Hospital Authority, and the Government's Laboratory, legislative amendments modeling on drink and drug driving on roads were proposed with a view to enhancing restriction on operating a vessel under the influence of alcohol or drug and setting out the powers of enforcement agencies. Under the bill, a person involved in operating a vessel, including one who controls, navigates, or pilots a vessel, or performing designated duties relating to the safety and the security of the vessel and the protection of the marine environment on board a vessel that is underway will commit an offense if the person is under the influence of alcohol or drugs to the extent of being incapable of having proper control of the vessel, or has alcohol exceeding the prescribed limits in the person's body, or has any specified illicit drugs in the person's body. The scope of the bill covers crew members on board a vessel that is underway. This is to prevent the situation where crew members are unable to operate a vessel or perform designated duties properly under the influence of alcohol or drug, thus endangering the passengers, marine traffic, or the marine environment. In relation to persons not involved in the operation of a vessel or the performance of designated duties, including crew members responsible for providing catering service, or fishermen, deckhands, who are engaged in fish picking or fish selling on board a fishing vessel, they will not be subject to the bill. On the scope of application, we propose that the bill covers all vessels within Hong Kong waters, including any ship, junk, boat, dynamically supported craft, seaplane, non-mechanized vessels, any other description of vessel that is used in navigation, and any other description of vessel that is not used or not constructed or adapted for use in navigation. This is to ensure consistency in the scope of marine safety regulations. Considering that a vessel which is anchored, made fast to the shore or ground, will not be able to navigate even though the engine is turned on, the bill applies to a vessel that is underway only. That is, a vessel that is not at anchor, made fast to the shore or ground. We understand that there is concern that the use of buoyant objects such as swimming rings and floating beds by swimmers after drinking, consuming, or using alcohol or drugs could lead to prosecution by law enforcement officers for committing the relevant offences under the ordinance after the commencement of the bill. I reiterate here that the policy intent in drafting the bill is not to target swimmers who use buoyant objects, such as swimming rings and floating beds, after consuming, taking, or using alcohol or drugs, but rather to regulate persons who have consumed, taken, or used alcohol or drugs and who are involved in operating a vessel or performing designated duty on board a vessel that is underway within Hong Kong waters. The general purpose of buoyant objects such as swimming rings and floating beds is to increase the buoyancy of swimmers or to assist swimming. The normal use is generally not considered to be operating a vessel, even if buoyant objects are not excluded from the definition of vessel. When determining whether a person has committed the relevant offences under the ordinance following the commencement of the bill, the administration will not focus only on whether the object in question is a vessel, but will also consider whether the person is operating a vessel or performing a designated duty on board a vessel that is underway. For this reason, a swimmer in the normal use of a buoyant object would not be deemed to have committed the relevant offences under the ordinance after the enactment of the ordinance. The relatively broad and general definition of vessel in the bill is the same as that in the mainland, the United Kingdom, the United States, and Singapore, etc. Even though some items are excluded from the definition of vessel in the relevant legislation of New South Wales of Australia, these are only exceptions. Overall, the definition of vessel in the bill is similar to international practice. On alcohol and drugs tests at sea, the Marine Department and the police force have formulated a set of procedures. On drink boating at sea, the Marine Department and police officers, collectively known as the authorized officers, will be empowered to require a person to undergo screening breath test by using the handheld approved screening instrument. If the screening test result indicates that the proportion of alcohol in the person's breath is likely to exceed the prescribed limit, the authorized officer will require the person to undergo an alcohol analysis by using the approved breath analyzing instrument. On drug boating, the authorized officer will be empowered to require a person to undergo one or more preliminary drug tests, including the marine field sobriety test, rapid oral fluid test, or urine screening test. If the results of the preliminary drug test indicates that the person's ability to operate a vessel properly or to perform a designated duty properly is being impaired, or there is any concentration of any specified illicit drugs in the person's oral fluid or urine, the authorized officer will require the person to provide urine or blood specimen at a designated place for drug analysis at the government's laboratory. On law enforcement, in order that law enforcement agencies have sufficient power to enforce the bill, we propose to empower the authorized officers to require a person involved in operating a vessel or performing a designated duty to undergo the approved alcohol and/or drug test. Where there is reasonable cause to suspect that a person has committed an offense, the officer may arrest and remove the person from a vessel and direct a vessel to proceed together with any persons on board to a designated place. Depending on the type and seriousness of the offense and circumstances of the case, the proposed penalties include fines ranging from $5,000 to $50,000 and/or imprisonment for a period of from 6 months to 3 years. Furthermore, the court may order the person be disqualified to operate a vessel or perform designated duties on board a vessel from no less than 6 months to not less than 10 years. We also propose that under certain circumstances, the court or magistrate may order that the person be disqualified for life. The proposed penalties are identical to those adopted under the Road Traffic Ordinance Cap 374 for drink and drug driving offences on road. Besides, the bill provides for offences including obstructing an authorized officer and non-compliance with a direction with a view to protecting law enforcement agents. And I heard the 5 members' views, and I would like to respond to the members' views. Now, in the consultation paper in May 2023 on regulating drink and drug boating, the scope of the bill covers persons performing designated duties on board a vessel. Now, is the scope wider than that proposed under the consultation? Now, on the 25th of March 2019 and on the 22nd of May 2023, we have consulted the panel on economic development of LegCo on the legislative framework. The consultation paper sets out clearly that the proposed legislative framework will apply to persons involved in operation of a vessel and those who perform a designated duty on the vessel. And during the meeting, the administration explained clearly that the scope of the bill will cover crew members performing designated duties on board a vessel. The proposal was supported by the members. Also, in August 2015 and also 2017 and 23, the Marine Department has consulted the Local Vessels Advisory Committee, Port Operations Committee, Pilotage Advisory Committee, and High Speed Craft Consultative Committee. And starting from 2016, the Marine Department has consulted the various trade bodies, including the Seafarers Association and also the relevant trade unions. The Marine Department has explained the applicability of the bill to the trade and was supported by the trade. The trade is clear that the bill will apply to persons involving in the control of the vessel and also those who perform a duty on the vessel. Now, with the advancements in technology, in the future, there may be new types of vessels navigating the sea, including unmanned vessels. Now, the IMO has begun formulating standards and guidelines on the piloting of unmanned vessels or autonomous ship. Now, this is also a kind of vessels. As a result, autonomous ship falls under the definition of vessels under the bill and will be covered by the bill. Making reference to other jurisdiction, autonomous ship requires real-time monitoring of operators at the port. Now, despite the fact that the pilot is not present on the boat, the operator needs to take over the control of the autonomous ship in emergencies. As a result, the operator will be subject to the bill. Now, there are views that the penalty under the bill for non-compliance of a direction given by an authorized officer is too lenient. Now, when an order is made for a vessel to stop, a non-compliance only means that the pilot has failed to comply with marine traffic law. The authorized officer is unable to determine that the drug or drink boating offense has been committed. So it is not suitable to impose a penalty on the premises that drink or drug boating offenses have been committed. Rather, we should impose a penalty based on non-compliance of instruction given by the authorized officers under the Marine Traffic Ordinance. A penalty of imprisonment is incommensurate to the offense. Now, the authorized officer would give consideration to the prosecution guideline as well as the seriousness of the offense in invoking the appropriate offense. Now, according to the Marine Department, over the past 10 years, among those cases prosecuted for non-compliance of an order to stop the vessel, the masters would be charged under other offenses as well. The government will keep closely monitoring the implementation of the law. Where necessary, we will conduct a comprehensive review on the law. There were also views that we should exempt beaches from the bill. Now, beaches are part of Hong Kong waters. It is a place where Hong Kong members of the public would congregate. If there are any accidents, it would pose danger to swimmers. We have also encountered sea traffic accidents which occurred near beaches, so we can't remove beaches from the bill. Otherwise, it will not cover drink or drug boating resulting in accidents in waters near beaches. And members raised the question whether it would be against the law if a person operates a dragon boat after drinking or consumption of drug. Now, for a dragon boat, the paddlers and also the drummer would need to jointly steer the dragon boat towards the finish line. Now, in terms of operation, it means exercising control over or in charge of the course of direction of the vessel or the means of propulsion of the vessel, and B, exercise a function in connection with the navigation of the vessel. As a result, everyone on board a dragon boat would be covered by the bill. If the impairment level is so low that the persons cannot operate the dragon boat properly, or if the level of alcohol exceeds the prescribed limits, it would be against the law. However, those persons on board the dragon boat whose alcohol level in their body did not exceed the limits will not be prosecuted. Now, according to the guideline issued by the International Dragon Boat Association and also the training guidelines, it sets out that dragon boat athletes should not consume alcohol before boating. It was also mentioned that crew members may be operating the vessel after consumption of alcohol or drug without any choice. Now, actually, the bill has provided sufficient safeguard for that. Clause 19 and 20 of the bill have reflected our policy intent. In fact, prosecutors would consider the evidence and circumstances of each and every case in deciding whether the defense is accepted. For example, whether the person involved is an innocent agent, and also the credibility of the defense would be considered. And also, the government would consider whether the person involved was operating the vessel under coercion. So each and every case will be considered. Members mentioned whether non-mechanized vessel should be regulated next after mechanized vessel. Now, the government's position is even non-mechanized vessel can pose danger to other marine traffic. Now, if we exempt non-mechanized vessel from this bill, it may create a loophole. Now, if it is so unfortunate that there is an accident involving both mechanized and non-mechanized vessel, for example, a barge, a towboat towing a non-mechanized vessel where the person on board has consumed alcohol or drug, then it wouldn't be fair if prosecution is only taken against the persons on the towboat. I reiterate, the bill does not extend the scope of the existing regulatory regime. The bill would cover both non-mechanized and mechanized vessel. It is in alignment with the international standard. On publicity, subject to the passage of the bill, we will prepare a commencement notice and formulate subsidiary legislation for the commandments of the ordinance on the 1st of January 2025. Before the law takes effect, the Marine Department will step up publicity for the industry and the public, which includes preparing television and radio announcements in the public interest, distributing leaflets, and organizing safety seminars to ensure that those affected are aware of the commencement of the new ordinance. President, there is urgency to the passage of the Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill. On one hand, it will raise the public's awareness against drink and drug boating, prevent the occurrence of marine accidents, and enhance marine safety. On the other, after a tragedy occurs, the administration will be able to hold the guilty party accountable as empowered by the bill. The legislative proposal provides for the effective regulation of drink and drug boating within Hong Kong waters, thus enhancing marine safety and protection for those on board a vessel. The bill has been scrutinized by the Bills Committee and is supported by its members. I implore members to pass the bill. I so submit. Thank you, President.
I now put the question to you that the Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill. This council now becomes committee of the whole council to consider the Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill. And I propose a question to you that the following clauses and schedule will stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 50 and schedule. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now proceed with the voting. I put the question to you that the clauses and schedule read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I now report to the Council that the Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council without amendment. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading, Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I move that the Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill be read the third time and do pass. I now propose a question to you that the Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Marine Safety, Alcohol and Drugs Bill. This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Shipping Legislation, Electronic Certificates and Electronic Documents Amendment Bill 2024. Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Well, excuse me, I pressed a button by mistake. Does any other member wish to speak? If no, we now proceed with the voting. I put the question to you that the Shipping Legislation, Electronic Certificates and Electronic Documents Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Shipping Legislation, Electronic Certificates and Electronic Documents Amendment Bill 2024. This Council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Shipping Legislation, Electronic Certificates and Electronic Documents Amendment Bill 2024. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 10. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now proceed with the voting. I put the question to you that the clauses read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Shipping Legislation, Electronic Certificates and Electronic Documents Amendment Bill 2024 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I now report to the Council that the Shipping Legislation, Electronic Certificates and Electronic Documents Amendment Bill 2024 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council without amendment. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose a question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading, Shipping Legislation, Electronic Certificates and Electronic Documents Amendment Bill 2024. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I move that the Shipping Legislation, Electronic Certificates and Electronic Documents Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. And I'll propose the question to you that the Shipping Legislation, Electronic Certificates and Electronic Documents Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? I now put the question to you as stated. If no member would like to speak, will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Shipping Shipping Legislation, Electronic Certificates and Electronic Documents Amendment Bill 2024.
This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. Mr. Edmund Wong, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Edmund Wong. President, in my capacity as the Chairman of the Bills Committee on Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024, I would like to report to the Council the key deliberations of the Bills Committee. The bill seeks to amend the Inland Revenue Ordinance to implement the Patent Box Tax Incentive. The Bills Committee supports the implementation of the tax incentive to encourage more research and development R&D activities in the innovation and technology I&T sector, as well as the transformation and commercialization of R&D results. Under the proposed patent box regime, the concessionary tax rate for assessable profits derived from eligible intellectual property IP income is 5%. Members express concern if the concessionary tax rate is competitive relative to the other tax jurisdictions. The administration responded that the tax rates may be lower in other places which implement the patent box regime. There are, however, other conditions attached, such as those relating to investment and staff recruitment. The administration has proposed a more liberal approach in the bill in defining the scope of eligible IP income for inclusion in the patent box tax incentive regime. The administration is of the view that this approach would enhance the competitiveness of our patent box tax incentive. Members suggested that apart from tax incentives, the administration should provide more incentives or support to the industry to encourage R&D activities. Members urged the administration to actively promote the new patent box tax incentive outside of Hong Kong so as to attract more I&T enterprises to set up base in Hong Kong for their R&D activities. The administration responded that it would promote the patent box tax incentive to mainland and overseas businesses through its network of economic and trade offices and mainland offices, as well as offices of the Hong Kong Trade Development Council and Invest Hong Kong. The bill empowers the Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury to amend the concessionary tax rate for the patent box tax incentive by way of subsidiary legislation subject to the negative vetting procedure. Members expressed concerns that any amendment to the concessionary tax rate may have wide implications for taxpayers. Members therefore asked the administration to justify the proposed negative vetting approach. The administration explained that in formulating the patent box tax regime, the relevant rules and regulations of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, must be strictly followed. Otherwise, the regime may be assessed as potentially harmful by OECD. Given the dynamics of the relevant international tax standards, it is necessary to allow flexibility in the legislation so that adjustments could be made swiftly in response to market or regulatory developments. The bill prescribes the keeping of record of sufficient information to establish that the income concerned is eligible IP income and also details of the eligible IP to which the income relates. Such records serve as proof that the relevant income meets the requirements for enjoying patent box tax incentive. Considering that some taxpayers may not have tracked and traced expenditures or income to individual IPs or products prior to the introduction of the patent box tax incentive, the administration proposes to introduce a 3-year transitional arrangement for the record-keeping requirement. The Bills Committee noted that some organizations requested in their submissions that the administration clarify the commencement and end dates specific to the proposed 3-year transitional period. In response to the views of these organizations, the administration has proposed to move an amendment to specify that the transitional arrangement will begin from the first day of the taxpayers' basis period for the year of assessment 2023-24 and end on the last day of the taxpayers' basis period for the year of assessment 2025-26. The Bills Committee raises no objection to the amendment. President, I would now like to give my personal views on the bill. The bill is to provide a concession tax rate of 5% that I mentioned for eligible IP income and accessible profits deriving from that. So this will promote the development of the I&T sector and the development of IP. More importantly, there is a new concessionary tax policy for a particular sector. This is a good example. In that case, the government will be able to give more targeted support to different industries as necessary. Now, I've been advocating for enhancement of our tax regime, and this latest proposal is in line with what I've been advocating. Now, there are two types of concessionary tax regimes. One is the 2 tiers of profits tax. That is for any businesses in any industries, as long as their income is revenue in nature. For the first $2 million of accessible profits, the profits tax will be halved to 8.25%. And for profits above $2 million, the 16.5% of profit tax rate will be kept. The second type is for certain sectors or businesses, there will be tax concessions. For example, Section 88 of the Inland Revenue Ordinance, or where there are certain profits tax derived from certain funds or organizations, there could be a full waiver. For example, family office is one example. So the profits tax rate in Hong Kong is 16.5% for the standard rate. It's lower than that in many other places. And then there is also 2 tiers tax rates, and then there are other tax concessions for specified businesses or sectors that renders our tax regime competitive. But then OECD is proposing a global minimum global tax rate, and also with BEPS 2.0, the various measures are now being implemented. So the tax advantage that Hong Kong has been enjoying will be undermined to a certain extent, inevitably. That's why the government needs to consider new ways to provide tax concessions that will help to consolidate our tax advantage. The patent box tax regime is precedent for providing specific tax concessionary tax rate for specific industries. So this is a new policy direction. Well, for the minimum global standard rate or BEPS, let's not consider their impact on Hong Kong first. Let's talk about the 8.25% of profits tax, or 0% profits tax. That is a total tax exemption for certain industries. Now, in between the two types of tax concession, it seems that we don't have something in the middle. That is the middle of the road approach. Now, maybe we want to promote the development of certain industries in Hong Kong, and we want to support the development here. If only only the first $2 million of accessory profits will enjoy the 8.25% profits tax rate. Well, it is not appealing enough. But then if we can adopt the same arrangement of tax concession for profit tax like for funds, then that will be a good way. That may not be a desirable approach because now with the patent box tax regime, it is new policy direction. So there is a specific concession tax rate for a particular industry. So in future, we could adapt the same regime to other industries that the government wants to support. For example, international arbitration and mediation, aircraft and ship leasing, artificial intelligence industries, and so on. So with such a specific concessionary tax arrangement that will for specific industries that will make us more competitive. At the same time, we won't lose out entirely on tax revenue. Now, Hong Kong is an international financial and trade center. We have the obligations to comply with relevant international tax cooperation arrangements. And as the government introduces new tax concession arrangements, it must comply with the requirements of relevant international organizations. For example, the concessionary tax rate of 5% for patent box tax incentive, that's in line with the nexus requirement of OECD. Now, the government has already adopted this new direction of providing specific concessionary tax rate to specific industries. FSTB should follow this line of arrangement to see how we could comply with OECD and BEPS 2.0 requirements, while at the same time we could offer tax concessions to businesses or funds that we want to bring into Hong Kong. Then the SAR government will be able to bring in businesses and sectors and develop sectors that we want. So then we will be able to enhance the tax competitiveness of Hong Kong as a whole. I speak in support of the bill and the amendments of the government. Thank you.
Mr. Martin Liu. Thank you, President. I have to declare that I'm a practicing barrister and I also engage in legal services in relation to IP. In the 14th Five-Year Plan, it supports Hong Kong to develop into an international IP center and international cultural center. This is very important to the commercialization of research and development. It also provides safeguards to provide preferential tax treatment for eligible IP that will drive more research and development of enterprises, and that will drive market advantage. And this will also drive the IP activities in the industry. For instance, valuation, management, consultation, and so on. The global INT focuses moving eastwards. Asia increased from 46% to 68% in 2023. Hong Kong R&D expenditure accounted for more than 1% for the first time of the GDP for the first time. According to a report, patent-intensive sectors are important industry in Hong Kong. It accounts for some 18.6% of the GDP and some 14.6% of the workforce in Hong Kong. From 2021 to 2023, standard patent approval numbered a total of over 10,000. The accumulated growth is 50.5%. the World IP Organization announced the Innovative Index, Shenzhen, Guangzhou, Hong Kong. These clusters have ranked the second most patent-intensive regions for 4 years in a row. The GBA has great potential in this regard, but we need to come to understand when it comes to Hong Kong, in 2022, patent applications, over 97% of these applications were submitted by residents out of our jurisdiction. They apply for the re-registration of the patent applications. In the past 10 years, they accounted for less than 2%. SMEs are limited by capital and scale. So in the course of research and development, there are still difficulties. In order to encourage more R&D and commercialization as well as the marketization of products, the Chief Executive mentioned in the 2023 policy address the Patent Box Incentive. President, the concept of Patent Box was floated by Ireland as early as in 2000. Patent Box was first floated in France in 2001. In 2024, in the bill on inland revenue tax concession for intellectual property income, the assessable profits of eligible IP income will be driven down from 16.5% to 5%. In Europe, Luxembourg 4.99%, in Singapore 5% or 10%. These are the patent box tax rates, or the 5% of the patent box tax rate as mentioned in the papers. It may not be the lowest around the world, but the administration has adopted a quite relaxed approach. Taxpayers, the eligible income registered by taxpayers are still eligible for concessionary tax rates. Comparing with the Singapore policy, they need to meet extra requirements in relation to staff and investment. So the policy of Hong Kong is competitive enough. In 2015, OECD, the Nexus approach in relation to IP not only limits the scope of eligible IP, but it also requires the eligible IP income needs to be subject to the Nexus approach. BEPS 2.0 Inclusive Network, Hong Kong is a member of this inclusive network, and Hong Kong needs to follow the Nexus approach as announced by OECD. Through the newly added Schedule 17FD, there's a new definition of eligible IP income as well as the assessable profits of eligible IP income, the concessionary tax rate calculation. If there are acquisition costs of the IP in relation to eligible IP income or outsourced research and development activities, the amount will be calculated on a pro rata basis with fairness. For example, transfer pricing will be decreased on a pro rata basis. That is to prevent any tax loss of Hong Kong, as well as to prevent tax avoidance. Property rental expenditure incurred for R&D activities may be regarded as the proposed eligible R&D expenditure, but interest payment, alteration, expansion, addition expenses will not be covered. The acquisition cost of the IP will not be covered either. In Section 40AZ, the Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury is empowered by way of subsidiary legislation to amend Schedule 17 FD. I support it. The making of subsidiary legislation is subject to the monitoring of the Legislative Council. It will be subject to the negative vetting procedure in the Legislative Council. The Council can abolish the relevant subsidiary legislation if need be. It is also subject to judicial review. Hong Kong is a member of the Inclusive Framework on BEPS, so we need to observe the minimum standards as well as the international standards. Making subsidiary legislation to amend Section 17 FD will provide flexibility of the legislation, so we can make adjustments as the market develops. I speak in support of the bill. I so submit. Thank you, President. Ms. Carmen Khan. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. On the 14th of May, the Bills Committee held a meeting. I was on a tour to ASEAN and I could not attend a meeting. I would like to speak in support of the bill, and I also support the patent tax incentive, which was mentioned in the 2023 policy address, and the direction of Hong Kong to develop itself into an regional IP center. In 2023 to 24, the budget, the Financial Secretary already announced the patent box incentive. The Chief Executive confirmed in the policy address that the concessionary tax rate will be set at 5%. I support it. The policy objective is to encourage the industry to carry out more research and development activities using IP system and innovative results, commercialization of products. We can encourage IP activities. We can provide more new services. All these will help Hong Kong to develop itself into a regional IP center. It also benefits the OGP system, or Regional Grant Patent System. Re-registration is also covered. The OGP system was floated in 2019. The government has been driving the OGP system. There are a couple of features on the bill. For eligible IP that covers patent and plant variety rights, software protected by copyright ordinance, we can see these are generated as a result of research and development. This reflects that Hong Kong encourages research and development as well as innovation. For eligible IP, they can come from overseas and register in Hong Kong. The eligible IP income, as long as the income is from Hong Kong, in other words, it is Hong Kong source. As long as this requirement does not change, it will be deemed invalid. Regarding eligible IP income, the tax rate is set at 5%, as I mentioned. This is way lower than the 16.5% on the two-tier profits tax rates. As members mentioned, for example, in Singapore, the concessionary tax rate of 5% or 10% comes with more complicated requirements. They have requirements in relation to investments and staff. So I think we need to seize the opportunities to promote the bill. If we compare with Ireland, the tax rate is 10%. I think we should further promote the concessionary tax rate in Hong Kong. If the eligible IP is developed by taxpayers, the relevant income will also be subject to preferential tax treatment. If, however, it is outsourced or acquired, the administration has already confirmed that this is in line with the OECD BEPS 2.0 inclusive framework nexus approach calculation. The administration should maintain close liaison with the industry. So for those who come to Hong Kong to develop this business, they will have a better understanding of the policies in Hong Kong. Next, on OGP system and plant variety rights, there will be a transitional period of 2 years. In a moment, I will make 3 suggestions. I hope that we will have sufficient time to enhance the capacity for OGP system in Hong Kong. We need to get well prepared. The OGP system started in 2019. The administration said as at March 2024, they have received a total of 859 applications, and Hong Kong only approved 100 applications. Hong Kong only granted 100 applications. So we need to move with the times when it comes to the requirements. And that's about the capacity building of the OGP system. The administration has planned that up to 2030, the pool of patent examiners will reach 100. But right now we only have 30. Next year, we hope that the pool will be extended to 40 examiners. In the coming 5 years, we'll have to have 60 to 70 more patent examiners. I hope the administration will work harder together, and I hope the administration will attract talents in this connection. They need to work harder. On developing ourselves into a regional IP trading center, we need a whole chain of services, that is financing, intermediary support, valuation, collateral registration system, dispute resolution regime. We need to work harder on these fronts in relation to IP. I speak in support of the amendments to be moved by the administration. I support the 3-year transitional period. I support the bill and the amendments. Thank you, President.
Dr. Kennedy Wong. The Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024 seeks to reduce the tax rate for eligible IP income to 5%. This is to implement the proposal in the 2023 to 24 budget for promoting the R&D activities in Hong Kong. So the bill seeks to encourage R&D activities and the commercialization and transformation of R&D outcome, and I support that. Now, we are to develop into regional IP trading center, and the government needs to give more policy support. Apart from tax incentives, we need to pay particular attention to talent sources. I asked a question last year on the training of talents. The administration replied that it will eventually increase the number of patent examiners to 100. The midterm target in 2025 is to increase the number to 40. At the Bills Committee meeting, the administration informed us that the intellectual property development has already hired 29 patent examiners. The midterm target is to increase the number to about 42. So if we go by this progress, is the government confident enough that it will be able to hire enough patent examiners? I hope the administration will be able to achieve its target on time. Now, at the Bills Committee meeting, the administration informed us that with the implementation of the patent box tax regime, the number of original grant patent examiners should go up to cater to the increase in patent examiners, there are other professional services that are required. For example, patent agents. There aren't patent agents yet in Hong Kong. And there's already a discussion on different arrangements. And one of the discussions about the qualifications of patent and training of patent agents. So far, there is a roadmap, but there is not yet a timetable for such new measures. We're therefore concerned that in boosting our talent resources, I wonder if we are able to keep up with the development of the sector. Now, IP is an important asset of businesses. So I hope the government will consider tax incentives to encourage businesses to invest more in R&D activities. And there are other related services, legal services, mediation, management of IP, and so on. There's need to develop different professionals to support the development of the high-quality development of the IP trade sector in Hong Kong. I speak in support of the bill and the amendments of the administration. Thank you. Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Innovation and technology is the cornerstone for the development of a new economy. The President Xi Jinping proposed accelerating the development of new quality productive forces. Hong Kong has to develop into 8 centers. One of the important centers is the Regional IP Trading Center. The new government is very proactive. It's come up with serious measures to promote the INT sector. The patent box tax regime is one of the measures proposed. So this is in relation to the bill we're considering today, that is the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. The bill seeks to to reduce the current profits tax rate of 16.5% to 5% substantially for eligible IP income and accessible profits deriving from that. So we should proactively encourage the development of R&D activities. Now, for many businesses, IP is an important asset. In particular, R&D, outcome, creativity, and so on. This tax incentive will certainly encourage businesses to engage in R&D activities, and it will also help to encourage businesses to commercialize their R&D outcomes into products or services. That will certainly promote trading of R&D outcome as a commodity. Now, I believe the tax incentive will attract more businesses to set up an R&D base in Hong Kong. This will help to promote the development of the INT sector in Hong Kong. It will help to upgrade and transform our businesses. And then we could also attract more international investors to come and invest in Hong Kong. If we could make the patent box pie bigger, certainly that will promote the development of related professions. For example, the evaluation, management, and consultancy services for IP and so on. Then, so quality jobs, more quality jobs could be created. Now, the country wants Hong Kong to become a regional IP trading center. So all these developments would support that development. Now, Hong Kong has the advantage of being backed by the country and connected to the world. There is immense potential in our IP market. There are boundless opportunities. So I hope the government will prepare well for the implementation of the new law. And then they should also review and enhance other legislation that are related, and it should continue to encourage the R&D of products. The government should lead Hong Kong to start a new chapter on INT development. I speak in support of the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Benson Look, President, I speak in support of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. I am a member of the Bills Committee, and I participated in the scrutiny of the bill. Under the 14th five-year plan of a country, it is said that our country supports Hong Kong developing into a regional IP trading center, and this term of the government is very proactive and capable. It is proposed under this bill that the preferential tax rate is set at 5%. Comparing to regular profit tax rate at 16.5%, this concessionary tax rate will encourage enterprises to undertake R&D activities and convert the outcome of R&D into products. I think that this is in line with the position given by us by our country. The government all along adopts different tax incentives to encourage and help various sectors to develop in a more speedy manner. Some years ago, the government lowered the enterprises that earn more than $2 million from 16.5% to 8.25% to boost the development of SMEs. We think that by implementing referential tax regimes, various sectors can be developed in a more speedy manner, and this kind of incentives is very popular among the sectors. I have 3 points of concern that I would like to raise. First, I think that the government should continue to make use of tax incentives to boost important sectors and industries in Hong Kong. Various countries and places use tax deductions and preferential tax regimes to boost development of their industries. According to the bills, the concessionary tax rate is 5% under the patent box regime. Comparing to other places and countries that offer similar tax incentives, our percentage is not low. For Luxembourg, the relevant tax rate is 4.99%, Ireland 10%, Korea 4.5% to 18%, Singapore 5% or 10%. In the Bills Committee meeting, I mentioned that our tax rate is not the lowest in the world. I wonder if this will affect our competitiveness and attractiveness. The administration said that apart from tax incentives, investors are more concerned about our I&T ecosystem, ancillary facilities, and talents that we have. The requirements and restrictions of these enterprises in Hong Kong are not as restrictive in Hong Kong compared to other places. This will help us attract more international investors and enterprises to establish presence in Hong Kong. I hope that Hong Kong will continue to adopt more aggressive concessionary tax rates so that we can draw for talents, startups, and enterprises. Second, during the scrutiny of the bill, I mentioned this. I am concerned if we have a shortage of patent examiners. I'm glad to see that since 2019, the government have been nurturing local patent examiners under the original grant patent system. And the IPD allows local patent examiners to undergo training on the mainland, and the government expects that the time taken for processing patent application will last 2 to 3 years. This is largely in line with the international standard. I hope that the government will step up training for local patent examiners and increase the quotas for mainland exchange. Third, Hong Kong is one of the major disputes resolution centers in Asia. But I've talked to certain leaders in the IP industry. They told me that they came across some special experience when they took their IP cases to the court. They told me that the same case was heard by different courts. This is very worrisome. I wonder if we have enough talents to adjudicate IP cases in Hong Kong. I hope that the government will step up their efforts in training IP talents in Hong Kong and create a comprehensive value chain for our development of regional IP trading center. Thank you. So submit. Dr. Johnny Ng. Thank you, President. The bill proposed to lower the tax on profits derived from qualifying IP to 5%, which is lower than the existing profit tax rate of 16.5%. I support it. I think that this patent box tax incentives will enhance our competitiveness in the region and encourage the sector to dedicate more resources into R&D activities and commercialize their R&D outcomes. This will also attract international enterprises to come to Hong Kong to engage in IP trading and maybe establish their headquarters in Hong Kong to help Hong Kong's industries to transform and upgrade. This will help develop Hong Kong's new quality productive forces and enhance our status as an INT center. I think that our tax revenue will increase eventually in the future. I have a few points to make. First, there are some neighboring countries that offer patent box regimes. For example, Korea, they offer a tax rate of 4.5% to 80%, Singapore 5 or 10%. The patent box regime of Korea is one of the most advanced one in the world. In terms of promoting local INT development, their regime was very helpful. I think that we should step up a promotion of the advantage of our patent box regime, along with our other friendly measures to encourage more enterprises to establish presence in Hong Kong to engage in R&D activities. Hong Kong, as an international financial center, we adopt this one country, two system principle. We have a number of challenges for financing. I think that the government should enhance collaboration with other countries under the Greater Bay Area to establish a IP trading platform to enhance collaboration with other cities under the Greater Bay Area. Third, I think that we should support IP development and trading. There aren't a lot of lawyers that offer valuation financing services on IP. This undermines the commercialization of R&D outcome. We don't have a lot of reputable companies that provide valuation services for IP. I think that financial institutions should offer more services for SMEs to apply for patent and also provide services on valuation of IP. Fourth, I think that we should step up talent training. We have to increase the number of patent examiners in Hong Kong and enhance our capacity and capabilities in substantive patent examination, so that we can promote and develop patent box regime and develop into a regional IP trading center. All in all, I support the passage of the bill to implement patent box regime to encourage R&D activities in the industry and commercialization of R&D outcomes so that we can become a regional IP trading center. So submit, President. I speak in support of the bill.
Mr. Rock Chen, thank you, President. The bill is aimed at offering a concessionary tax rate, and the rate is going to be slashed to 5%, way lower than the existing rate of 16.5. That is to encourage the INT sector to carry out more R&D activities. Knowledge can change our destiny and can also create wealth. As President Xi Jinping stressed, that IP is very important to our country and the high-quality development of our country. So I speak in support of the bill. In recent years, China has the highest number of IP applications. China submitted over 1.58 million applications. However, the growth rate of China has decreased in 2 years in a row. It has decreased from 6.8% to 3.1%. But the number of patent applications numbered 55,000 in total, which shows the input in relation to IP. This bill provides a potentially effective solution to support the INT development of the country. We do have the conditions to develop IP. According to statistics, we are one of the 12 most influential centers. There were over 17,000 applications. Most applications come from Switzerland, Japan, and so on. Hong Kong is the only region that exercises common law system in both Chinese and English, and we have the favorable conditions to do so. We also have a well-developed network, and we also have a wealth of experience in this connection. We have the advantage of enjoying the support of the motherland and close connection to the world. Right now, we are going to amend the rate to 5%, comparing with Singapore, that is 5 to 10%, Korea, 4.5% to 18%, Ireland, 10%, Israel, 5% to 10%. We can see that Hong Kong has our competitive edge. We can attract mainland and overseas enterprises to come to Hong Kong to make applications. They can even move their R&D businesses to Hong Kong. They can establish presence in Hong Kong. The international financial center status of Hong Kong also provides opportunities to us. The administration can study the implementation of the financing scheme for IP. So there are financing opportunities in Hong Kong. We also need to cement the status of the regional IP center. We need to keep our competitive edge. Apart from preferential tax treatment, the administration also needs to groom talents that have experience in commerce, law, trading, and so on. For talents from the mainland and from overseas, we need to provide facilitation when it comes to visa applications. We need to provide favorable conditions to attract them to come to Hong Kong. In order to expedite the development of IMP, we need to generate more support. The total R&D expenditure is on the low side. In 2022, our total expenditure only accounted for 1% of the GDP, comparing with 2% in Singapore and 4% in Taiwan. Obviously, we have room for improvement to catch up with these countries or areas. So we need to expedite the infrastructures in order to drive commercialization, to drive R&D, to quicken the speed. So this will be favorable for Hong Kong to lead other countries or areas. I speak in support of the bill. Thank you, President. Professor Priscilla Leung. Knowledge changes our destiny. We used to refer to our personal destiny, but with the high-speed development of technology, destiny also refers to the destiny of the country and our destiny. In the 14th Five-Year Plan, Hong Kong enjoys the status of regional IP trading center. It's not only the local IP, but we also need to attract mainland IP as well as overseas IP. The patent box concessionary tax rate is set at 5%. I support it. But when it comes to preferential tax treatment, I will say this is a token of sincerity. When we have preferential tax rate, we can attract talents as well as wealth. That is, I mean investors. We can attract investors to come to Hong Kong. I have quite a lot of friends. They are international investors. they are looking into establishing presence in Hong Kong. And I need to commend the Hong Kong SAR government. In the past 2 years, the administration went to areas around the world, for example, the Middle East, South America, or even Africa. These regions have interest in opening up more development opportunities. Quite many international investors are interested in coming to Hong Kong. In the legal industry, I already relayed my view to the current term government. They found that we lack lawyers specializing in IP. They needed to turn to international law firms that are renowned. Of course, we do have mega enterprises. And when there are international law firms in Hong Kong, they can establish presence in Hong Kong. The reason why I need to mention lawyers is that the protection of IP is the most important. And we need to build this confidence. So the 5% is a token of sincerity. So apart from attracting these patents to Hong Kong, we also need to make it an industry. On talents, we need to show even more sincerity. In the tertiary institution industry and in the technology industry, Dajiang Innovation account for 80% of the drones around the world. While he was studying the master's degree, he did so at Hong Kong UST, and he was developing drones. But drones weren't commercialized in Hong Kong in the end. Shenzhen successfully attracted the commercialization of drones. The investor was very young back then. Hong Kong has a lack of wealth, land, and talents. So when investors want to commercialize their products, after they have registered their products, they fail to, so to speak, grow their products. They lack the conditions to do so. The investor thanked the grooming of the UST. We need to have our own competitive edge in order to attract talents. If we can crawl for the IP and R&D, I understand many enterprises have a department for R&D development. Many mainland mega enterprises have IP that have the status of fellows. There's a high-level green technology innovation. It ranks the top around the world. But can it be commercialized in Hong Kong? They have been seriously looking for IP lawyer in Hong Kong. If they ask for $50 million or just $5 million, that would be sufficient. The venture capital actually turns to them. But can we commercialize the product in Hong Kong? When the IP comes to Hong Kong, the enterprises will naturally come to Hong Kong as well. When they have established presence in Hong Kong and they have IP, their companies have gone listed, then they will cast their eye on Belt and Road countries market. The 5% is attractive. Say you need to use discount to attract buyers and then they will buy even more. I have drawn reference from the 8 UGC universities Race Plus. That is a scheme. "24 IPs in total are under Race Plus, which is supported by Professor Sun. Each project can obtain a funding of $100 million. So we need to keep these IP in Hong Kong. More importantly, they need to develop in Hong Kong. There can be jobs. There can also be a chain of the industry, and we need to commercialize the products. University teams are more and more proactive. In Hong Kong, these fundings are approved much faster. University professors are confident about the laws of Hong Kong. So we have 24. If we can keep all of them in Hong Kong, it's important that we have businesses as long as overseas countries know the potential of Hong Kong. Then capital will be like water flowing to Hong Kong. Overseas countries' capital will also flow to Hong Kong as a result. So I speak in support of the bill. I so submit. Thank you, President.
Ms. Eunice Yung. I speak in support of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. The bill will amend the Inland Revenue Ordinance. So for accessible profits derived from eligible IP income, there will be a concessionary tax rate of 5%. This is an important initiative because it will encourage innovation and application of IP. Now, in the 14th five-year plan, the central authorities stated clearly that Hong Kong should develop into a regional IP trading center. To achieve that target, we need to encourage in the industrial sector and R&D sector to develop IP and use IP. Providing a concession tax rate is an effective tool. And then we learn also from international experience. There are more and more countries and regions offering the patent box tax incentive regime. So we want to, because they want to encourage R&D activities and also the commercialization and transformation of R&D outcome. So I think we're acting in a timely manner to introduce the patent tax incentive. It will substantially boost our competitiveness in the region. Now, for IP-intensive industries, they accounted for 32% of our GDP some years ago, and then they hired 29% of the workforce. We can see, therefore, IP-intensive industries are important to our development. Now we're providing the patent tax incentive, patent box tax incentive that will further stimulate R&D activities, and it will be long-term. It will be a long-term driving engine. And we're going to encourage innovation and R&D, and then with the patent box tax incentive, we could encourage businesses to invest more in R&D activities, and then we could have more homegrown innovation capacity. We can see that the tax incentive will not just benefit the R&D sector, but also the legal and other professional services. This will further consolidate Hong Kong's position as the regional IP trading center. Now, as we have the patent box tax incentive, we need to make sure that the system is not abused. This is to ensure the fairness of the tax regime. The administration said that it will go by the standards of our OECD to formulate stringent rules and regulations. There will be specific definition of IP income and IP assets, and then there's also record-keeping requirement. I believe these measures are to plug loopholes and make sure that the policy has the effect as intended. Now, with these patent box tax incentive and other measures, I believe SMEs and the ICT sector will then invest more in R&D activities and also commercialize more R&D outcome. This helps to promote the creative industries in Hong Kong. The government needs to publicize the incentive more proactively overseas, so more businesses will be brought to Hong Kong, and then we could seize upon the opportunities brought about by the Belt and Road initiative as well. It's important that we retain talents, and we could also bring talents from GBA to Hong Kong. This is important too. Thank you. Dr. So Chung-Wing. Thank you, Deputy President. Now, on IP and in particular registered patent, they are all important everywhere in the world. In 2022, the number of patent applications of our country accounted for the largest share of the global total. There are over 1.6 million applications. That takes up about half of all the applications around the world. It's actually 36.8%, and there's also an upward trend. Now in Hong Kong, we are also doing well. The statistics of intellectual property department shows that in 2020, from 2021 to 23, for 3 years in a row, each year, over 10,000 standard patents are granted. That shows that there is much momentum in this respect. And between 2019 and 21, IP-intensive industries contributed to almost 1/3 of the GDP. They also hired about 30%. They also provided about 30% of jobs in Hong Kong. So we can see, therefore, IP-intensive industries are an important driving engine for economic development. So for upstream industries, if we provide concessionary tax arrangement, that is actually a good way to encourage businesses to engage in R&D activities more, so that we could then have more IP assets. Now, the commercialization and transformation of R&D outcome will promote the development of the emerging industries, and that will be a new growth point for Hong Kong. In the long run, it will enhance our competitiveness. Therefore, I support the Inland Revenue Amendments Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. The bill and the amendment to be moved are a result of the government making reference to useful experience around the world. The government has also taken on board the views of the industry to come up with the patent box tax regime. The regime offers a concessionary tax rate of 5% instead of the original 16.5% of profits tax rate. So this will help to sustain the development of the economy, and it's also an effective way to maximize the benefits of IP income. Now, around the world, there's some much development on the IP front. World Bank statistics show that in 2021, the IT export amounted to $277 billion US, and then in 2022 it went up to $446 billion US. But then for our country, there is still a deficit in terms of patent import and export. Now, the patent import amounted to 44.7 billion US dollars, but export was only 13.3 billion dollars. And then in terms of manpower, IP trading and professional support and so on, they're still not sufficient in Hong Kong. We need to build a market, so 1 + 1 will be more than 2. Now we see that there is a drastic rise in the use of IP, and there's an immense trading market. There is much more room for Hong Kong to develop further, and then Hong Kong would become the bridge between the country and the world in terms of IP trading. Now, encouraging R&D activities and commercialization and transformation of R&D income, the bill provides a strong incentive. At the same time, we need to consolidate and improve upon our IP protection system. On IP management and trading, we need to create even more favorable conditions. And then Hong Kong will truly become a regional IP trading center. And then we could promote IP-related services in Hong Kong towards some high-value development. And then we could also then enhance boost new quality productive forces. Now, my suggestions are, firstly, there should be better coordination of collaboration among tertiary institutions on IP operation, management, valuation, arbitration, and mediation. That we need to train cross-disciplinary talent. So the talents have multiple skills. We also need to increase the number of examiners. There must be more professional training. And then there must be closer integration of the value chains. The second suggestion is that we should use AI and other big data technology so we could better analyze the supply and demand in the IP market. And then we could keep enhancing the IT protection regime and the trading system. We also need to step up collaboration with the mainland and overseas. And we should form an alliance on IP professional services. And then we could provide quality professional services in relation to IP that will help to create an ecosystem of IP trading in Hong Kong. Finally, my last suggestion is that we should improve the relevant policies and systems. We should set up an IP arbitration and mediation center. We should also improve the copyright ordinance further. And then we must have regard to the latest development in the IP market and emerging industries. And then there should be comprehensive protection for IP. So I speak.
Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. Deputy President, various economies over the world are transforming into knowledge-based economies. According to the OECD definition, knowledge-based economy means the use of knowledge to develop economy. That means making use of knowledge to create value and make use of innovation and creations as the driving force for economy. Under the 14th Five-Year Plan, the country supports Hong Kong developing into an IET hub, East meets West cultural hub, and regional IP trading center. This shows that Hong Kong has a unique advantage under the one country, two systems principle. We have to work with the country to seize the new opportunities of transforming into a knowledge-based economies. IP is an important asset for a lot of enterprises. Outcome of R&D can be registered under patent to be protected under the law so that these patents can be traded to develop new products and services. According to a lot of experience of various advanced economies, through creative industry, the creation of patent and IP can facilitate the trading of relevant intellectual property. Development, licensing, and trading of IP can encourage creations and innovations. This will facilitate commercialization of R&D outcomes, and this will also help develop professional services that relates to IMP, including legal, management, consultancy, and agency services. A lot of advanced economies establish patent box regime to lower the tax rates on profits derived from qualifying IP in order to encourage industrial and R&D sector as well as IP users to engage in IP trading activities. The Financial Secretary mentioned in the 2023-24 budget that a patent box tax incentives will be implemented for qualifying IP generated from eligible R&D activities. Concessionary tax rates will apply. This bill is to amend the Inland Revenue Ordinance Cap 112 to offer concessionary tax for accessible profits under the patent box regime. Under the Nexus approach, only qualifying IP income will be eligible for concessionary tax rate under the patent box regime. IP assets include patent, plant variety rights, and copyrighted software. Our regular profit tax rate is 16.5%. Under other preferential tax regimes, our concessionary tax rate is 8.25%. To make sure that our patent box regime is competitive, the administration proposes that the concessionary tax rates under the patent box regime should be 5%. Deputy President, I pointed out to the administration on multiple occasions that if the government wants to create more sources of revenue, they have to be innovative. They can reduce, for example, tax rates under the patent box regime to lower the tax rate on profits derived from qualifying IP. On the surface of it, the tax revenue of the government may be affected, but this will lower the burden of tax expenditure of enterprises so that they can spend more money on R&D, and that will facilitate IT development and economic development. This will also facilitate international investment to enhance our competitiveness. Deputy President, our country is developing new quality productive forces, and this has been written in the 2024 Government Work Report. We stress that we have to nurture future industries. Under the 14th Five-Year Plan, it is said that we have to innovate, create new energy, develop new energy vehicles, green environment, aviation, marine equipment, and new industries alike. Hong Kong should complement with our country's development and leverage on our unique advantage to develop into an international INT hub. And also we should leverage on the Northern Metropolis to plan on a broad perspective. We have to nurture talents, attract enterprises, enhance collaboration among government, enterprises, and academics to facilitate the development of INT cluster in the Northern Metropolis. Also, we have to develop new industrialization, expedite transformation of R&D outcome, and to promote the industrialization of INT sector. The proposed patent box regime will help attract more INT enterprises to establish their presence in Hong Kong to conduct R&D activities, and this will also facilitate our IP trading activities as well as driving the development of ancillary professional services. All these will facilitate our development of new quality productive forces. Before the implementation of patent box regime, some taxpayers may not have kept records on their IP. The government proposes to establish a 3-year transitional period so that the administration can make use of a 3-year rolling figure to calculate their nexus ratio in order to be eligible for the concessionary tax rate. The Secretary will move an amendment to specify that the 3-year period will begin on the first day of taxpayers' basis period for the year of assessment 2023-24. It shows that the administration takes on advice and is very pragmatic. Apart from providing tax incentives, the administration should provide more incentives to the sector as well as support so that the industry practitioners can engage in R&D activities. Compared to other advanced economies, our R&D activities are not very vibrant. Our total R&D expenditure to GDP in 2005 to 2015 is at around 0.72 and 0.79%. INT is the focus of this term of the government. The administration has dedicated much resources to develop infrastructure for INT, facilitate R&D, and nurture talents. Our R&D expenditure to local GDP rose to 1.07% in 2022, which is very encouraging. As BPA and myself has proposed to the government, we should enhance the R&D expenditure ratio to GDP and raise it to no less than 2.5%. And also, we should enhance the mechanism to approve INT projects. Deputy President, I so speak in support of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. Does any other members wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. President, we submitted the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024 to the Legislative Council in April 2024 for scrutiny. I am grateful for the support and hard work of Mr. Edmund Wong, Chairman of the Bills Committee, along with other members of the BC. Thanks to them, the scrutiny of the bill was completed very smoothly. I would also like to thank the members who spoke just now for their invaluable comments on the bill. The bill seeks to amend the Inland Revenue Ordinance to implement the patent box tax incentives, thereby putting into effect a major policy measure under the 2023 Policy Address and the 2023-24 budget to promote the development of intellectual property IP trading. The bill proposes to offer tax concessions for qualifying profits derived from eligible IP created through R&D activities to encourage enterprises to forge ahead with more R&D activities and create more intellectual properties with market potential as a catalyst for promoting INT and IP trading activities. Given Hong Kong's status as a member of the Inclusive Framework on Base Erosion and Profit Shifting, BEPS, under the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, to implement the patent box tax incentive, Hong Kong is obliged to apply the nexus approach in determining the extent of IP income that is entitled to preferential tax treatment. Moreover, to promote more filings under the local patent system and plant varieties protection system, the relevant enterprises must register their new inventions and new plant varieties in Hong Kong in order to enjoy patent box tax incentives. During strict scrutiny of the bill, most BC members and groups that wrote to the BC supported the patent box tax incentives. We responded to the concerns and comments received in writing and verbally during Bills Committee meetings. There were members who asked for the definition of qualifying intellectual property income, scope of eligible research and development expenditure, the calculation of nexus ratio, and so on. As mentioned in my speech moving the second reading of the bill, we have to comply with the OECD requirements on patent box tax incentives that we offer, including what counts as qualifying IP income, the definition and calculation of eligible R&D expenditure, and so on. We have taken a liberal approach to cover a wide scope of income derived from eligible IP with a view to enhancing our international competitiveness in attracting foreign institutional investment while complying with the nexus conditions and rules. When calculating the nexus ratio, we adopt the jurisdictional approach for determining the scope of eligible R&D expenditures. Some members were concerned that the concessionary tax rate of 5% under the patent box regime may not be the most competitive when compared with other tax jurisdictions. We explained to members that while the tax rate under the patent box regime implemented in certain tax jurisdictions can be as low as 5%, taxpayers are required to fulfill other conditions, such as those relating to investment and staff recruitment, in order to be eligible for the relevant patent box tax incentives. We, however, do not impose these requirements. We offer a flat concessionary tax rate of 5%, so we think that our patent box tax incentives are competitive. There were members who asked about the professional manpower supply and training upon passage of the bill. The original grant patent system was launched in 2019. The Intellectual Property Department currently has nearly 30 patent examiners and will sustain their effort in staff recruitment and training, enhancing the quality and efficiency of patent examination, institutional establishment and enhancement, etc., with a view to acquiring institutional autonomy and conducting substantive patent examination in 2030. IPD will also maintain close liaison with the China National Intellectual Property Administration on technical support and manpower training, including arranging patent examiners to undergo training in the mainland. The Chief Executive announced in 2023 policy address that the administration will conduct discussions with stakeholders in order to map out the regulatory arrangements for local patent agent services, covering professional qualification requirements and registration, as well as the regulatory model and framework with the aim of enhancing service quality and nurturing patent talent. IPD has started talking to the sector while enhancing their IP manager scheme and manpower training effort. The department will also collaborate with the Department of Justice and other stakeholders to promote the development of IP mediation and arbitration services. In addition, some members questioned whether the proposed patent box tax incentives can attract foreign corporate investment in scientific research here. The current term government has been actively promoting the upstream, midstream, and downstream development of our INT industry with a view to creating a comprehensive INT ecosystem. The Innovation Technology Industry Commission announced the blueprint for innovation and technology development in Hong Kong at the end of 2023, and the 2023 policy address also put forward a series of forward-looking measures, including the patent box tax incentives. The government will continue to actively promote INT development by developing relevant infrastructure, promoting R&D, as well as nurturing and attracting talents. Some members urged the government to promote our patent box tax incentives in order to attract more INT enterprises to establish their presence and conduct R&D activities here. Upon passage of the bill, we will continue to promote the patent box tax incentives to mainland and overseas businesses through our network of economic and trade offices and mainland offices, as well as offices of the Hong Kong Trade Development Council and Invest Hong Kong. Legal advisor to the Bills Committee asked the administration for the basis for proposing to empower the Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury to amend the proposed concessionary tax rate by way of subsidiary legislation under the patent box tax regime. We explained to the Bills Committee that the design of the IP preferential tax regime needs to strictly follow the international rules and regulations. Otherwise, the regime may be assessed as potentially harmful by OECD. Given the dynamics of relevant international tax standards, it is necessary to allow flexibility in the legislation such that the parameters of the regime can be adjusted swiftly in response to any market regulatory development. There are similar provisions under the existing Inland Revenue Ordinance, Cap 112. Regarding the record-keeping requirements, some organizations asked the administration to clarify the commencement and end date specific to the proposed 3-year transitional period. The administration, in response to this, will move an amendment to specify that the 3-year transitional period will run from the beginning of the taxpayer's basis period of the year of assessment 2023-24. I will move the relevant amendment during the committee stage amendment. Bills Committee members have no objections to the proposed amendment. The bill, if passed, will come into operation on the day on which it is published in the Gazette as an ordinance. I implore members to support the bill and the amendment that we will move during the CSA so that relevant organizations and enterprises can apply for the patent box tax incentives for the year of assessment 2023 to 2024, thereby consolidating the competitiveness of Hong Kong as a regional IP trading center. I so submit. Thank you. I now put the question to you that the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024 be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. The Council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses and amendment. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill.
Clauses 1 to 14. The Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development will move an amendment which seeks to amend Clause 12. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendment. Members may not proceed to a joint debate on the clauses and amendment. I will first call upon the Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development to speak, but he is not required to move the amendment at this stage. Then I will call upon members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendment standing part of the bill and then vote on the amendment. Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development. President, this amendment is proposed having considered the written submissions made by some organizations to the Bills Committee asking the administration to clarify the commencement and end dates specific to the proposed 3-year transitional period. The administration's intent is to have the transitional arrangement apply to the 3-year period, which begins on the first day of the taxpayer's basis period for the year of assessment 2023 to 24, and ends on the last day of the taxpayer's basis period for the year of assessment 2025 to 26. The amendment improves the reference under Section 23, brackets 1, brackets A, brackets Roman character 1 of the proposed new Schedule 17FD by specifying that the 3-year transitional period will run from the beginning of the taxpayer's basis period for the year of assessment 2023 to 24. President, the Bills Committee has scrutinized the relevant amendment and has no objection and appeal to members to support the relevant amendment. Thank you, President. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now first vote on the clauses with no amendment standing part of the bill. I put the question to you that the clauses with no amendment as set out in the appendix to the script stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. We now vote on the amendment. Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development, you may move your amendment. Chairman, I move the amendment set out in the appendix to the script. I propose the question to you that the Secretary's amendment be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the amendment passed. Clause 12 as amended. I now put the question to you that the clause as amended just read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024 have been completed in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development. President, I now report to the Council that the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council with amendment. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose a question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development. President, I move that the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. I now propose the question to you that the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? If no, I put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Intellectual Property Income Bill 2024. Members' motion with no legislative effect. Mr. Chan Chen-Ying will move a motion on enacting dedicated laws and regulations to regulate greenwashing. Two members will move amendments to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I will first call upon Mr. Chan Chen-Ying to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Mr. Luk Chung-Hong and Dr. Hui Simon Lee to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who would like to speak, please press the request to speak button. I now call upon Mr. Chan Chen-Ying to speak and move the motion. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. In order to develop the economy, we need to strike a balance between human beings and nature. Green transformation has been a global consensus. Carbon reduction has been a target. We need to promote conservation of energy, and we also need to develop green finance that will promote the transformation and upgrading of the industry. We also need to promote green spending and low carbon concept. We need to encourage citizens to choose low carbon products and services. The government has been promoting this for a couple of years. Green environmental protection awareness has gradually taken root in the hearts of the people and affected their life. Citizens have been practicing green consumption. Study points out that citizens are willing to pay a higher price for green products and services. Investors are more willing to show their ESG awareness. Mr. Paul Chen, the financial secretary, said that Hong Kong is an international financial center and is moving towards a green financial center. As of now, the administration has already issued over 34 green bonds capitalizing on the green and sustainable finance grant scheme. We need to incorporate the green concepts into businesses. We need to enhance enterprises' image and enhance the competitive edge. There's also misleading product description. That is what we call greenwashing. These enterprises would like to enhance their status, image, and would also like to win the hearts of the people. Through highlighting the special features of greenwashing, companies divert the focus of the products. Or by meeting the targets of energy conservation, they change the target so that citizens will not be able to tell the shortfall. There's a whole raft of advertisement tactics. In 2008, the government has put in place the energy efficiency label. There's also a voluntary scheme for products not put under the scheme. In 2000, the administration helps citizens to recognize the products. This is also one of the measures against greenwashing. There are many different awards, say Green Organization Certification Scheme. The administration has been recognizing green organizations so that the public will understand which organizations are faring better in green transformation. Financial institutions show the support as well. Greenwashing, measures against greenwashing are being seen in the sector. There will be greenwashing risks if some companies finance from the banks in a way that the green finance cannot be used on green projects. Not qualified assets, savings, or bonds will be matched. So investors will not be able to use the green finance on green products. There will be financial risks. Capital will also not be able to flow into the green projects. Targeting greenwashing risks. In 2022, Common Ground Taxonomy was published, that is CGT. It helps international investors to recognize green investment products. This reduces the risk of cross-jurisdiction investment. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority also published Hong Kong Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance. This can reduce greenwashing risks, and this is worth our praise. Greenwashing is simply false environmental protection. This is not fair to companies that are truly environmentally friendly. This will also have an impact on education. Greenwashing will be misleading to the government and financial institutions. Social resources that are dedicated or supposedly dedicated to green companies will be diverted to high carbon emitting enterprises. Financial resources could not be diverted, and this will also affect the level of confidence of investors and prevent transformation and upgrading. There's been much more awareness in the community. In Europe, South Korea, France, and so on, they have already set down regulations against greenwashing. For existing advertisement law, environment law, there were also amendments to regulate greenwashing. So enterprises need to practice corporate social responsibility as well as environmentally friendly measures. The European Union, EU, has a framework. It regulates greenwashing behavior. It bans companies from using advertisement slogans in relation to greenwashing. Those in violation will be fined. Canada has environmental declaration and greenwashing. However, in Hong Kong, the administration and the relevant organizations mainly provide convenience for the people of Hong Kong to choose products. They are not aimed at combating greenwashing. There is no regulation at present. The Trade Description Ordinance is invoked in order to regulate greenwashing. In other words, the relevant declarations, if proven misleading or false, will be in breach of the Trade Description Ordinance if they are material, and the TDO only penalizes companies, but it is not applicable to financial institutions. Enhancing regulation on greenwashing is the global trend. The administration should draw reference from the greenwashing regulations around the world. The administration should draft legislation specifically on greenwashing. It also needs to put in place a penalty mechanism to prevent companies to reap benefits or profits by way of greenwashing. When international investors are more confident about the regulations against greenwashing, Hong Kong will be in a better position to move towards the International Green Finance Center. I will listen carefully to members on my motion. Thank you, President.
I now put the question to you that the motion moved by Mr. Chen Cheng-ying be passed. Mr. Benson Look. Thank you, President. I'm glad to Mr. Chen's moving this motion on enacting dedicated laws and regulations to regulate greenwashing. I propose the amendments to deepen the content of the motion. The enterprises want to improve their image and increase their income so that there will be more investors and lower their financing cost. More consumers are willing to spend on products that come from enterprises that are socially and environmentally responsible. But some enterprises try to promote their efforts and overstate their environmental protection measures to mislead investors, consumers, and financial institutions. Such greenwashing behavior affect investors, institutions, and consumers' interests. Compared to a lot of advanced economies, they have implemented legislation to regulate greenwashing behavior. Hong Kong's regulation on such area is still very lax. The listed companies have to make ESG report annually, but relating to greenwashing behavior, the Hong Kong EX and the regulators don't have relevant mechanism to penalize misleading claims. And the financial institutions have no way to seek compensation for misleading claims. I think that the government should establish a mechanism for consumers, investors, and financial institutions to claim compensation to regulate and restrict greenwashing behavior. The government should establish clear and strict auditing principles in environmental, social, and governance aspect to mandate listed companies to disclose the amount and intensity of greenhouse gas emissions that are from Scope 1 to Scope 3 directly and indirectly generated by their business. This mandatory disclosure mechanism is not to increase the cost of enterprises in their business, but we need a clear and objective disclosure standards for enterprises to follow. Just like financial reports and statements to be made by enterprises, as long as they fulfill the relevant requirements, then consumers, investors, and financial institutions would have an objective set of standards to see if the work done by the enterprises is truthful and if the claims made by them is objective and correct. And I think that we should allow the consumers, investors, and financial institutions to claim compensations on misleading claims. As for whether we should provide for exemptions under the mechanism and what the standards should be, we should talk to the relevant stakeholders. The government should also take into account the features of various industries to set out different standards so that enterprises would work harder to protect the environment, and we should mandate the enterprises to disclose information that are relevant to the interest of consumers, investors, and financial institutions. Mandatory disclosure will protect enterprises that are environmentally friendly so that they can have a reasonable return. To establish a clear standards and regulatory regime on environmental, social, and governance will facilitate our ESG certification and attract enterprises to undergo certification process in Hong Kong. I think that this will be another gilded plate of ours. Apart from this, I think that we should promote our economy, and the enterprises should abide by this 3R principle, that is reduction, recycling, and replace, to integrate environmental measures into their business to ensure the sustainable development of Hong Kong. President, over the long run, we need regulation on greenwashing behavior so that enterprises respect labor's right and consumers' interest, as well as stakeholders' interest, so that these enterprises would be more fair and impartial in the conduct of their business. President, I so speak in support of the motion. I hope that members will support my amendment. Dr. Hui Simon Lee. Thank you. I thank Mr. Chan for moving the motion on enacting dedicated laws and regulations to regulate greenwashing, so that we can implement regulatory framework for greenwashing or green products and behavior. My amendments is for the establishment of regulatory framework. Well, first of all, we have to define green products and behavior before we can regulate, monitor greenwashing behavior. As Mr. Chan pointed out in his speech, green products and green behavior are defined by financial institutions mostly. Under the green bond program and the Hong Kong taxonomy for sustainable finance, a lot of financial institutions are trying to provide guidance on the definition of green products and behavior. I think that we should look at all the economic activities in Hong Kong, and we should extend the experience that we learned from green finance to other aspects of the economy so that we can offer a predictable and acceptable green framework and guidance on all products that we have. And we should establish a regulatory framework. We have to define green products and behavior, and there are two purposes to it. First, after defining green products and behavior, then non-green products and behavior will not be able to be promoted as green. Also, all green products and behavior will have to be regulated so that members of the public would know what products are actually green and sustainable, so that green products and services will allow industry practitioners to transform. We can look at the materials, design of the green products and the gas emissions, ways of selling, packaging, delivery, handling of byproducts to see what a green product is. According to the Polytechnic University, green products mean that the use of it will not affect humans' life and the products will fulfill environmental requirements. When we regulate green products and services, we have to set a set of standards, and we also have to define green products and services. For example, we can look at the advertising of a green product. When a green product is claimed to be 100% biodegradable, then we should look at whether the product is actually biodegradable, and we also can look at the materials and ingredients of the products. We can see if we can define a green products as green if it is 50% or more biodegradable, and perhaps we should adopt a consolidated approach in defining green products. The administration, some green groups have promulgated some certification programs. For example, EMSD has a mandatory energy efficiency labeling scheme. This will allow us to certify green products. In terms of regulation, I think that we should ask the enterprises to provide scientific data to quantify the environmental efficiency of the green products and services so that we can undergo green transformation. Also, we should be flexible in terms of our regulation, because when the government come into play, this will affect the business. Overregulation will affect the diversity of the green products and services, and that may be counterproductive. In 2018, McDonald's, in response to the government's measures, they convert the plastic straws to paper straws in UK, and they said that the straws are 100% recyclable. But then eventually, they changed the materials in such a way that the plastic straws or the paper straws can no longer be recycled. Also submit.
Secretary for Financial Service and the Treasury. President, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Ronick Chen for moving the motion on Mr. Michael Look and Dr. Hui Simon Lee for moving amendments to the motion so that we have the opportunity to exchange views on the revenue issues. I will first focus on issues relating to green and sustainable finance. The Central People's Government, as proposed in the 14th Five-Year Plan, to promote a comprehensive green transformation of our economic and social development and strive to achieve peak carbon emission by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060. The SAR government has proposed a target of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050, and in the Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050 published in October 2022, the interim target of halving carbon emission by 2035 is set. Green transformation has become a global trend and is bringing changes to the operations of various industries and the daily lives of the public. With growing public interest in environmental protection and carbon reduction, the issue of greenwashing of products or services by businesses has also attracted more attention. According to the United Nations, UN, greenwashing through deceptive marketing and false sustainability claim misleads consumers, investors, and the public into believing that a business or entity is doing more to protect the environment than it actually is. It undermines the trust, determination, and action needed to bring about global change and ensure a sustainable planet. Since the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2015, an increasing number of companies have pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to net zero. However, these pledges have little transparency and robust and integrity and are not based on actual emission reductions. In response to the increasing phenomenon of greenwashing in net zero pledges, UN has established an expert group to develop stronger and clearer standards for net zero pledges for businesses, financial institutions, cities, and regions, and to speed up their implementation. The expert group outlined in its report recommendations for credible and responsible net zero commitments and detailed considerations for each stage of achieving net zero emissions and response to the climate crisis. The concerted efforts from all sectors are required to implement these standards and recommendations. On the financial front, the SAR government is committed to building Hong Kong as an international center of green finance to channel capital to sustainable development projects by leveraging on Hong Kong's strengths as an international financial center. We established the Government Green Bond Program, GGBP, in 2018 with the policy objective of promoting the development of green finance and the green bond market in Hong Kong. This is a demonstration of the government's support for sustainable development and its determination to address climate change. Under GGBP, government green bonds with a value totaling about 195 billion Hong Kong dollars have been successfully issued. A wide range of bond types is covered. There are bonds denominated in various currencies, Hong Kong dollar, renminbi, US dollar, and euro, and with tenors ranging from as short as 1 year to as long as 30 years. There are also institutional bonds, retail bonds, and tokenized bonds. This helps enrich the green finance ecosystem and provide an important benchmark for potential issuers. In addition, the Green Bond Framework sets out the intention of the government to issue green bonds and use the funds raised to finance government green projects that improve the environment and promote the development of a low-carbon economy. GGBP establishes an important market benchmark for the issuance of green bonds in the region and encourages best practices. It has won high acclaim from international investors. GGBP encourages issuers to finance their green projects through Hong Kong's capital markets, thereby promoting the development of green finance in Hong Kong and broadening the investor base for green finance in Hong Kong. Building on the success of GGBP, it was announced in the 2023-24 budget that the scope of GGBP would be further expanded to cover sustainable projects. GGBP has therefore been renamed as the Government Sustainable Bond Program, GSBP. In this connection, I would like to thank this Council again for passing resolution on the 8th of May to approve the borrowing of up to a total of $500 billion by the government for the purpose of the Capital Works Reserve Fund under GSBP and the Infrastructure Bond Program with a view to further promoting the government's green and sustainable projects. Projects under GSBP must fall under at least one of the 9 eligible categories set out in the Green Bond Framework, GBF. These categories are renewable energy, energy efficiency and conservation, pollution prevention and control, waste management and resources recycling, water and wastewater management, nature conservation, biodiversity, green transport, green buildings, clean transport, green buildings, and climate adaptation. For each tranche of bonds to be issued under GBF, the government will obtain a pre-issuance external assessment by an independent and qualified third party. A green bond report will also be published annually to set out the allocation of the proceeds raised from bond issuances and the expected environmental benefits of the projects financed. The contents of the report are assured by an independent and qualified third party. We expect GSBP to provide a benchmark for green bond products in the market and set a good example for other potential green bond issuers. Accurate, consistent, and comparable disclosure of information plays a crucial role in promoting green and sustainable finance. In June 2023, the International Sustainability Standards Board, established by ISSB, established by the International Financial Reporting Standards Foundation, IFRS, Foundation published the IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standards, the ISSB standards, which aims to establish a global benchmark for comprehensive, effective, and investor-focused sustainability disclosure. It aims to establish a global benchmark for comprehensive and effective a key focus of our work is to bring local enterprises on par with the international standards in sustainability reporting. To give the market a clear idea of the direction of the development, we issued a vision statement in March this year to articulate the vision and direction of the SAO government and financial regulators in developing a comprehensive sustainability disclosure ecosystem in Hong Kong. Preventing greenwashing is an issue which the financial services industry takes very seriously. We will work with the regulators and keep improving the measures mentioned to protect the interests of investors. We will listen attentively to members' views and will give our response at the end of the debate. The Undersecretary for Commerce and Economic Development and the Undersecretary for Environment and Ecology will also respond on issues under their portfolio. Thank you.
Mr. Chan Pui-Lan, thank you, President. With the increasing of environmental protection and awareness among the public and the government's goal of achieving carbon neutrality in 2050, green economy will be the trend in the future. Consumers will support green products, and the market will also develop green products in order to seize the opportunities along with green investment products. But because of the lack of knowledge of consumers and investors, they cannot distinguish between false and true claims. If someone overstates the effectiveness of environmental protection of services and products and mislead consumers, that will undermine the development of green economy. So I support the motion moved by Mr. Chen. We have to regulate greenwashing behavior. Greenwashing is a false environmental measure and misleading advertisement. There are different greenwashing behavior. There are some international corporations that claim that their paper straws and plastic straws are biodegradable, but these materials can only be degraded under extremely high temperature. They are not biodegradable. So they are suspected of green labeling, false green labeling. There are some companies that focus on fossil fuel but advertise themselves as only focusing on green in terms of their businesses, and they undermine and understate the environmental impact caused by their businesses. That is why we have to legislate to regulate greenwashing behavior. The European Union in January this year approved the Green Transition Order. Manufacturers can only label their products as green after certain certification. U.S. in 1992 promulgated the guidance on advertisement of green products. They have reviewed the guidance multiple times to regulate the declarations and advertisements of green products and services. And our country also legislates to regulate misleading green data products and services and impose penalty. We don't have a dedicated law to regulate greenwashing. We rely on CAP 362 Trade Description Ordinance. There are diverse greenwashing behavior. As we are developing green and sustainable finance, we have to enhance the requirements of ESG among enterprises to protect the consumer's interest. I think that we have to establish a framework to regulate greenwashing behavior, and this is the right direction to take. However, SMEs often don't have enough resources to obtain certification and undertake certain pledges, and this will bring about legal risk and affect their credit ratings. This shows that some enterprises are worried if they can fulfill the climate change performance or improvements. we have to strike a balance between green banning and greenwashing. Before legislating, I think that the government should step up education of consumers. Consumers have to be rational and reasonable in assessing the green claims made by enterprises. When they select green products and services, they should make reference to the certification program approved by government departments. For example, the mandatory energy efficient labeling scheme promulgated by EMSD and the environmental labeling scheme proposed by a green group. As the assessment of ESG is rather fragmented, I think that the government should establish a framework to set standards of ESG and define ESG, and also engage a third party to certify and audit ESG claims made by enterprises. I so speak in support of Mr. Chan's motion.
Mr. Robert Lee, thank you, President. I thank Mr. Ronald Chan for moving this motion. Green development is a national strategy. President Xi Jinping once mentioned natural resources are very important. There are two main points today. We need to compel companies to disclose in order to regulate greenwashing. We also need to consider the challenges facing companies in relation to overcoming greenwashing. The administration needs to take into account the prevailing situation in order not to achieve overregulation. According to the WHO, to the international organization, greenwashing means making consumers to believe that their efforts on environmental protection are actually greater than the actual fact. So many areas are thinking of setting down legislation on greenwashing. For example, the EU has green products order and bans the use of vague descriptions and declarations. Companies who violate the rules will receive penalties, including financial penalties. In recent years, Hong Kong has been optimizing strategies in order to guard against greenwashing. Hong Kong X mandatorily requests companies to review climate-related risks in their ESG reports. Last month, green products need to be given better definitions in order to achieve better assessments. In order to further combat greenwashing, the Hong Kong government can draw reference from other jurisdictions. We need to have a set of regulatory regime that is suitable for Hong Kong. The green declarations promulgated by the EU allows a one-year buffer period for SMEs. We can have similar regulations to avoid any business operation difficulties of SMEs. Apart from legislation, the administration can also facilitate the disclosure of ESG in order to stay in line with the global standard. We also can have Hong Kong ESG in order to develop ESG certified businesses. We can also step up publicity towards the mainland and enhance ESG certification so that there will be measures against greenwashing. The government can also leverage the financial market to combat greenwashing. According to the Hong Kong MA study, if green bond issuers are found to be in violation of greenwashing regulations, there will be a deduction of 7.8%. There will also be an increase in the issuance costs. The government can provide more information to help the market to bring to light more violations or greenwashing behavior. Overall, the government can combat greenwashing through different means, including regulations, legislation, and the administration can also use the market force to have an award and penalty mechanism. The administration needs to flexibly handle the possible difficulties when combating greenwashing in order to promote market development. I also submit thank you, President. Mr. Ambrose Lam, in the past decade or so, many countries around the world have been developing green economy. It promotes the development of the local economy. As an international financial center, Hong Kong has quite good development when it comes to a green financial center. There's also investment appeal. In April, the financial secretary said that there are a total of 242 green funds totaling $100 billion. So if a company does well in ESG, it can fulfill social responsibility but can also attract more investments. But because of this, many companies even give misleading information when it comes to ESG. That is because there's a lack of regulation, and that's greenwashing. In 2013, the Hong Kong X issued the ESG guidelines. Listed companies need to have a report annually about ESG, including the requirement to disclose what they have done. But the guidelines ask companies to disclose the information on their own. There is no regulation. That's why there's greenwashing in the community or in the business sector. The guidelines about ESG need to be revised in order to better monitor companies. There should also be an effective NGO mechanism to make sure NGOs will practice ESG. Independent professionals should be invited to write ESG reports. Oftentimes, greenwashing happens when company announces information that is not true. In order to plug the loophole, it's easy. Like financial report, companies need to engage lawyers, accountants, third-party professionals to prepare the ESG report. It makes sure the report is objective and reliable. The benefiting organizations also need to engage professionals to prepare an annual ESG report. There needs to be an NGO certification system as well. Some listed companies claim that they make donations to other green organizations. They simply take pictures to show that they have done so, but there's a lack of regulation. There are some black sheep. The money actually goes to the pocket of the management of the companies. So that does not help improve or protect the environment. We need to really spend money on green work. Let me take recycling as an example. Some restaurants use high cost as an excuse, and they refuse to handle food waste. They said that no one would be willing to buy the recycling services. When they have no government subsidies, they fold, and then they ask the government for money. We can revise the ESG report and have an ESG certification system to achieve a win-win situation. When we have a certification system, we can do better in food waste, recycling, and the recycling of construction materials. Then listed companies can do better in terms of ESG report. The government can also save money. Thirdly, the ESG and NGO certification system does not only apply to environmental protection. Some only touch on corporate governance, but they don't touch on environmental protection. We need to give guidelines for listed companies to make donations to social welfare organizations so that they will do better in alleviating poverty. As long as there is better regulation, then there will be money dedicated to ESG. Then we can solve the problems in society. I speak in support of Mr. Ronak Chan's motion. Thank you, President. Ms. Nixie Lam. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Ronak Chan for moving this motion. In recent years, many people are attaching importance to ESG. Hong Kong X requires companies to issue annual reports about ESG. Many companies said that they are fulfilling corporate social responsibilities, but do they really spend their resources on sustainable development? Is that the case? For example, do they have measures to reduce carbon emissions? They shouldn't just invite influencers or celebrities to promote environmental protection. They need to walk the talk. They can't just talk the talk. The largest automobile make, Ford, is a good example. They are a large company. In order to boost the sales on the of automobiles, they proclaim that they use clean diesel or clean energy, so the consumers think that consumers are under the impression that Ford has the capability for innovation, but then they were found to have used some cheating software in order to escape the test. That's not an unintentional mistake. That was actually a deliberate tactic to deceive investors. So the sales volume increased by 40%. In the end, the federal court fined Ford for $2.8 billion US dollars. Companies want to make as many profits as possible. That's no problem, but then that has to be lawful and reasonable. We don't have a regulator to regulate greenwashing. There are many pieces of legislation that can protect consumers and investors. If companies have these false impression, they can invoke different pieces of legislation such as advertisement law and green law to sue companies for their pseudo-green claims. Greenwashing affects everyone in society. We need to have regulations and law in order to regulate greenwashing. We need to rely on the trade description ordinance, and consumers can at most apply for compensations. After PR crisis, it's like nothing had happened. The green finance policies are quite scattered in Singapore, Tokyo, or even in our country, in Shanghai. The practice is more forward-looking. The government needs to regulate this behavior, and they need to have penalty to penalize these companies who violate the regulation. We need to engage third-party companies to scrutinize the behavior of companies. It's just like having an auditor to audit the books of companies. Independent ESG auditing will increase the compliance costs of companies, and that will also undermine the wish of companies to come to Hong Kong to go listed. That may not be beneficial to Hong Kong. So the DAB encourages companies to adopt measures so that Hong Kong will better develop. DAB will support the motion and amendments. And also suspend the meeting until 9 a.m. tomorrow.